Section 68 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Division 4, Part 3. The Execution of Luke Hutton. A tract by Luke Hutton, of which there are two editions, the first without date, and the last in 1638, is very well known, and an account of it may be found in the Bridgewater Catalogue, privately printed for Lord Francis Egerton, page 149. Hence it appears also that Hutton was the author of an earlier production, called His Repentance. He seems to have been a highwayman and housebreaker, who, being condemned and pardoned, dedicated an affected piece of contrition to Lord Chief Justice Popham, and on subsequent liberation returned to his old courses, and was hanged at York in 1598. Whether what follows, or indeed anything that goes under his name, were really written by him, is very questionable. Luke Hutton's Lamentation, which he wrote the day before his death, being condemned to be hanged at York this last assizes for his robberies and trespasses committed. To the tune of Wandering and Wavering. I am a poor prisoner condemned to die. Ah, woe is me, for my great folly. Fast fettered in irons in place where I lie. Be warned, young wantons, hemp passeth green holly. My parents were of good degree, by whom I would not counselled be. Lord Jesu, forgive me, with mercy relieve me, receive, O sweet Saviour, my spirit unto thee. My name is Hutton, yea, Luke of bad life. Ah, woe is me, for my great folly, which on the highway did rob man and wife. Be warned, young wantons, etc. Enticed by many a graceless mate, whose counsel I repent too late. Lord, etc. Not 20 years old, alas, was I. Ah, woe is me, etc. When I begun this felony. Be warned, young wantons, etc. With me went still 12 yeomen tall, which I did my 12 apostles call. Lord, etc. There was no squire nor baron bold. Ah, woe is me, for my great folly, that rode the way with silver or gold. Be warned, young wantons, etc. But I and my 12 apostles gay would lighten their load ere they went away. Lord, etc. This news procured my kinsfolk's grief. Ah, woe is me, they hearing I was a famous thief. Be warned, young wantons. They wept, they wailed, they wrung their hands, that thus I should hazard life and lands. Lord, etc. They made me a jailer a little before. Ah, woe, etc. To keep the prison offenders' store. Be warned, etc. But such a jailer was never none. I went and let them out, every one. Lord, etc. I wist their sorrow sore grieved me. Ah, woe is me, etc. Such proper men should hanged be. Be warned, young, etc. My office there I did defy, and ran away for company. Lord, etc. 3 years I lived upon the spoil. Ah, woe is me, etc. Giving many a carle the foil. Be warned, young, etc. Yet never did I kill man nor wife, though lewdly long I led my life. Lord, etc. But all too bad my deeds hath been. Ah, woe is me, etc. Offending my country and my good queen. Be warned, young, etc. All men in Yorkshire talk of me. A stronger thief there could not be. Lord, etc. Upon St. Luke's day I was born. Ah, woe, etc. Whom want of grace hath made a scorn. Be warned, etc. In honour of my birthday then, I robbed in a bravery 19 men. Lord, etc. The country weary to bear this wrong. Ah, woe is me, etc. With hues and cries pursued me long. Be warned, etc. Though long I scaped, yet lo, at last, London I was in Newgate cast. Lord, etc. There did I lie with a grieved mind, ah, woe is me, etc., although the keeper was gentle and kind, be warned, young, etc. Yet he was not so kind as I to set me at liberty. Lord, etc. At last the sheriff of Yorkshire came, ah, woe is me, etc., and in a warrant he had my name, be warned, young, etc. Said he at York, thou must be tried, with me therefore hence thou must ride. Lord, etc. Like pangs of death his words did sound, ah, woe is me, etc. My hands and arms full fast he bound, be warned, etc. Good sir, quoth I had rather stay, I have no heart to ride that way. Lord, etc. When no entreaty might prevail, ah, woe is me, etc., I called for beer, for wine and ale, be warned, etc. And when my heart was in woeful case, I drunk to my friends with a smiling face. Lord, etc. With clubs and staves I was guarded then, ah, woe is me, etc. I never before had such waiting men, be warned, etc. If they had ridden before amain, beshrew me if I had called them again. Lord, etc. And when into York that I was come, ah, etc., each one on me did pass their doom, be warned, etc. And whilst you live this sentence note, evil men can never have good report. Lord, etc. Before the judges when I was brought, ah, woe is me, etc., be sure I had careful thought, be, etc. 90 indictments and 17 against me there was read and seen. Lord, etc. And each of these was felony found, ah, woe is me, etc., which did my heart with sorrow wound, be, etc. What should I herein longer stay, for this I was condemned that day. Lord, etc. My death each hour I do attend, ah, woe is me. In prayer and tears my time I spend, be, etc. And all my loving friends this day I do entreat for me to pray. Lord, etc. I have deserved long since to die, ah, woe, etc. A viler sinner lived not than I, be, etc. On friends I hoped my life to save, but I am fittest for my grave. Lord, etc. Adieu, my loving friends, each one. Ah, woe is me for my great folly. Think on my words when I am gone, be warned, young wantons, etc. When on the ladder you shall me view, think I am nearer heaven than you. Lord, etc. Finis, Hutton. Printed at London for Thomas Millington, 1598. End of section 68.
Section 69 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various, Division 4, Part 4. Execution of the Conspirators. On Thursday, the 30th of January, 1605, Sir Everard Digby, Robert Winter, John Grant, and Thomas Bates were executed at the west end of St. Paul's, and the next day, January 31, Thomas Winter, Ambrose Rookwood, Robert Keyes, and Guido Fawkes were executed in the Old Palace Yard, over against the Parliament House, Westminster, conspirators in the Powder Plot. The prisoners and their condemnation and judgment, being sent back to the Tower, remained there till the Thursday following, on which day 4 of them, viz., Sir Everard Digby, Robert Winter, John Grant, and Thomas Bates, were drawn upon sleds and hurdles to a scaffold erected at the western end of St. Paul's churchyard. Great pains were taken in the city to render the spectacle of the execution as imposing as possible. Among other arrangements made, in order to be prepared against any popular tumult, a precept issued from the Lord Mayor to the aldermen of each ward in the city, requiring him to cause one able and sufficient person, with a halberd in his hand, to stand at the door of every several dwelling house in the open street in the way that the traitors were to be drawn towards the place of execution, there to remain from 7 in the morning until the return of the sheriff. Now these 4 above named, being drawn to the scaffold, made on purpose for their execution, first went up Digby, a man of goodly personage and a manly aspect. Yet might a wary eye, in the change of his countenance, behold an inward fear of death, for his colour grew pale, and his eye heavy, notwithstanding that he enforced himself to speak as stoutly as he could. His speech was not long, and to little good purpose, only that his belied conscience, being but indeed a blinded conceit, had led him into this offence, which, in respect of his religion, alias indeed idolatry, he held no offence, but in respect to the law, he held an offence, for which he asked forgiveness of God, of the king, and the whole kingdom, and so, with vain and superstitious crossing of himself, betook him to his Latin prayers, mumbling to himself, refusing to have any prayers of any but of the Romish Catholics, went up the ladder, and with the help of the hangman, made an end of his wicked days in this world. After him went Winter up the scaffold, where he used few words to any effect, without asking mercy of either God or the king for his offences, went up the ladder, and making a few prayers to himself, stayed not long for his execution. After him went Grant, who, abominably blinded with his horrible idolatry, though he confessed his offence to be heinous, yet would fain have excused it by his conscience for religion, a bloody religion, to make so bloody a conscience, but better that his blood, and all such as he was, should be shed by the justice of the law, than the blood of many thousands to have been shed by his villainy, without law or justice. Having used a few idle words to ill effect, he was, as his fellows before him, led to the halter, and so, after his crossing of himself, to the last part of this tragedy. Last of them came Bates, who seemed sorry for his offence, and asked forgiveness of God and the king, and of the whole kingdom, prayed to God for the preservation of them all, and, as he said, only for his love to his master, drawn to forget his duty to God, his king and country, and therefore was now drawn from the Tower to St. Paul's churchyard, and there hanged and quartered for his treachery. Thus ended that day's business. The next day, being Friday, were drawn from the Tower to the old palace in Westminster, over against the Parliament House, Thomas Winter, the younger brother, Ambrose Rookwood, Robert Keys, and Guido Fawkes, the minor, justly called the Devil of the Vault, for had he not been a devil incarnate, he had never conceived so villainous a thought, nor been employed in so damnable an action. Winter first, being brought to the scaffold, made little speech, but seeming, after a sort, as it were, sorry for his offence, and yet crossing himself, as though those were words to put by the devil's stoccadoes, having already made a wound in his soul, of which he had not yet a full feeling, protesting to die a true Catholic, as he said, with a very pale and dead colour, went up the ladder, and after a swing or two with a halter, to the quartering block was drawn, and there quickly dispatched. Next came Rookwood, who made a speech of some longer time, confessing his offence to God, and seeking to shed blood, and asking therefore mercy of his divine majesty. His offence to the king, of whose majesty he likewise humbly asked forgiveness, and his offence to the whole state, of whom in general he asked forgiveness, beseeching God to bless the king, the queen, and all his royal progeny, and that they might long live to reign in peace and happiness over this kingdom, but last of all, to spoil all the pottage with one filthy weed, to mar this good prayer with an ill conclusion. He prayed God to make the king a Catholic, otherwise a Papist, which God for his mercy ever forbid. And so, beseeching the king to be good to his wife and children, protesting to die in his idolatry, a Romish Catholic, he went up the ladder, and, hanging till he was almost dead, was drawn to the block, where he gave his last gasp. After him came Keys, who, like a desperate villain, using little speech, with small or no show of repentance, went stoutly up the ladder, where, not staying the handman's turn, he turned himself off with such a leap, that with the swing he brake the halter, but after his fall was drawn to the block, and there was quickly divided into 4 parts. Last of all came the great devil of all, Fox, alias Johnson, who should have put fire to the powder. His body being weak with torture and sickness, he was scarce able to go up the ladder, but yet, with much ado, by the help of the hangman, went high enough to break his neck with the fall, who made no long speech, but after a sort, seeming to be sorry for his offence, asked a kind of forgiveness of the king, and the state of his bloody intent, and, with his crosses and idle ceremonies, made his end upon the gallows and the block, to the great joy of the beholders, that the land was ended of so wicked a villainy. Execution of Sir Walter Raleigh, Knight at Westminster, on the 29th of October, anno 16, Jacobi Regis 1618. Upon Wednesday, the 28th of October, anno Domini 1618, the Lieutenant of the Tower, according to a warrant to him directed, brought Sir Walter Raleigh from the Tower to the King's Bench Bar at Westminster, where the record of his arraignment at Winchester was opened, and it was demanded why execution should not be done upon him according to law. He began, in way of answer, to justify his proceedings in the late voyage, but the Lord Chief Justice told him that he was therein deceived, and that the opinion of the court was to the contrary. Master Attorney General, requiring in the King's behalf that execution might be done on the prisoner according to the aforesaid judgment. The sheriffs of Middlesex were commanded for that purpose to take him into their custody, who presently carried him to the gatehouse, from whence the next morning, between the sheriffs of Middlesex, Sir Walter Raleigh was brought to the old palace yard in Westminster, where a large scaffold was erected for the execution. Whereupon, when he came, with a cheerful countenance, he saluted the lords, knights, and gentlemen there present, after which a proclamation was made for silence, and he addressed himself to speak in this manner: I desire to be borne withal, for this is the 3rd day of my fever, and if I shall show any weakness, I beseech you to attribute it to my malady, for this is the hour in which it is wont to come. Then pausing a while, he sat, and directed himself towards a window, where the Lord of Arundel, Northampton, and Doncaster, with some other lords and knights, sate and spake as followeth: I thank God of his infinite goodness, that he hath brought me to die in the light, and not in darkness, but by reason that the place where the lords, etc., sat, was some distance from the scaffold, that he perceived they could not well hear him. He said, I will strain my voice, for I would willingly have your honours hear me. But my Lord of Arundel said, Nay, we will rather come down to the scaffold, which he and some others did, where being come, he saluted them severely, and then began again to speak as follows, viz. As I said, I thank God heartily that he hath brought me into the light to die, and that he hath not suffered me to die in the dark prison of misery and cruel sickness. And I thank God that my fever hath not taken me at this time, as I prayed to God it might not. Then a proclamation being made, that all men should depart the scaffold, he prepared himself for death, giving away his hat, his cap, with some money, to such as he knew that stood near him. And then, putting off his doublet and gown, he desired the headsman to show him the axe, which, not being suddenly granted unto him, he said, I prithee, let me see it. Dost thou think that I am afraid of it? So, it being given unto him, he felt along the edge of it, and smiling, spake unto Mr. Sheriff, saying, This is a sharp medicine, but it is a physician that will cure all diseases. Then going to and fro upon the scaffold one very side, he entreated the company to pray to God to give him strength. Then, having ended his speech, the executioner kneeled down and asked him forgiveness, which, laying his hand upon his shoulder, he gave him. Then, being asked why he would lay himself on the block, he made answer and said, So the heart be straight, it is no matter which way the head lieth. So, laying his head on the block, his face being towards the east, the headsman throwing down his own cloak, because he would not spoil the prisoner's gown, he giving the headsman a sign when he should strike, by lifting up his hands, the executioner struck off his head at 2 blows, his body never shrinking nor moving. His head was shewed on each side of the scaffold, and then put into a red leather bag, and his wrought velvet gown thrown over it, which was afterwards conveyed away in a mourning coach of his ladies. End of section 69.
Section 70 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Division 4, Part 5. The Execution of Sir Thomas Armstrong, a traitor, at Tyburn, on Friday the 20th of June, 1684. The sheriffs of London and Middlesex, about 9 o'clock in the morning, coming to Newgate, and demanding their prisoner, he was forthwith delivered to them, and put into a sledge, and drawn to the place of execution, attended by a numerous guard, and as great a number of spectators, of all degrees and qualities, as have been seen on such occasions. Though he affected an air of courage, yet something of sullenness and reserve appeared in his countenance. He employed the time he was drawing to Tyburn in reading The Whole Duty of Man, till he came within sight of the gallows, and then he laid it by, and with lifted up hands and eyes, addressed himself to heaven, till he came beneath the tree, where he remained about a quarter of an hour in the sledge. Before he ascended the cart that stood ready for him, he desired the sheriff to admit Dr. Tennyson to come to him, and having delivered a paper to the sheriff, the doctor kneeled down with the prisoner, and prayed with him about a quarter of an hour, during all which time the prisoner preserved a becoming and heroic countenance, little daunted with the terror of that fate he was in view of. But rising from his devotions, he pulled off his cravat and hat, which he gave to his servant who attended him, and had followed him by the sledge side, when kneeling down himself, he prayed for a short time with fervency and devotion, begging pardon of his God for those manifold and crying sins he had been too often guilty of, and concluded with a resignation of himself to the God of heaven and earth, before whose judgment seat he was forthwith to appear, desiring that the whole world would forgive him, with whom he hoped to die in peace and charity. Having thus ended these devotions, he again stood up, and putting off his periwig, he had a white cap delivered to him, which he put on, and being soon tied up, the chief of his discourse was addressed to a gentleman who stood by him, and after a short space, holding up his hands, he again renewed his prayers, his visage little changing all the time, till the very moment the cart drew away. The executioner having pulled the cap over his eyes, he continued his prayers all the time, and even whilst he hung, as long as life was in him, and he had the command of his lips. After he had hung about half an hour, and the executioner had divested him of his apparel, He was cut down according to his sentence, his privy members burnt, his head cut off, and showed to the people as that of a traitor, his heart and bowels taken out and committed to the flames, and his body quartered into 4 parts, which, with his head, was conveyed back to Newgate, to be disposed of according to his Majesty's pleasure. Life, Trial, and Execution of William Nevison, the Highwayman, at York Jail. William Nevison, the great robber of the North, was born at Pomfret in Yorkshire, 1639, and his parents being in good circumstances, conferred upon him a decent education. But he was badly disposed, and commenced his depredations by stealing cash to the amount of £10 from his own father, then, taking a saddle and bridle, hastened to the paddock and stole his schoolmaster's horse, and rode with all speed towards London. About a mile or 2 from the capital, he cut the throat of the poor horse for fear of detection. Arrived in London, he changed his name and clothes, and commenced his wild career, which at length brought him to an untimely end. In all his exploits, Nevison was tender to the fair sex, and bountiful to the poor. He was also a true loyalist, and never levied any contributions upon the royalists. His life was once spared by the royal clemency. He then returned home, and remained with his father until the day of his death, but soon after returned to his former courses. His name became the terror of every traveller on the road. He levied a quarterly tribute on all the northern drovers, and in return not only spared them himself, but protected them against all other thieves, and the carriers who frequented the road willingly agreed to leave certain sums at such places as he appointed, to prevent their being stripped of them all. After committing a robbery in London about sunrise, he rode his mare to York in the course of the day, and appeared among the bowling green of that city before sunset. From this latter circumstance, when brought to trial for the offence, he established an alibi to the satisfaction of the jury, though he was in reality guilty. At length his crimes became so notorious that a reward was offered to any that would apprehend him. This made many waylay him, especially 2 brothers named Fletcher, one of whom Nevison shot dead. But though he escaped for a time, he was afterwards apprehended in a public house at Sandal 3 Houses, near Wakefield, by Captain Milton, sent to York Jail, where on the 15th of March, 1685, he was tried, condemned, and executed, aged 45. Bold Nevison, the Highwayman. Did you ever hear tell of that hero, Bold Nevison that was his name? He rode about like a bold hero, and with that he gained great fame. He maintained himself like a gentleman, besides he was good to the poor. He rode about like a bold hero, and he gained himself favour therefore. Oh, the 21st day of last month proved an unfortunate day. Captain Milton was riding to London, and by mischance he rode out of his way. He called at Sandal Houses by the roadside, the one known by the sign of the Magpie. There Nevison he sat a-drinking, and the captain soon he did spy. Then the captain did very soon send for, and a constable very soon came, with 3 or 4 men in attendance, with pistols charged in the king's name. They demanded the name of this hero. "My name it is Jobson's," said he. When the captain laid hold by his shoulder, saying, "Will Nevison thou goeth with me?" Oh, then in this very same speech they hastened him fast away, to a place called Swannington Bridge, a place where he used to stay. They called for a tankard of good liquor, it was the sign of the Black Horse, where there was all sorts of attendance, but for Nevison it was the worst. He called for a pen, ink, and paper, and these were the words that he said: "I'll write for some boots, shoes, and stockings, for of them I have very much need. 'Tis now before my Lord Judge, oh, guilty or not do you plead?" He smiled unto the judge and jury, and these were the words that he said: "I never robbed a gentleman of 2d, but what I gave half to be blessed. But guilty I've been all my lifetime, so gentlemen, do as you list. It's when that I rode on the highway, I've always had money in great store, and whatever I took from the rich, I freely gave to the poor. But my peace I have made with my Maker, and to be with him I ready to draw. So here's adieu to this world and its vanities, for I'm ready to suffer the law. End of section 70.
Section 71 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Division 4 and Part 6. The Trial and Execution of James Lowry by the High Court of Admiralty at the Old Bailey on the 18th day of February, 1752, and Sessions Jail Delivery. James Lowry was put to the bar and arraigned on an indictment which set forth that he, James Lowry, late commander of the merchant ship Molly, did on the 24th day of December, in the 24th year of the reign of his present majesty, on board the said ship Molly, in latitude 49 degrees 50 minutes, cruelly and violently assault, strike, and beat Kenneth Hossack, a mariner, on board the said ship, with a rope the thickness of 1 inch and a half over the back, loins, shoulders, head, face, and temples, of which beatings, wounds, and bruises he instantly died, to which indictment the prisoner pleaded not guilty, and put himself upon his country for his trial, to prove which several witnesses were called, after which the prisoner was informed that now was his time to make his defense. The prisoner then said he had no witnesses as to the fact, but that he thought the logbook would sufficiently support what he had said in his defense, as that the witnesses who had been produced against him had sworn with halters about their necks in order to screen themselves from their wicked acts of mutiny and piracy, well knowing that if he escaped they must be hanged, and then called several persons to his character, who gave him that of a quiet, humane, good-natured man. The witnesses being all examined, the judge very impartially summed up the evidence, and gave a most excellent and learned charge to the jury, who withdrew, and in about half an hour returned with a verdict, finding the prisoner guilty, death. The Sessions Jail Delivery. On the 19th began the sessions of jail delivery at the same place, and continued till Wednesday, when the following malefactors received sentence of death: James Hayes, Richard Broughton, and James Davis, for street robbery; John Powney, for housebreaking; Bernard Angua, Thomas Fox, and Thomas Gale, for forging a note of 24 guineas; Anne Lewis, for forging a seaman's power of attorney; Antonio de Rosa, for the murder of Mr. Farquhar at Hoxton; Joseph Gerondino, for the murder of Christopher Alboni; Thomas Huddle, for returning from the transportation; John Andrews, for forgery; and Ann Wilson, for the murder of Anne Ellard. The Execution. On the 25th, Captain Lowry was executed at Execution Dock, pursuant to his sentence in the High Court of Admiralty, upon which occasion was the greatest concourse of spectators that ever was known. And though some of the meanest of the populace were ignorant and impudent enough to insult him as he was carried through the streets in a cart, he behaved with great temper, composure of countenance, and with a manly as well as Christian courage. He declared himself innocent of any intention of murder, said that he had just reason to punish the person for whose death he was to suffer, and that he gave no more than 5 or 6 stripes at the most, with the end of a rope, and that he believed his death was occasioned by drinking excessively of rum just before he ordered him to be tied up. On the place from whence he was turned off, he asked the officer in waiting if he had not a reprieve for him, and said he forgave his enemies. His body was carried directly down the water, and hung upon a gibbet in the galleons below Woolwich on the River Thames. The Trial, Confession, and Execution of John Swan and Elizabeth Jeffryes. who were found guilty at Chelmsford Assizes for the murder of a Mr. Joseph Jeffryes at Walthamstow in Essex on the 3rd of July, 1752. The trial. On Tuesday, March 10th, 1752, at the Assizes at Chelmsford, a bill of indictment was found by the grand jury for petit treason against John Swan for the cruel and wicked murder of his late master, Mr. Joseph Jeffryes, of Walthamstow, in the county of Essex, and against Elizabeth Jeffryes, spinster, niece of the deceased, for being aiding, helping, abetting, assisting, comforting, and maintaining him, the said John Swan, to commit the said murder. Guilty, death. The confession. On Thursday, the day after her conviction, Miss Jeffryes made a confession that what Matthews had swore was true, except that part of his being in the house at the time the pistol went off, and that she had had this murder in her thoughts for 2 years past, but never had a proper opportunity of getting it executed before, till she engaged Swan, and together with Swan she offered Matthews money to execute it, who agreed to do it, that upon the night the murder was committed, it was agreed between Swan and her that they should both go up to their chambers as if they were going to bed, and as soon as the maid had locked her door and was supposed to be in bed, Miss Jeffryes came out of her own room and went to Swan's and said, "Hullo, are you awake?" He answered yes, and he was not undressed. Then she went into her uncle's room to see if he was asleep, and took a silver tankard, a silver cup, and some silver spoons from off a chest of drawers in the deceased room. Then she and Swan went downstairs, and Swan took out a new sack from under the stairs, and she and Swan put the plate and some pewter and brass, which they took off the shelves in the kitchen, into the sack, till she said, "I can do no more." Swan and she then drank each a large dram of brandy. Then she went upstairs to her own chamber, where it was agreed she should undress herself, and lie till a signal was given by a knock at her door or wainscot that her uncle was murdered. Then she was to open her window and cry out, "Diaper, fire, and thieves," to alarm the neighbourhood. She further says, she accidentally fell asleep as soon almost as in bed, but on a sudden was waked by some noise and a fright, when she laid and listened, and heard a violent breathing or gasping, as if somebody was under a difficulty in drawing their breath. Then she concluded her uncle was murdered, and then opened her window and made the agreed alarm, directly after which she came downstairs, and Swan let her out of the street door in her shift, when she ran to Miss Diaper's door in the same courtyard. Swan then shut the street door, and as soon as he heard the neighbours were coming, and thought a sufficient alarm was made, he opened the street door again in his shirt, and ran out as if he was just come out of bed in a fright. She further says that previous to the executing this diabolical design, they had taken care to cut the wire of the bell on the outside, which went from the master's to the maid's room, to prevent his calling the maid. Swan says that he did not do the murder, but Matthews, who came in at the garden gate, which Swan left open for that purpose, actually did, with one of his deceased pistols, which was hanging up in the kitchen, and Swan cut a bullet, which he took out of a drawer in the kitchen to make it fit the pistol, and he was implacably against Miss Jeffryes for having made any confession of this melancholy and wicked affair. On Saturday, March 14th, they received sentence of death, and while the judge was making a moving and pathetic speech before the sentence, Miss Jeffryes fainted away several times, and at last recovered herself, prayed for as long a time as possible to prepare herself from a future state. The execution. On the 28th, Swan and Jeffryes were executed on Epping Forest, near the 6 milestone in the parish of Walthamstow. Swan was drawn on a sled, and Miss Jeffryes in a cart, in the midst of the greatest concourse of people of all ranks and conditions, in coaches, etc., on horseback, and afoot that ever had seen in the memory of man. At the place of execution, Swan was put into the same cart with Miss Jeffryes. She acknowledged to a gentleman, one of the jury there present, that her sentence was just. But being asked whether Matthews was in the house at the time the murder was committed, she said she believed he was not. She also added that she died in charity with all the world. Swan also confessed to the same gentleman that he committed the murder, and that he believed Matthews was not in the house at the time of the committing of the murder, but that he had been there just before. It was observed that these criminals did not so much as speak, touch, or look at one another during the whole time they were in the cart. Miss Jeffryes fainted when the halter was tied up, and again when placed in a chair, she being short, for the better conveniency of drawing away the cart. Miss Jeffryes' body was carried away in a hearse to be interred. Swan's body was immediately after cut down and hung in chains on the same gibbet. End of section 71. Section 72 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Division 4, Part 7. Execution of 6 unfortunate malefactors at Tyburn, yesterday morning, August 30, 1783. Yesterday, the 6 following malefactors were executed at Tyburn, viz. William Wynne Ryland, for publishing a bill of exchange purporting to be drawn at Fort Marlborough in the East Indies, with intent to defraud the Honourable East India Company in London. John Lloyd, otherwise John Fernando Lloyd, for a robbery in the dwelling house of John Martin. James Brown, alias Oatley, for burglary. Thomas Burgess, for robbing Thomas Toole in the Willow Walk, Tothill Fields, of a watch and money. James Rivers, alias Davis, for assaulting Nathaniel Thwaites at the house of Paul Mailer, agent in Broad Street, and stealing a bag containing 38 guineas. And John Edwards, for personating William Madden, a Marine, with intent to receive his prize money. Ryland and Lloyd went each in a mourning coach, and were followed by the others in 2 carts. Ryland, who led the procession, was dressed in black, and accompanied by the Reverend Mr. Villette, and 2 more persons. The gallows was fixed about 50 yards nearer the park wall than usual. About 5 minutes before 11 o'clock, Ryland's coach drew on the right of the gallows, as did Lloyd's on the left, and between them the cart, soon after which a violent storm of thunder, lightning, and rain came on, when the sheriffs gave order for a delay of the execution. When the storm had subsided, and some time had been employed in prayer, River was lifted from the cart into the other, which, backing to Lloyd's coach, he alighted therefrom, and entered the vehicle. After the ropes had been fixed about their necks, Ryland stepped from the coach to join his unhappy fellow sufferers. After a conversation of at least 10 minutes between Ryland and Mr. Villette, ordinary of Newgate, and the same time employed in an earnest discourse between Lloyd and Burgess, all the malefactors joined in singing the hymn called The Sinner's Lamentation. The cart was then driven away, and all were nearly at the same instant motionless. At the place of execution, Lloyd confessed to the ordinary of Newgate that he was the person who robbed Mr. Worters near Woodford in the company of Chesterman, alias Jones, who was executed last week at Chelmsford, and that Thomas, who is now under sentence of death at Chelmsford, is innocent of that robbery. 3 people swore that they saw Thomas in company with Chesterman a few minutes before and after the robbery, and 1 man positively swore that Thomas was one of the men who turned round to shoot at Mr. Jones, the surgeon who was pursuing them. Mr. Jones, in his evidence before Sir Sampson Wright, said that he did not believe that Thomas was one of the highwaymen, but had no doubt about Chesterman. The Reverend Mr. Villette requested Mr. Jones to attend yesterday morning in Newgate to hear Lloyd's confession. Mr. Jones did attend, and Lloyd in the most solemn manner assured him that he was the man who robbed Worters with Chesterman, and that Thomas was innocent of that robbery. Lamentations of a Sinner. O Lord, turn not thy face from me, who lie in woeful state, lamenting all my sinful life before thy mercy gate, a gate which opens wide to those that do lament their sin. Shut not that gate against me, Lord, but let me enter in, and call me not to strict account how I have sojourned here, for then my guilty conscience knows how vile I shall appear. I need not to confess my life to thee who best can tell what I have been and what I am. I know thou knowest it well. The circumstances of my crimes, their number and their kind, thou knowest them all, and more, much more, than I can call to mind. Therefore with tears I come to beg of my offended God for pardon, like a child that dreads his angry parent's rod. So come I to thy mercy gate, where mercy doth abound, imploring pardon for my sin, to heal my deadly wound. O Lord, I need not to repeat the comfort I would have. Thou knowest, O Lord, before I ask, the blessing I do crave. Mercy, good Lord, mercy I ask. This is the total sum. For mercy, Lord, is all my suit. Lord, let thy mercy come. Account of the trial and execution of John Austin. Convicted at the Old Bailey on Saturday, November 1st, 1783, of a cruel highway robbery on John Spicer, a poor man. This robbery was so peculiarly inhuman and aggravated that the circumstances attending it are too interesting to the public not to be given in the detail. Nor perhaps can the Old Bailey afford an instance more odious, or more reflecting on the depravity of human nature. John Spicer, the prosecutor of Cray in Kent, a poor labouring man, was coming to town on the Tuesday before, with his bundle, where he was a total stranger, in order to get into work, and met with the prisoner at Ilford, where they joined company, and travelled to town together. The prisoner, during their travelling together, sifted the prosecutor, and got out of him the nature of his journey, and what little property he was possessed of, undertook to get him a lodging, providing him a master, and to show him about London. After eating, drinking, and sleeping together on the road, at different places, they arrived in the town on Thursday, when the prisoner took Spicer to a public house in Whitechapel, and left him there, pretending to go out after lodging. Under this specious shew of friendship, Spicer was left for 3 or 4 hours, when a man whose name is Patrick Bowman, who also stands indicted, but is not yet taken, came to Spicer with a plausible apology for Austin's leaving him so long, and desired Spicer to go with him to Austin, who had got him lodging. This the credulous prosecutor assented to, and Bowman took him to another public house, where they joined Austin, and from there they all went out, as Spicer thought, towards the lodging. But when he found himself in the middle of a field, out of the high road by the side of a ditch, no house nearer, nor anything to be seen but the lights of some distant lamps, he observed that it was a very comical place to look after a lodging, upon which Austin retired a little, and Patrick Bowman drew a cutlass, with which he kept chopping at the hands, wrists, arms, body, and head of the prosecutor, and mangled him in a most shocking manner. Spicer resisted this attack, and would have got the better of Bowman, if Austin had not come up to Bowman's assistance. For when the poor wretch, thinking he had a firm friend in Austin, called out, "Oh, John, won't you come and help me?" John immediately seized him by the collar with one hand, the inside of his handkerchief, and with the other caught hold of his legs and threw him down. When they rifled him of the things mentioned in the indictment, Spicer cried out, "Oh, John, I hope you won't be against me." This cruel attack on the prosecutor happened to be overheard by one James Story, a servant to Mr. Wells, a gardener, who, rushing out to the poor man's assistance, Austin and Bowman made off, and Story ran after to apprehend them, and overtook them. But Bowman and Austin, facing about, one with a stick, the other with a cutlass, in order to attack him, he retreated to Spicer, whom he found in a most mangled condition, and took him to his master, from whence he was sent to the hospital without hopes of recovery. This was confirmed by Mr. Wells, who did everything in his power to comfort, assist, and stop the bleeding of the wounds. Early the next morning, Story saw the prisoner coming towards the spot where this brutal scene took place, and looking about him, Story asked him what he was looking for, to which Austin replied, for some money that had been lost there, upon which Story, who before had had some suspicions, apprehended Austin, and secured him in his master's stables. He was observed by Mr. Wells to secret a silk handkerchief and a pair of stockings in the rack, which turned out to be the prosecutor's property, and on Austin being shown to Spicer, was fixed on him. This was the evidence, except the prisoner's clothes being wet with blood when apprehended, which was proved by Story and Mr. Wells, and one Yardley, a constable, proved that Bowman and Austin has been companions on board the lighters together. Being called on for his defence, he said that he acted from the impulse of fear, and that he should not be assisted in the robbery but for the dread and threats of Bowman. The jury without hesitation found him guilty, and the recorder who tried the prisoner, first consulting with Byron Eyre and Judge Nares, said he thought the case of such a nature that he should immediately pass sentence of death. Austin, being asked the usual question of what he had to say why judgment of death should not be pronounced against him, replied, "I don't fear death, as I am not guilty, and shall die innocent." The recorder then addressed the prisoner as follows: "John Austin, you have been tried and convicted by a just and yet merciful jury, upon the most clear and satisfactory evidence. So horrid a crime as you have been guilty of, in its nature so audacious and inhumane, calls aloud for the very severe and immediate interposition of justice. It has been the declared intention of our merciful sovereign that he will never shew any compassion to such wretches as you, who add cruelty to robbery, and whose attacks on the property of his peaceable and honest subjects are accompanied with acts whereby the crime of murder may be added to that of robbery. Everybody must applaud a resolution founded on the strictest justice and necessity. It is peculiarly my duty to further his royal intentions by making my report of such criminals as you the first opportunity after conviction, and therefore to carry his Majesty's purpose into effect. I shall report you as a fit object of punishment with all possible speed. Your crime has been accompanied with every species of aggravation. Under the mask of friendship, you have robbed a poor innocent man, deluded by your treacherous designs and your false friendship. It is further aggravated by the baseness and inhumanity of your deceit, which cannot entitle you to any instance of mercy, but requires that you be made an example of immediate justice. On Monday, therefore, I shall make the report of you to his Majesty. I advise you to prepare your soul for that fate which I am now about to pronounce against you." The recorder then pronounced the usual sentence, and the prisoner was taken from the bar. The execution. Yesterday morning was executed at Tyburn John Austin, convicted last Saturday of robbing John Spicer in a field adjoining the highway at Bethnal Green, and cutting and wounding him in a cruel manner. From Newgate to Tyburn, the convict behaved with great composure. While the halter was tying, The unhappy wretch trembled in a very extraordinary manner, his whole frame appearing to be violently convulsed. The ordinary having retired from the cart, the convict addressed himself to the surrounding populace in the following words: "Good people, I request your prayers for the salvation of my departing soul. Let my example teach you to shun the bad ways I have followed. Keep good company, and mind the word of God." The cap being drawn over his face, he raised his hands and cried, "Lord, have mercy on me. Jesus, look down with pity on me. Christ, have mercy on my poor soul." And while uttering these exclamations, the cart was driven away. The noose of the halter having slipped to the back part of his neck, it was full 10 minutes before he was dead. End of section 72.
Section 73 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Division 4, Part 8. The trial and sentences of all the prisoners, which commenced on Wednesday the 11th of April, at Justice Hall in the Old Bailey, with an account of the pillory of John Lingard for perjury. On the 14th, the sessions ended at the Old Bailey, when 14 prisoners were tried, 7 were cast for transportation, and 7 acquitted. 7 received sentence of death. 1 transported for 14 years, 29 transported for 7 years, 2 branded, 3 whipped, 1 pilloried, imprisoned, and transported. John Lingard, pilloried for perjury. On the 18th, a few minutes after 12 at noon, Lingard, found guilty of perjury in swearing Mr. Coleman's life away, was brought from the new jail to the pillory near St. George's Church, Southwark, where the executioner was several minutes before he could get his head fixed. As soon as he had done his business and left the scaffold, the people, who universally expressed their detestation and abhorrence of the criminal, began their attack upon him in a very furious manner, by throwing at him mud, stones, and sticks, so that it was imagined he would not get off alive. However, the mob, which was very great, moderated their rage, and though the pelting never entirely ceased, it at last considerably abated. He got his head twice out of the hole, but it was soon fixed again by some who used him but roughly. He waved his hands in a suppliant manner, begging for mercy, and though he had a tin skull plate under his cap, he was cut in the left side of his head, and the blood ran down his face. He was taken down in a dirty condition, about 1:15, and had not been kept in the pillory above half an hour. This perjured villain formerly kept a public house near Newington, in Surrey, was a marshal's court officer, and frequently employed as crier of the court. Trial and execution of John Hogan for murder, January 13, 1786. The trial. In the course of the trial on Friday the 13th of Hogan, the mulatto, for the murder of the servant maid of Mr. Orrell, of Charlotte Street, Portland Place, the following circumstances appeared: that as soon as Mr. and Mrs. Orrell got into their house, the latter found her servant reclining against the wall of the kitchen, besmeared with blood, and on screaming out, Mr. Orrell ran into the kitchen, and seeing the girl in this situation, said, "Nanny, for God's sake, what have you been doing?" She, however, being unable to make any answer, Mr. Orrell alarmed his next-door neighbour, and a surgeon was sent for, who, however, pronounced her too much wounded to recover. She was, however, sent to an hospital, where she expired. Her head-dress had been entirely torn off, and thrown on the ground, which was covered with blood, as were her handkerchief, gown, etc. Her skull was fractured violently. Her left eye was beaten almost out of its socket. Her cheekbones were both broken. Her chin was cut, her neck and throat both cut, several wounds on her breast, particularly a large circular one. Her left arm broke, and her right arm and wrist both cut. The instrument with which the wounds had been made was a razor, and notwithstanding it had been thrown into a fire, the spots of blood were not erased. It appeared in the course of the evidence that on the prisoner, after very strong suspicions had been formed of his guilt, being taken to the body of the deceased, he appeared not in the least agitated, but putting his hand on her breast, said, "My dear Nanny, I do remember you very well. I never did you harm in my life?" These expressions very forcibly added to the suspicions of his guilt, because her face was so exceedingly cut and mangled, that Mr. Orrell declared he himself could not possibly have known her. Two other circumstances which tended to criminate him were a spot of blood on a waistcoat which he wore, and some slight marks of blood on one of the sleeves of his coat, which coat had been washed, though the blood on the sleeve remained, and an effort seemed to have been made, but in vain, to rub out the spot of blood from the waistcoat. The principal evidence against him was the woman with whom he cohabited, who deposed that he brought her home a cloak, which he said he had bought on condition of paying for at the rate of so much a week. The cloak was produced in court, and Mrs. Orrell swore to it as her property. The deponent further said that after Hogan had been twice taken before a magistrate, and discharged for want of sufficient evidence, he at intervals appeared to me very uneasy, that, particularly, he could not sleep in his bed; that she finding him thus restless, said to him one night, "For God's sake, what is the matter with you? Surely you are not guilty of what you have been taken up for?" That his answer was, "Yes, I am guilty, I did it." She then was much troubled in mind, and apprehended fatal consequences to herself from having been connected with him, particularly as he said to her, "You must say nothing, you must be quiet, for if I be hanged, you will be hanged with me." The circumstances which afterwards providently contributed, in conjunction with the above, to lead to the discovery of the horrid deed, are well known to the public. It is only necessary to observe that on the last mentioned evidence asking him why he had murdered the young woman, he answered, "Because he wanted to be great with her, and she resisted him." The razor with which the murder was committed was produced in court, and the heart of every spectator shuddered at its appearance. The Execution. On Monday morning Hogan was executed on a gibbet erected opposite Mr. Orrell's house. A great concourse of people attended the execution, but it has been seldom seen that a malefactor has died so little pitied as Hogan. Before being turned off, the prisoner bowed 4 times to the populace, and in an audible voice confessed himself guilty of the murder, for which he was to suffer. The Trial, Confession, and Execution of Joseph Richards, for the cruel and wicked murder of Walter Horseman. The Trial. Old Bailey, February 24th, 1786. Joseph Richards was arraigned for the wilful murder of Walter Horseman, milkman, in Kentish Town. The deceased widow deposed that the prisoner was formerly a servant to her husband, that he was discharged for negligence, that he had frequently threatened vengeance on the deceased, that on the morning the murder was committed she was awakened by a noise, and on entering the room her husband slept in, she found him sitting up in the bed, and as far as his waist in blood; that a stick which the prisoner had cut some time before lay in the room, and an iron bar covered with blood; that her husband was mangled in a shocking manner; he lingered a few days, and died a shocking spectacle. 4 other witnesses were examined, whose testimony proved certain corroborating circumstances, such as, being from his lodging the night the murder was committed, being seen to melt lead, and to pour it into the stick that was found in the deceased's room, etc. The prisoner confessed the murder to one of the magistrates who committed him for trial, but pleaded not guilty at the bar. The jury, after a few minutes' consideration, brought in their verdict guilty. Mr. Recorder pronounced judgment. He said the voice of innocent blood cried to heaven for vengeance. He dwelt upon the atrociousness of the crime of murder, observing that the divine law had ordained that whoever sheddeth men's blood, etc., and then expatiated on the peculiar circumstances of the murder of an innocent master, to whom he owed duty and reverence. The sentence was then passed as usual, that he be hanged till dead, and anatomized; and an order of the court was made out, to execute him on Monday at Kentish Town, as near as possible to the house of the deceased. The Execution. Joseph Richards, a youth about 18, who was convicted on Friday last for the wilful murder of Walter Horseman, with whom he lived servant, was executed at Kentish Town, opposite the house where the horrid fact was perpetrated. The malefactor came out of Newgate about 20 minutes before 8 o'clock, and with some alertness stepped into the cart, which conveyed him through Smithfield, Cow Cross, and by the 2 smallpox hospitals to the spot where he was removed from that society of which he had proved himself a most unworthy member, at a time of life when such atrocity of guilt as he possessed has been seldom known to degrade humanity. In his way to the place of execution, the convict appeared to be in a state of mind bordering upon stupefaction. He had no book, nor did he employ the short remnant of time in those preparations for eternity which his miserable situation rendered so indispensably necessary. Before being turned off, the prisoner desired to see the widow of the deceased. She was sent for to her house, but was gone to London. He declared he had no accomplice in the fact, and that he was induced to the perpetration thereof by the supposition that after the decease of his master he should succeed to his business as milkman. Just before coming to the village he burst into tears, and when he came to the place of execution, wept bitterly; his expressions of sorrow and contrition being only interrupted by fervent appeals to heaven for mercy till the last moment of his existence. End of section 73. Section 74 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Division 4, Part 9. Old Bailey Intelligence. Execution of 6 unfortunate malefactors, and the barbarous execution and burning of Phoebe Harris for coining silver, on the 21st of June, 1786. The following male convicts, viz., Edward Griffiths, George Woodward, William Watts, Daniel Keefe, Jonathan Harwood, and William Smith, were executed pursuant to their sentence on the scaffold usually erected opposite Newgate. They were brought out at 7:30 in the morning, and the platform dropped about 8 o'clock. Woodward was so exceedingly weak that he was obliged to sit down till the executioner had tied up the rest, and was then supported by 2 men. The barbarous execution and burning of Phoebe Harris. Soon after the above execution, Phoebe Harris, convicted the session before last of coining silver, was brought out at the debtor's door, from whence she walked to a stake fixed in the ground, about halfway between the scaffold and Newgate Street. She was immediately tied by the neck to an iron bolt fixed near the top of the stake, and after praying very fervently for a few minutes, the steps on which she stood were drawn away, and she immediately became suspended. The executioner, with some assistants, put a chain round her body, which was fastened by strong nails to the stake. 2 cartloads of faggots were then piled round her, and after she had hung about half an hour, the fire was kindled. The flames presently burning the halter, the convict fell a few inches, and was then suspended by the iron chain passed over her chest and affixed to the stakes. Some scattered remains of the body were perceptible in the fire at 10:30 o'clock. The fire had not quite burnt out even at 12. The unhappy woman was so exceedingly affected on Monday night, that it was generally supposed, and indeed wished, that she could not have survived. Phoebe Harris was a well-made little woman, something more than 30 years of age, of a pale complexion, and not of disagreeable features. When she came out of prison she appeared languid and terrified, and trembled greatly as she advanced to the stake, where the apparatus for the punishment she was about to experience seemed to strike her mind with horror and consternation, to the exclusion of all power of recollectedness in preparation for the approaching awful moment. A great concourse of people attended on the melancholy occasion. The jail delivery and the trials and sentences of all the prisoners at the Old Bailey sessions, together with a full account of the execution of 15 unfortunate convicts. The April sessions ended at the Old Bailey on the 25th, when 13 convicts received judgment of death. 60 were sentenced to be transported, 2 of whom, for stripping children, are to be sent to Africa, the other women to New South Wales, 8 to be imprisoned in Newgate, 1 to hard labor in the House of Correction, 5 to be whipped, and 31 discharged by proclamation. Elizabeth Kirvan, a convict for forgery, whose execution was respited on her plea of pregnancy, is referred to her former judgment, she not being pregnant. The sessions of the peace is adjourned till Monday the 21st day of May next, at Guildhall, and the sessions of jail delivery of Newgate until Wednesday the 23rd day of the same month, at the Old Bailey. April 26, Executions. The following 15 convicts were brought out of Newgate on the platform erected before the debtors' door, and executed pursuant to their sentence, viz., Francis Parr, for personating Isaac Hart, the proprietor of £3,900 3 per cent. Consolidated annuities, with intent to defraud the said Isaac Hart and the Governor and Company of the Bank of England; William Trapshaw, for breaking open, in the daytime apartments of James Linney, in a house let to several tenants, and stealing a linen gown and an apron, no person being then therein; Joseph Mulligan, James Coleman, and John Williamson Halfe, for breaking and entering the dwelling house of Joseph Stokes, in the parish of St. Catherine, and stealing a sheet, a blanket, and other things; Charles Baker, for breaking and entering the dwelling house of William Watson, in the parish of St. Matthew, Bethnal Green, and stealing several small casks containing a quantity of spirituous liquors; William Dwyer, for feloniously and traitorously counterfeiting the current coin of this kingdom, called sixpences, by colouring certain pieces of brass with a certain liquid composition producing the colour of silver; Charles Shaw, for assaulting John Hughes on the highway in St. Paul's churchyard, and robbing him of a silver watch, etc.; John Walker and John Evans, for assaulting William Stevenson on the highway, in Old Street, and robbing him of a silver watch, 2 guineas and a half, some silver, and $1; Elizabeth Sedgwick, for setting fire to the premises of her master, Mr. John Taylor, at Feltham Hill, Middlesex; Michael Daly and Elizabeth Connolly, for stealing in the dwelling house of Mrs. Catherine Plomer, in Howland Street, Oxford Road, a gold watch, a silver watch, several articles of plate, and a quantity of wearing apparel; John Poussarque Dubois, for breaking into the dwelling house of John Grant, in Cockspur Street, and stealing a gold watch, a silver watch, a metal watch, and other things; and John Adamson, for assaulting Samuel Horne on the highway near the Opera House, in the Haymarket, and taking from him, by force, a metal watch in a shagreen case. They all behaved very penitent. D. W. Murcutt, Printer, Stationer, etc., Long Acre, London. Execution of 8 convicts on the new scaffold for executing criminals in the Old Bailey. April 24, 1787. Yesterday morning the following convicts were executed on the newly invented temporary scaffold, placed before the debtors' door of Newgate: John Byrne, Daniel Gunter, James Francis, and John Green, convicted in January sessions; and William Ludlam, William Oakes, John Bishop, alias John Buller, and James Haylock, alias Hullock, formerly a runner at a public office, convicted in February sessions. After divine service in the chapel of Newgate, the prisoners were brought out of the jail, and 6 of them having joined the ordinary in devout prayer, and chaunted the usual psalm, the others, being 2 Roman Catholics, were attended by a priest of that persuasion. At 9 o'clock the platform dropped, and in a few moments they showed no signs of life. They were fervent in their devotions, and all of them appeared to die sincerely penitent. The scaffold on which these miserable people suffered is a temporary machine, which was drawn out of the yard of the Sessions House by horses. It had this day only 1 beam fixed, and upon a bolt being drawn, the platform dropped, leaving the malefactors suspended in a manner similar to that of the scaffold lately in use. After the convicts were cut down, the gallows was drawn back to the Sessions House yard, and the whole cleared away in half an hour's time. An account of the new invented scaffold for executing criminals in the Old Bailey. We imagine that an accurate representation of the new mode of executing criminals in the Old Bailey, which does so much honour to the present worthy sheriffs, will hardly fail of giving satisfaction to such at least as do not reside near the metropolis. The whole of this temporary erection is hung in black. The criminals are attended by the proper officers and the ordinary of Newgate, from their cells to the centre part of the scaffold, which is a platform raised about 2 or 3 inches above the general floor, and directly under the gallows. Here, after the usual prayers and solemnities, the rope is tied up, and, at the sheriff's signal, the executioner pulls away a staple, which loosens a bar that supports the platform, and the platform then falls in; and this, being much more sudden and regular than that of a cart being drawn away, has the effect of immediate death. During the whole time of this awful spectacle, a full-toned bell, which is suspended above the roof of this part of the prison, is solemnly tolled; but as it is fixed so far on the roof as not to be in sight, it does not appear. The scaffold is supported by strong posts, fixed into grooves made in the street, and the whole is temporary, being all calculated to take to pieces which are preserved within the prison. End of section 74. Section 75 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Division 4, Part 10. Full account of the execution of 5 unfortunate sailors, viz., Michael Cox, Martin Ely, John Sullivan, Robert McLaurin, and William Morris; and his most gracious Majesty's royal pardon of John Flint, George Wythick, John Lawson, and William Handy; and the sentence passed on Captain Affleck, late of the Amethyst. At Sheerness, on the 8th day of the month, at about 9 o'clock in the morning, the signal for execution was made on board of the Defiance man of war by firing a gun, and hoisting a yellow flag at the foretopgallant masthead. A lieutenant, in a boat manned and armed, was sent from each ship to witness the awful scene. The crews of the respective ships were called on deck, and the articles of war read to them by their captains, who afterwards warned them to take examples from the fate of the unhappy men who were about to suffer. The Reverend Dr. Hatherall, chaplain of the Sandwich, administered the sacrament to all of them, except Michael Cox and Martin Ely, who were Roman Catholics. After praying with them for some time, they were brought on deck, and the ropes fixed around their necks, when John Flint, George Wythick, John Lawson, and William Handy were made acquainted that his Majesty had been pleased to pardon them. Handy, who had a wife and child on board, immediately ran down to her, and fainted in her arms, which presented a most affecting scene. The tear of thankfulness and joy adorned the cheeks of the hardy tars, and Lawson, addressing the clergyman, said, "I am afraid I shall never again be so well prepared for eternity." At 11:15, the signal for the execution of the remainder was made, by firing a gun, when Michael Cox, Robert McLaurin, John Sullivan, Martin Ely, and William Morrison were launched into eternity. After hanging the usual time, their bodies were sent on shore, to the agent at sick quarters, for interment. These unhappy men suffered for a mutiny on board the Defiance, then in Leith Roads, in the month of October last. Portsmouth, March 16th, 1796. The following is the sentence passed yesterday at Portsmouth on Captain Thomas Affleck, late of the Amethyst frigate, for the loss of that ship. That the loss of His Majesty's ship Amethyst was occasioned by her striking on a rock near the island of Guernsey, and by a hole being thereby beaten in her bottom, and that the same was attributable to the misconduct of the said captain, Thomas Affleck, and the court do adjudge him to be reduced from his rank on the list of post-captains to the bottom of the said list, and to be incapable of being again employed in His Majesty's naval service for the remainder of his life. And the court further agree that the loss of the said ship was not attributable to any misconduct in any other of the officers or company of the said ship, and do adjudge them to be acquitted." W. Parker, Printer, Portsmouth and Gosport. The Trial and Execution of Martin Clinch and Samuel Mackley, for the wicked murder of Mr. Fryer in Islington Fields. The Trial. At the Old Bailey, Martin Clinch and Samuel Mackley were capitally convicted of the wilful murder of Mr. Fryer, in the parish of St. Mary, Islington. It appears by the evidence that the deceased and his cousin, Miss Fryer, were walking across the fields on their way from Southampton Buildings, Holborn, towards Islington; that, when they arrived at the field called the Cricket Field, near White Conduit House, they heard a noise, as of some person in distress. This induced the deceased to go to the spot. At this time Miss Fryer, the principal witness on this occasion, was at some distance from him. By the time she came to the stile, which she had crossed on his way to the place, she saw Clinch fire, when the deceased fell into a small pond. Clinch then took his watch out of his fob, and a sum of money out of his pocket. By the time Miss Fryer had got on the other side of the stile, when the prisoner, Mackley, held a pistol to her head, and took her cloak from her. They then went away, and Mr. Fryer was taken to a house at a short distance from the spot, where he died at 11 o'clock the same evening. The evidence in support of the above statement, as given by Miss Fryer, was clear, artless, and unembarrassed. When asked if she really believed Clinch to be the man who shot Mr. Fryer, she said she believed from her soul he was. With regard to Mackley, she seemed not quite so positive. Several witnesses, however, proved his being seen in the same field within a few minutes of the time the murder happened, all who had noticed him on account of his having red hair. The prisoners being called on for their defence, they only said they were innocent, but could give no account where they were at the time the murder was committed. The jury went out for about half an hour, and returned with a verdict, guilty. The sessions being ended, the same were adjourned until Wednesday, May 12, 1797. The Execution. Yesterday morning were executed at the front of Newgate Martin Clinch and Samuel Mackley, for the daring robbery and cruel murder of Mr. Fryer in Islington Fields. An extremely disagreeable circumstance occurred shortly before the period which is usually allowed to men in their unfortunate situation. The floor of the scaffold, from some previous misarrangement, gave way, and precipitated into the area of the apparatus Messrs. Villette and Gaffey, the latter a Catholic priest, who attended Clinch, and the two executioners. Mr. Sheriff Staines had himself a very narrow escape. Mr. Gaffey, being a lusty man, was severely hurt, as were both the executioners. Mr. Villette escaped with a slight bruise. The two unfortunate malefactors swung off with their distorted features exposed to the view of the distressed spectators. By the laudable activity of Mr. Ramsden, the prison surgeon, however, the cap was drawn over their faces afterwards. Their bodies were removed to a proper place for the purposes of dissection and exposure. They both denied to the last moment having had any concern in the murder. Pitts, Printer, Toy and Marble Warehouse, 6 Great Street, Andrew Street, London. An account of the court-martial, sentence, and execution of Richard Parker for mutiny, held on board His Majesty's ship the Neptune, lying in the River Thames off Greenhithe. The court was formed on Thursday, June 22, 1797, and the prisoner was charged with making, and having endeavoured to make, a mutiny among the seamen of His Majesty's ship at the Nore, with having caused assemblies of these seamen to meet frequently, and with having behaved himself contemptuously toward and disobeyed his officers. Captain Moss of the Sandwich was the prosecutor, and after the whole of the evidence had been gone through, the prisoner was ordered to withdraw, and the court was cleared for the purpose of leaving the members to deliberate on the sentence. In 2 hours and a half the court was reopened, and the prisoner being called in, the sentence of the court was read by the judge advocate to the following purport: "That Richard Parker do suffer death, and to be hanged by the neck on board of one of His Majesty's ships, and at such time as the Lords of the Admiralty may think proper." On Friday, June 30, at 8 o'clock in the morning, a gun was fired from on board His Majesty's ship L'Espion, flying off Sheerness Garrison, Vice Admiral Lutwidge's flagship, and the yellow flag, the signal of capital punishment, was hoisted, which was immediately repeated by the Sandwich hoisting the same colour on her foretop. At 8:30 Parker was told the chaplain was ready to attend him. He now requested a minute to collect himself, and knelt down in prayer, then, rising up, said, "I am ready," and holding his head up, said to the boatswain's mate, "Take off my handkerchief," which being done, the provost marshal placed the halter over his head, which had been prepared with grease, but doing it awkwardly, the prisoner said rather pettishly to the boatswain's mate, "Do you do it, for he seems to know nothing about it." The halter was then spliced to the reeved rope. All this being adjusted, the marshal attempted to put a cap on, which he refused, but on being told it was indispensable, he submitted, requesting it might not be pulled over his eyes till he desired it. He then turned round for the first time, and gave a steady look at his shipmates on the forecastle, and, with an affectionate kind of a smile, nodded his head, and said, "Good-bye to you." He now said, "Captain Moss, is the gun primed?" "It is." "Is the match alight?" "All is ready." He now ascended the platform, repeated the same questions about the gun, then the cap being drawn over his face, walking by firm degrees up to the extremity of the scaffold, he dropped the handkerchief, put his hands in his coat pocket with great rapidity, and at the moment as he was springing off, the fatal bow gun fired, and the reeve rope catching him, run him up, though not with great velocity, to the yard arm. When suspended about midway, his body appeared extremely convulsed for a few seconds, immediately after which no appearance of life remained. He suffered exactly at 9:30, and was lowered down, after hanging at the yard arm a full hour, when the yellow flag was struck, and his body instantly put into a shell that had been prepared for it, with all his clothes on, and soon after it was taken in one of the Sandwich's boats and rowed to the east point of the garrison, and there being landed was carried to the new naval burying ground, out of the Red Barrier Gate leading to Minster. The coffin lid was here taken off to the spectators for a few minutes. His countenance appeared not much altered, but his eyes were wide open. He was interred exactly at noon. His body was afterward secretly taken up and conveyed to London, and decently interred in Whitechapel churchyard. The Death of Parker. Ye gods above, protect the widow, and with pity look on me. Help me out of trouble, and out of all calamity. For by the death of my brave Parker, fortune has proved to me unkind. Though doomed by law he was to suffer, I can't erase him from my mind. Parker, he was my joyful husband, my bosom friend I love so dear. At the awful moment he was going to suffer, I was not allowed to come near. In vain I strove, in vain I asked, 3 times o'er and o'er again. But they replied, you must be denied, you must return on shore again. First time I tempted my love to see, I was obliged to go away, oppressed with grief and broken-hearted, to think that they should me stay. I thought I saw the yellow flag flying, a signal for those who was to die. A gun was fired as they required, as the time it did draw nigh. The boatswain did his last endeavour to get me on shore without delay, when I stood trembling and confounded, ready to take his body away. Though his trembling hand did wave, as a signal of farewell, the grief I suffered at this moment, no heart can paint, no tongue can tell. My fleeting spirit I thought would follow the soul of him I loved most dear. No friend or neighbour could come nigh me, for to ease me of grief or care. Every moment I thought an hour, till the law its course had run. I wished to finish the doleful task his imprudence first began. In the dead of night 'tis silent, and all the world are fast asleep. My trembling heart that knows no comfort, o'er his grave does often weep. Each lingering minute that passes brings me nearer to his grave, where we shall shine in endless glory, never to be parted more. Farewell, Parker, thou bright genius, that was once my only pride. Though parted now, it won't be long ere I'm buried by thy side. All you that see my tender ditty, don't laugh at me in disdain, but look down with eyes of pity, for it is my only claim. Pitts, Printer, Toy and Marble Warehouse, 9, Great Street, Andrew Street, 7 Dials. End of section 75. Section 76 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Division 4, Part 11. Trial and Execution of Mary Knott, for the dreadful murder of a French immigrant, and the Trial and Execution of Richard Ludman and Eleanor Hughes, for the murder of George Hebner in a brothel. Mary Knott was tried at the Old Bailey for the wilful murder of the Count de Greffier de Laval, a French emigrant. It appeared in evidence that she had the care of a house which was let out in lodgings in Monmouth Court, Whitcomb Street, the front room on the first floor of which was occupied by the Count. The lodger in the room adjoining, not hearing the Count as usual, had, for several mornings, inquired after him. When the prisoner said she supposed he was gone into the country with a French man and woman who used to call on him, but had not been there since his absence, for she had not seen him; that the key was not in his door, and, upon looking through the keyhole, she observed the room was just as she left it. To another witness, who had called to see the Count, she said that he had gone out very early that morning, and that she did not expect him home till it was late. Some doubts, however, arising from his absence, a ladder was procured, perfectly with the consent of the prisoner, to look into the room of the deceased; and upon the person's calling out that there was a man upon the bed, she cried out that she would not have remained there last night if she had known there was a man dead in the house, and upon which she in fact alarmed the neighbourhood. A smith was sent for, and the door forced open. The deceased was found lying on the bed with all his clothes on but his coat. He was wrapped up in the bedclothes, and pillows covered his head. There was a great deal of blood in the room. A wound was observed in the neck, and the body was nearly in a state of putrefaction. A woman who lived in an opposite house, and who had observed the prisoner shut one of the windows, which prevented her seeing into the prisoner's room on the day the murder was supposed to have been committed, went up with her at the time the door was opened, and observing his right-hand pocket was turned out, said, "He has been robbed," to which the prisoner instantly replied, "He did it himself." Upon this witness made a similar remark that he must have been murdered, she again said, "He did it himself," and upon her noticing a wash-hand basin with some water in it tinged with blood, as if some person had rinsed their hands therein, the prisoner said, "It is not strange at all. What do you come here to raise suspicion for?" Another neighbor had heard a scream about 2 o'clock on that day, but could not say whence it came. The deceased was seen coming toward home between 12 and 1 o'clock, and as a lodger in the next room went home as early as 5, the supposition was that the murder had been committed in that time. The surgeon who examined the body swore positively there was no wound on the side of the deceased, but that the raised skin, supposed to be such, was from the putrefaction; nor would he undertake to say what was the cause of his death, although a considerable quantity of blood might have issued from the wound on his neck. Beside this testimony, which included all that related to the prisoner, it appeared that the deceased's portmanteau had been cut, that there was a knife upon the table, which was by no means bloody, that in his left-hand pocket he had a knife and a key, the latter of which opened a drawer, wherein were several pieces of French coin and 3 guineas; that the deceased had been possessed of a very considerable property in France, and upon emigrating to this country, an agent in the city had allowed him £20 per month; but affairs taking such a turn there, that pittance had been stopped, and he was so reduced that a friend had forced upon him the loan of 4 guineas; he having no other clothes than those on his back. The prisoner denied the charge generally, and called 3 persons to her character, one of whom said she was of so humane a disposition, that if a worm lay in her way, she would turn aside rather than do it an injury. The jury returned a verdict of guilty. She is aged 63. Richard Ludman, Ann Rhodes, Eleanor Hughes, and Mary Baker were likewise indicted for the murder of George Hebner. This murder was committed in King Street, East Smithfield, in one of those obscure receptacles of debauchery with which this metropolis abounds. The body of the deceased was found on the morning of Sunday, the 22nd of May, suspended by the neck from a bed-post, on a room on the 2nd floor, with his hands tied behind his back. It was proved that the 4 prisoners were in the house, which belonged to Eleanor Hughes, on the evening of Saturday the 21st, and next morning. They were seen, and some of their conversations heard, by 2 women who lived in an adjoining house. This house was separated from that in which the deceased was found by only a lath partition, perforated in several places, and the holes and crevices affording a distinct view of almost all the apartments of the latter. The manner in which the hands of the deceased were bound with a piece of tape was described in the court. The knot that had been used was what seamen call a timber hitch, and it was obviously such could not have been done by himself. There was no direct and positive proof of the guilt of the prisoners, but there was a chain of most suspicious circumstances pointing strongly against Ludman and Hughes. The Lord Chief Baron summed up the evidence with great precision, candour, and humanity. It was on the expressions used by the prisoners that the proof chiefly rested, and his lordship nicely discriminated between those which seemed to arise from surprise, on the discovery of the situation of the deceased, and those which could be supposed to proceed only from a knowledge of the murder. The jury returned a verdict, finding Richard Ludman and Eleanor Hughes guilty; Ann Rhodes and Mary Baker not guilty. Eleanor Hughes pleaded pregnancy, to stay the execution of her sentence; on which a jury of matrons was collected and sworn to examine her, and report their opinion to the court. They retired with the prisoner about half an hour, and at their return declared her to be "with child, but not quick with child." The Execution. Yesterday, Mary Knott, convicted of the murder of Le Comte de Laval, an emigrant nobleman, and also Richard Ludman and Eleanor Hughes, convicted of the murder of George Hebner, were executed on a temporary platform in the Old Bailey, before the jail of Newgate, pursuant to their sentence, after which the bodies were delivered at Surgeons' Hall for dissection. John Clark, Printer, Swan Street, Minories, London. Execution of James Nesbitt for the horrible murder of Mr. Parker and his housekeeper. This wretched criminal surrendered his life today to the outraged laws of his country, from the complication of crimes of which he was convicted, and from the probability that the murder of Mr. Parker and his housekeeper was not the first instance in which he had been guilty of a violation of the laws, great curiosity prevailed to witness his execution, in the expectation that, if he had not previously made any confession, he would in his last moments be induced to reveal the particulars of his guilt. After his family had taken leave of him, he made a full confession of his guilt. Some of the particulars which he communicated are said to be very important, and the whole of his statement is, for the present, kept strictly secret. Various rumors are, of course, in circulation regarding the nature of his confession, to which it would be equally improper to give publicity, whether they be ill or well founded. After his mind had been disburdened of the load of guilt which had pressed so heavily on it, he became more composed, and joined in the exercises of devotion with more fixed attention, and apparently with a greater degree of intelligence than he had hitherto evinced. On Sunday night he slept for more than 2 hours, and this morning he was more tranquil than usual. The Reverend Mr. Harker, whose humane exertions in administering to him the consolations of religion have all along been unremitted, attended him at 6 o'clock, and remained with him till 8. He returned again at 9 o'clock to assist him in preparing for the last awful trial of his fortitude. At 11:15 the unhappy culprit was placed in a waggon, to be drawn to the place of execution, on Pennenden Heath, about a mile from Maidstone Gaol. The executioner was placed by his side, and 2 officers with loaded carbines were also seated in the waggon, fronting the criminal. His dress was the same that he had worn during his trial, consisting of a blue coat, a yellow waistcoat, a white neckcloth, and top boots. The procession moved slowly towards the heath, the criminal frequently turned up his eyes to heaven, and ejaculating, "O Lord, have mercy upon me! Christ, have mercy upon me!" About 100 yards from the prison gate his mother caught his eye in the crowd. He did not appear to be much moved at seeing her, but bent his head to one of the officers who sat before him, and said, "Mind, tell Mr. Bowen to do something for my family." The procession arrived at the place of execution about 10 minutes before 12, and the waggon was drawn up along the side of the scaffold. The chaplain then joined the criminal in prayer, and the stillest silence pervaded the immense crowd, who stood uncovered while the service was reading. The criminal, who had knelt down by Mr. Harker's side, joined in the prayers with as much fervour as his agitation would permit. His hands were clasped together and uplifted, and his eyes were sometimes directed downwards to the book in the chaplain's hand, as if he did not understand what was read. Occasionally they were turned up to heaven, but during the greater part of the time they wandered unconsciously over the crowd, without any definite direction. When the devotions were closed, and the criminal was about to be removed from the waggon, he observed near him Mr. Hay, the barrack master of Woolwich, and said he wished to speak to him. Mr. Hay came forward and said, "For God's sake, Nesbitt, be sincere. Consider what you are about, and tell the truth." He replied, "I have told the truth already, and nothing but the truth, My family knows nothing of my guilt, and I hope you will do something for them." Mr. Hay asked him if he had confessed his guilt, and he replied, "I have confessed it to another person." He then mounted the stage with a firm step, and the executioner proceeded to put a cap over his eyes, and to adjust the rope round his neck. Having seen Mr. Bowen of Woolwich near the scaffold, he called to him and said, "Mr. Bowen, I hope you will have some regard for my family. Poor things! They are innocent. None that belongs to me know anything of my doings." Mr. Bowen called to him to confess his crime, on which he replied, "I have made all the confession I had to make. That will be known after I am gone. The people is convenient that has it. It is enough for one person to know." At 5 minutes after 12 o'clock the fatal signal was given. He did not seem to suffer more than 1 minute. The body, after hanging the usual time, was cut down, and conveyed in a shell to Messrs. Day and Watmans to be anatomized, pursuant to his sentence. Previously to his trial, Nesbit had prepared the following declaration, in his own handwriting, to be delivered to Mr. Hay, the barrack master of Woolwich, an intelligent and humane gentleman, who was anxious to have it ascertained that the family of the murder were not implicated in his guilt. Maidstone, the 24th of July, 1820. This is the truth, as I have God to meet it in the next world. Let me be guilty or not, none of my family, father or mother, wife or children, or any relation of mine, knows whether I am guilty or not of the crime that is laid to my charge, that is, the murder of Mr. Parker and his housekeeper, or any other part of that crime that is laid to my charge, or any other crime that is laid to me, as God has my soul in his charge this day to try my guilt, that is the truth, and I hope no one will cast it up to my wife or children, for they do not deserve it. I sign this to be truth. James Nesbit. Addressed for Mr. Hay, Barrack Master, Woolwich, Kent. Endorsed in the handwriting of Mr. Hay, but the dictation of the prisoner. As I have this Bible in my hand, and God to meet, I declare the contents of this paper are true. James Nesbit. Witness, Stephen Page, turnkey. Maidstone Gaol, 26th July, 1820. J. Catnach, Printer, Monmouth Court. End of section 76. Section 77 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Division 4, Part 12. The sentences of all the prisoners which commenced on Wednesday, 11th September, 1822, before Justice Hall, Mr. Baron Graham, Mr. Justice Best, and Mr. Justice Richardson, the Lord Mayor, Recorder, and Sheriffs of London, Mr. Alderman Ansley, etc. In the Old Bailey. Death. Richard Mitford, alias Captain Stracey, for forgery. William Adams, for cutting and maiming. William Callahue, for returning from transportation. Samuel Wilson, Isaac Knight, and James Simpson, for horse stealing. Samuel Greenwood, John Bridgman, Robert Ramsey, Thomas Gordon, William Milton, and John Levy, for highway robbery. Thomas Hayes, William Williams, Joseph Williams, Francis Waddle, Mary Gingell, Daniel Coltrell, John Brown, Walter Blanchard, Alexander Brown, Frank Purdon, William Corbett, alias Watson, Charles Robinson, and Joseph Mackerel, for stealing in dwelling houses. William Redding, for burglary. Edmund Mustow, James Gardner, William Bright, and George Virginton, for robbing near the highway. And John Partier, John Roberts, and Stephen Toole, for burglary. During the time the recorder was passing sentence of death, the culprits behaved with great propriety. The prisoner R. Mitford, alias Captain Stracey, for forgery, was attired in a very elegant manner, His youthful and very gentlemanly appearance interested everyone present in his lamentable situation. He is the son of a clergyman. Holland, King, and North for an unnatural crime. Transported for life. John Boyle, Cornelius Redding, Joseph Haybury, John Lewis, Thomas Trinder, William Smith, John Strange, and Thomas Harris for 14 years. Thomas Luby, T.L. Robinson for 7 years. William Gerard, Matthew Fennett, James Hicker, James Nicholas Moore, Eliza Davis, David Davis, otherwise Bernard, Rosina Davis, Thomas Long, James Moore, Julia Witherell, Mary Mushton, Christopher Gromer, Edward Fordham, Harriet Wise, Thomas Jeffts, William Needham, Edward Ford, Sarah West, James Harris, George King, Elizabeth Boole, Mary Smith, James Kelleran, William Tuck, John Mackay, George Hilsey, Luke Higgins, Joseph Hunt, George Wiggis, William Juppinen, John Williams, John Card, Hedges, and Willoughby. Imprisoned 2 years and kept to hard labor. Thomas Williams, John Pavey, Robert Wilson, John Banks, and William Tuck, the 2 latter to be publicly whipped. Imprisoned 1 year and kept to hard labor. John Houghton, Joseph Johnson, Joseph Moore, Thomas Letford, Eliza Godfrey, Bridget Callahan, Thomas Burke, and William Colson, imprisoned 1 year in Newgate. Mary A. L. Butler, imprisoned 6 months and kept to hard labor. Thomas Best, Eleanor Jackson, Mary Barnes, John Hitchin, Sarah Jones, Thomas Griffiths, Eleanor Smith, P. H. Niel, Anne Hay, Harriet Lee, Richard Spragg, Joseph Thirk, William Jones, James Sidebotham, Thomas Jones, Charles Askew, and James Easthill. Catherine Roke, John Gridling, John Wignall, and George Malsby for felony, to be imprisoned for 6 months in the House of Correction and kept to hard labor. M. Gerard, W. Main, and M. Pedlard for minor offences, to be fined 1 shilling and then discharged. W. Smith and Ann Aldridge for felony, to be imprisoned 2 months in the House of Correction and kept to hard labor during that period. H. Brown, for a felony, to be publicly whipped and kept to hard labor in the House of Correction for 1 year. John Smith and Eliza Lewis, for felonies, to be imprisoned 3 months in the House of Correction and kept to hard labor. T. Worcester and John Jones, for felonies, to be publicly whipped and kept to hard labor for 3 months in the House of Correction. Edmund Barber and William Burrell, for a misdemeanor, to be imprisoned 6 months and kept to hard labor during 1 month. Judgment respited on John Parks, James Hicker, James Nicholas Moore, whose father is sentenced to transportation, and Thomas Wilbraham. An immense number were sentenced to various minor periods of imprisonment, some to be publicly and some privately whipped. A considerable number were discharged by proclamation. The number of prisoners tried this sessions has been between 400 and 500. Adjourned to the 23rd of October. London. Printed by Charles Pigott, 52 Compton Street, Clerkenwell. A mournful and affecting copy of verses on the death of Anne Williams, who was barbarously and cruelly murdered by her sweetheart, W. Jones, near Wirksworth in Derbyshire, July 1823. William Jones, a young man aged 20, has been fully committed to Derby jail for the murder of his sweetheart, under circumstances of unheard-of barbarity. The poor victim was a servant girl, whom under pretence of marriage he seduced. On her proving with child, the villain formed the horrid design of murdering her, and carried his diabolical plan into execution on Monday evening last. The following verses were written upon the occasion, giving a complete detail of this shocking affair. Come, all false-hearted young men, and listen to my song. 'Tis of a cruel murder that lately has been done on the body of a maiden fair. The truth I will unfold. The bare relation of this deed will make your blood run cold. Near Wirksworth town in Derbyshire, Anne Williams she did dwell. In service she long time had lived, till this to her befell. Her cheeks were like the blushing rose, all in the month of May, which made this wicked young man thus unto her did say, Nancy, my charming creature, you have my heart ensnared. My love is such I am resolved to wed you, I declare. Thus by his false deluding tongue poor Nancy was beguiled, and soon to her misfortune by him she proved with child. Some days ago this damsel fair did write to him with speed, such tenderness she did express, would make a heart to bleed. She said, My dearest William, I am with child by thee. Therefore, my dear, pray let me know when you will marry me. The following day at evening this young man did repair unto the town of Wixworth to meet his Nancy there, saying, Nancy dear, come let us walk among the flowery fields, and then the secrets of my heart to you I will reveal. Oh, then this wicked young man a knife he did provide, and all unknown to his true love concealed it by his side. When to the fatal spot they came, these words to her did say, All on this very night I will your precious life betray. On bended knees she then did fall in sorrow and despair, aloud for mercy she did call, her cries did rend the air. With clasped hands and uplift eyes she cried, Oh, spare my life! I nevermore will ask you to make me your wedded wife. Oh, then this wicked young man said, No mercy shall I show. He took the knife all from his side and pierced her body through. But still she smiling said to him, while trembling with fear, Ah, William, William, spare my life, think on your baby dear. Twice more then with the bloody knife he ran her body through. Her throat was cut from ear to ear, most dreadful for to view. Her hands and arms and beauteous face he cut and mangled sore, while down upon her milk-white breast the crimson blood did pour. He took the shawl from off her neck and round her body tied, with pebble stones he did it fill, thinking the crime to hide. Oh, then into the silver stream he plunged her straightway, but with her precious blood was stained, which soon did him betray. Oh, then this young man taken was, and into prison sent, in rattling chains he is confined, his crime for to lament, until the assizes do come on, when trembling he must stand, reflecting on the deed he's done, waiting the dread command. Now all you thoughtless young men a timely warning take, likewise ye fair young maidens, for this poor damsel's sake. And oh, beware of flattering tongues, for they'll your ruin prove. So may you crown your future day in comfort, joy, and love. Printed at J. Pitt's Wholesale Toy and Marble Warehouse, 6 Great Street, Andrew Street, 7 Dials. End of section 77.
Section 78 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Division 4, Part 2. The Confession and Execution of John Thurtell at Hertford Jail on Friday the 9th of January 1824. The Execution. Hertford, 12:30 o'clock. This morning, at 10 minutes before 12, a bustle among the javelin men stationed within the bordered enclosure on which the drop was erected announced to the multitude without that the preparations for the execution were nearly concluded. The javelin men proceeded to arrange themselves in the order usually observed upon these melancholy but necessary occurrences. They had scarcely finished their arrangements when the opening of the gate of the prison gave an additional impulse to public anxiety. When the clock was on the stroke of 12, Mr. Nicholson, the under-sheriff, and the executioner ascended the platform, followed onto it by Thurtell, who mounted the stairs with a slow but steady step. The principal turnkey of the jail came next, and was followed by Mr. Wilson and 2 other officers. On the approach of the prisoner, being intimidated by those persons who, being in an elevated situation, opened the first view of him, all the immense multitude present took off their hats. Thurtell immediately placed himself under the fatal beam, and at that moment the chimes of a neighbouring clock began to strike 12. The executioner then came forward with a rope, which he threw across it. Thurtell first lifted his eyes up to the drop, gazed at it for a few moments, and then took a calm but hurried survey of the multitude around him. He next fixed his eyes on a young gentleman in the crowd, whom he had frequently seen as a spectator at the commencement of the proceedings against him. Seeing that the individual was affected by the circumstance, he removed them to another quarter, and in so doing recognized an individual well known in the sporting circles, to whom he made a slight bow. The prisoner was attired in a dark brown greatcoat, with a black velvet collar, white corduroy breeches, drab gaiters and shoes. His hands were confined with handcuffs, instead of being tied with cord, as is usually the case on such occasions, and, at his own request, his arms were not pinioned. He wore a pair of black kid gloves, and the wrists of his shirt were visible below the cuffs of his coat. As on the last day of his trial, he wore a white cravat. The irons, which were very heavy, and consisted of a succession of chain links, were still on his legs, and were held up in the middle by a Belcher handkerchief tied round his waist. The executioner commenced his mournful duties by taking from the unhappy prisoner his cravat and collar. To obviate all difficulty in this stage of the proceedings, Thurtell flung back his head and neck, and so gave the executioner an opportunity of immediately divesting him of that part of his dress. After tying the rope round Thurtell's neck, the executioner drew a white cotton cap over his countenance, which did not, however, conceal the contour of his face, or deprive him entirely of the view of the surrounding objects. At that moment the clock sounded the last stroke of 12. During the whole of this appalling ceremony, there was not the slightest symptom of emotion discernible in his features. His demeanour was perfectly calm and tranquil, and he behaved like a man acquainted with the dreadful ordeal he was about to pass, but not unprepared to meet it. Though his fortitude was thus conspicuous, it was evident from his appearance that in the interval between his conviction and his execution he must have suffered much. He looked careworn, his countenance had assumed a cadaverous hue, and there was a haggardness and lankness about his cheeks and mouth, which could not fail to attract the notice of every spectator. The executioner next proceeded to adjust the noose by which Thurtell was to be attached to the scaffold. After he had fastened it in such a manner as to satisfy his own mind, Thurtell looked up at it, and examined it with great attention. He then desired the executioner to let him have a fall enough. The rope at this moment seemed as if it would only give a fall of 2 or 3 feet. The executioner assured him that the fall was quite sufficient. The principal turnkey then went up to Thurtell, shook hands with him, and turned away in tears. Mr. Wilson, the governor of the jail, next approached him. Thurtell said to him, "Do you think, Mr. Wilson, I have got enough fall?" Mr. Wilson replied, "I think you have, sir. Yes, quite enough." Mr. Wilson then took hold of his hand, shook it, and said, "Goodbye, Mr. Thurtell. May God Almighty bless you." Thurtell instantly replied, "God bless you, Mr. Wilson. God bless you." Mr. Wilson next asked him whether he considered that the laws of his country had been dealt to him justly and fairly, upon which he said, "I admit that justice has been done me. I am perfectly satisfied." A few seconds then elapsed, during which every person seemed to be engaged in examining narrowly Thurtell's deportment. His features, as well as they could be discerned, appeared to remain unmoved, and his hands, which were extremely prominent, continued perfectly steady and were not affected by the slightest tremulous motion. Exactly 2 minutes past 12, the under-sheriff, with his wand, gave the dreadful signal. The drop suddenly and silently fell, and Thurtell was launched into eternity. Printed at J. Pitt's Wholesale Toy and Marble Warehouse, 6 Great St. Andrew Street, 7 Dials. Trial, confession, and execution of C.T. White for arson, and Amelia Roberts for a robbery at the Old Bailey. The horrible and appalling spectacle witnessed on the fatal gallows. Yesterday morning, before 8 o'clock, an immense assemblage of spectators, in numbers equal to those who witnessed the fate of Fauntleroy, crowded the Old Bailey, from one end to the other, to witness the execution of Charles Thomas White, late a bookseller in Holborn, for the crime of arson, and Amelia Roberts for an aggravated robbery. The unfortunate man White had excited an extraordinary interest. The young woman Roberts, who was convicted of robbing Mr. Austin of Red Lion Street, Clerkenwell, with whom she lived as cook, of property to the amount of £400 and upwards, and Patrick Riley, her sweetheart, was convicted of the same offence. The conduct of this unhappy creature has been such during her confinement as to excite the respect, pity, and commiseration of those who visited her. She has been extremely attentive to her religious duties, and the principal thing that engrossed her attention relative to this world was to exculpate Riley and hear that he was converted from what she deemed papistical errors. On the evening of Sunday she was amazingly careful, and said, as her punishment was just, she would rather undergo it than return into a world of temptation. The conduct of White was very different. The bare contemplation of the awful moment of execution unmanned him. He totally disregarded religious exercises, and sat day after day brooding over his past life, and occasionally starting upon his feet bitterly, inveighing against his sentence. Immediately after his trial, and for a long time subsequent, the unfortunate young man persisted in his entire innocence, and strove to convince others of it by that sort of sophistical reasoning of which his defence consisted. He was asked over and over again what could have been his motive to commit so flagrant a crime, when his circumstances were not embarrassed, and his prospects flattering. At length, however, he confessed his guilt, but in excuse pleaded that he was of sound mind at the time, finding at length that in probability the door of mercy would be closed against him. He had recourse to many ingenious measures to effect his escape, and it appears quite clear that he must have some powerful auxiliaries, both among his fellow prisoners and outside the prison. When the warrant of death arrived, which included his name, the wretched man at first raved like a maniac, his fondly cherished hope being cut off. But when he regained composure, his thoughts and conversation were again engaged upon an attempt to escape. A few days before that fixed for his execution, he said, "I know that I am a sinner, but God is merciful, and I hope to go to heaven. I know, too, that I must suffer, but I never allow myself to think of that day." The execution. White ascended the platform with an unsteady and tremulous step. Slark, the sheriff's attendant, with a black wand, accompanied him, and said something to the executioner, who called his assistant, and they immediately conducted White to the west end of the platform, and while one adjusted a rope through the chain attached to the beam, the other held his hands and arms. White trembled, and his agitation seemed to increase. He raised his arms and extended his chest, as if desirous of bursting the cords, and by the effort loosened his wrists. The cap was drawn over his eyes, but the relentlessness of the unhappy man seemed to increase, and just as the woman was ascending the steps, he bent his head down and pushed off the cap, accompanying his action by a violent movement of the body, as if to break or get his head out of the fatal noose. The action was made with so much strength and violence, and his struggling appearing to increase, that a dreadful yell and cries of the utmost horror burst from the crowd. The two assistant executioners were called to ascend the platform, and they held the unhappy man while a handkerchief was tied over his eyes. They endeavoured to draw a cap over his face, but he struggled hard with the executioner, and repeatedly forced it off. The executioner seized the unhappy man with some violence, to induce him to desist from proceeding to loosen his hands, and the crowd renewed their former cries and yellings. Amelia Roberts was then brought upon the scaffold, and a cord having been tied round her lower garments, the rope was adjusted round her neck. White again got the handkerchief off, and turning to the woman and crowd alternately by his gestures, appeared as if desirous of exciting universal sympathy. The arrangements of the executioner being complete, he removed the woman to a position immediately under the fatal beam, and then placed White by her side. But the unhappy man gradually moved forward, until he gradually got his toes upon the ledge, where Mr. Cotton and Mr. Baker were reading the burial service. The handkerchief was again placed over his eyes, but it was evident from the fineness of its texture, and what occurred soon after, that he must have seen through it. At the moment Mr. Cotton drew a white handkerchief from under his surplice, he leaped upon the platform, and by sinking his head was able to grasp that part of the cord which was fixed around his neck under his chin. It appeared to be a desperate effort to prolong that life which he so fondly clung to. At this moment the spectacle was most horrifying. He was partly suspended, and partly standing on the platform. During the violence of his exertions, his tongue was forced out of his mouth, and the convulsions of his body and contortions of his face were truly appalling. The cries of displeasure from the crowd were again renewed, and they continued till the executioner had forced the wretched man's hands from the cord, and moved his feet from the platform, when in an instant the rope had its full tension, and by pulling the man's legs he ceased struggling, and in a few moments was dead. It is thought that if his arms had not been fastened by a cord, the handkerchief would have given way, and the most painful consequences would have resulted. As it was, his sufferings were considerably protracted. The distortions of his countenance in the agonies of death could be seen by the crowd, and as he remained suspended without any covering to his face, the horrible spectacle was most terrific. The shrieks of the women, cries of the men, rendered the scene more painful than any one we had ever witnessed before, and but for the wise precaution of erecting extra barriers across the street, much mischief would have been done in the confusion. The sufferings of the poor woman were momentary. When she was brought into the dock, at the bottom of the stairs leading to the scaffold, she took a seat on a bench. Mr. Baker attended her, while Mr. Cotton attended White on the scaffold. Her eyes were closed, and her resignation was surprising. She ejaculated, "Into thy hands, O Lord, I commit my soul." And just before she ascended the scaffold, she said, "God have mercy, save my soul, and pity and pardon my poor friend Patrick," alluding to Raleigh. Whilst on the scaffold she continued praying, in which she was in some degree disturbed by the extraordinary conduct of her fellow culprit. The crowd were greatly affected by the horrid sight which they had witnessed, and we trust that this example will have its due effect upon the minds of the thoughtless and wicked. J. Catnach, Printer, 2 and 3 Monmouth Court. End of section 78. Section 79 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Division 4, Part 14. The Confession and Execution of William Corder, the murderer of Maria Marten. Since the tragical affair between Thurtell and Weir, no event has occurred connected with the criminal annals of our country which has excited so much interest as the trial of Corder, who was justly convicted of the murder of Maria Marten on Friday last. The Confession. Bury Jail, August 10th, 1828. Condemned cell. Sunday evening, 11:30. I acknowledge being guilty of the death of poor Maria Marten by shooting her with a pistol. The particulars are as follows. When we left her father's house, we began quarreling about the burial of the child. She apprehended the place wherein it was deposited would be found out. The quarrel continued about 3/4 of an hour upon this sad and about other subjects. A scuffle ensued, and during the scuffle, and at the time I think that she had hold of me, I took the pistol from the side pocket of my velveteen jacket and fired. She fell and died in an instant. I never saw her even struggle. I was overwhelmed with agitation and dismay. The body fell near the front doors on the floor of the barn. A vast quantity of blood issued from the wound, and ran on the floor and through the crevices. Having determined to bury the body in the barn, about 2 hours after she was dead, I went and borrowed a spade of Mrs. Stow. But before I went there, I dragged the body from the barn into the chaff house, and locked the barn. I returned again to the barn, and began to dig a hole. But the spade being a bad one, and the earth firm and hard, I was obliged to go home for a pickaxe, and a better spade, with which I dug the hole, and then buried the body. I think I dragged the body by the handkerchief that was tied round her neck. It was dark when I finished covering the body. I went the next day and washed the blood from off the barn floor. I declared Almighty God I had no sharp instrument about me, and no other wound but the one made by the pistol was inflicted by me. I have been guilty of great idleness, and at times led a dissolute life, but I hope through the mercy of God to be forgiven. William Corder. Witness to the signing by the said William Corder, John Ulrike. Condemned cell, 11 o'clock Monday morning, August 11th, 1828. The above confession was read over carefully to the prisoner in our presence, who stated most solemnly it was true, and he had nothing to add or to retract from it. W. Stocking, Chaplain. Timothy R. Holmes, Under Sheriff. The Execution. At 10 minutes before 12 o'clock, the prisoner was brought from his cell and pinioned by the hangman, who was brought from London for the purpose. He appeared resigned, but was so weak as to be unable to stand without support. When his cravat was removed, he groaned heavily, and appeared to be labouring under great mental agony. When his wrists and arms were made fast, he was led round towards the scaffold, and as he passed the different yards in which the prisoners were confined, he shook hands with them, and speaking to 2 of them by name, he said, "Goodbye, God bless you." They appeared considerably affected by the wretched appearance which he made, and "God bless you, may God receive your soul," were fervently uttered as he passed along. The chaplain walked before the prisoner, reading the usual burial service, and the governor and officers walking immediately after him. The prisoner was supported to the steps which led to the scaffold. He looked somewhat wildly around, and a constable was obliged to support him while the hangman was adjusting the fatal cord. There was a barrier to keep off the crowd, amounting to upwards of 7,000 persons, who at this time had stationed themselves in the adjoining fields, on the hedges, the tops of houses, and at every point from which a view of the execution could be best obtained. The prisoner, a few moments before the drop fell, groaned heavily, and would have fallen had not a second constable caught hold of him. Everything having been made ready, the signal was given, the fatal drop fell, and the unfortunate man was launched into eternity. Just before he was turned off, he said in a feeble tone, "I am justly sentenced, and may God forgive me." The Murder of Maria Martin by W. Corder. Come all ye thoughtless young men, a warning take by me, and think upon my unhappy fate, to be hanged upon a tree. My name is William Corder, to you I do declare, I courted Maria Martin, most beautiful and fair. I promised I would marry her upon a certain day. Instead of that, I was resolved to take her life away. I went into her father's house the 18th day of May, saying, My dear Maria, we will fix the wedding day. If you will meet me at the Red Barn, as sure as I have life, I will take you to Ipswich town, and there make you my wife. I then went home and fetched my gun, my pickaxe, and my spade. I went into the Red Barn, and there I dug her grave. My heart so light, she thought no harm, to meet me she did go. He murdered her all in the barn, and laid her body low. After the horrible deed was done, she lay weltering in her gore. Her bleeding, mangled body he buried beneath the Red Barn floor. Now, all things being silent, her spirit could not rest. She appeared unto her mother, who suckled her at her breast. For many a long month or more, her mind being sore oppressed, neither night or day she could not take any rest. Her mother's mind being so disturbed, she dreamt 3 nights o'er. Her daughter she lay murdered beneath the Red Barn floor. She sent the father to the barn, where he the ground did thrust, and there he found his daughter mingling with the dust. My trial is hard, I could not stand, most woeful was the sight, when her jawbone was brought to prove, which pierced my heart quite. Her aged father standing by, likewise his loving wife, and in her grief her hair she tore, she scarcely could keep life. Adieu, adieu, my loving friends, my glass is almost run. On Monday next will be my last, when I am to be hanged. So you young men, who do pass by, with pity look on me, for murdering Maria Martin, I was hanged upon the tree. Printed by J. Catnach, 2nd and 3rd Monmouth Court, cards, etc., printed cheap. The trial, sentence, full confession, and execution of Bishop and Williams. The Burkers. Burking and Burkers. The month of November 1831 will be recorded in the annals of crime and cruelties as particularly preeminent, for it will prove to posterity that other wretches could be found base enough to follow the horrid example of Burke and his accomplice Hare, to entice the unprotected and friendless to the den of death for sordid gain. The horrible crime of burking, or murdering, the unwary with the intention of selling their bodies at a high price to the anatomical schools for the purpose of dissection, has unfortunately obtained a notoriety which will not be soon or easily forgotten. It took its horrifying appellation from the circumstances which were disclosed on the trial of the inhuman wretch Burke, who was executed at Edinburgh in 1829 for having wilfully and deliberately murdered several persons for the sole purpose of profiting by the sale of their dead bodies. Apprehension of the Burkers. On Tuesday, November 8th, 4 persons, viz., John Bishop, Thomas Williams, James May, and Michael Shield, were examined at Bow Street Police Office on the charge of being concerned in the wilful murder of an unknown Italian boy. From the evidence adduced, it appeared that May, alias Jack Stirabout, a known resurrection man, and Bishop, a body snatcher, offered at King's College a subject for sale, Shield and Williams having charge of the body in a hamper, for which they demanded 12 guineas. Mr. Partridge, demonstrator of anatomy, who, although not in absolute want of a subject, offered 9 guineas, but being struck with its freshness, sent a messenger to the police station, and the fellows were then taken into custody, examined before the magistrates, when Shield was discharged, and the others ultimately committed for trial. The trial. Friday, December 2nd, having been fixed for the trial of the prisoners charged with the murder of the Italian boy, the court was crowded to the excess so early as 8 o'clock in the morning. At 9 o'clock, the deputy recorder, Mr. Sergeant Arabin, came into the court, when the prisoners severally pleaded not guilty. The jury were then sworn, and at 10 o'clock Chief Justice Tyndall, Mr. Baron Vaughan, and Mr. Justice Littledale entered the court, with the Lord Mayor and sheriffs. The bench was crowded with persons of rank, amongst whom was the Duke of Sussex. Mr. Bodkin having opened the case, Mr. Adolphus proceeded to state to the jury the leading facts, as they were afterwards stated in the evidence produced. The case for the prosecution having closed, the prisoners were called upon for their defense. The prisoner Bishop, in his defense, stated that he was 33 years of age, and had followed the occupation of carrier till the last 5 years, during which he had occasionally obtained a livelihood by supplying surgeons with subjects. He most solemnly declared that he had never disposed of anybody that had not died of a natural death. William's defense briefly stated that he had never been engaged in the calling of a resurrectionist, but had only by accident accompanied Bishop on the sale of the Italian boy's body. May, in his defense, admitted that for the last 6 years he had followed the occupation of supplying the medical schools with anatomical subjects, but disclaimed ever having had anything to do with the sale of bodies which had not died a natural death. That he had accidentally met with Bishop at the Fortune of War public house on the Friday on which the body was taken for sale to Guy's Hospital. At 8 o'clock the jury retired to consider their verdict, and on their return they found the prisoners were guilty of murder. The recorder then passed the awful sentence upon them, that each of them be hanged on Monday morning, and their bodies be delivered over for dissection and anatomization. The prisoners heard the sentence as they had the verdict, without any visible alteration. May raised his voice, and in a firm tone said, "I am a murdered man, gentlemen." The full confession of Bishop and Williams. On Saturday morning, Williams addressed a note to Mr. Wartner, stating that he and Bishop wanted particularly to see him and Dr. Cotton, the ordinary. In the course of the interview which immediately followed, both prisoners made a full confession of their guilt, both exculpating May altogether from being party to any of the murders. Having received the confessions, Mr. Wartner immediately waited upon Mr. Justice Littledale and Baron Vaughan, and upon communicating to them the statements, they said they would at once see the Home Secretary on the subject. On Sunday morning the sheriffs visited all 3 of the prisoners in succession, and with the under-sheriffs were engaged between 3 and 4 hours in taking down the statements of the convicts. The result of all these investigations was that the same afternoon a respite, during His Majesty's pleasure, arrived at Newgate for May, and his sentence will be commuted to transportation for life. The execution. During the whole of Sunday, crowds of persons congregated in the Old Bailey, and the spot on which the scaffold was to be erected was covered with individuals conversing on the horrid crimes of the convicts, and in the course of the day strong posts were erected in the Old Bailey and at the ends of Newgate Street, Giltspur Street, and Skinner Street, for the purpose of forming barriers to break the pressure of the crowd. At 12:30 o'clock, the gallows was brought out from the yard, and drawn to its usual situation opposite the debtor's door. The crowd, as early as 1 o'clock, amounting to several thousand persons, continued rapidly increasing. By some oversight, 3 chains had been suspended from the fatal beam, and this led the crowd to suppose that May had not been respited. Mr. Wantoner, on hearing of the mistake, directed that one of the chains should be removed. The moment this was done, an exclamation of "May is respited" ran through the crowd, and contrary to the expected tokens of indignation, distinct cheers were heard amongst the crowd on witnessing this token that mercy had been shown to May. At 7:30 the sheriffs arrived in their carriage, and in a short time the press yard was thronged with gentlemen. The unhappy convicts were now led from their cells. Bishop came out first, and after he was pinioned he was conducted to a seat, and the Reverend Mr. Williams sat alongside of him, and they conversed together in a low tone of voice. Williams was next introduced, and the wonderful alteration 2 days had effected in his appearance astonished everyone who was present at the trial. All the bold confidence he exhibited then had completely forsaken him, and he looked the most miserable wretch it is possible to conceive. He entered the room with a very faltering step, and when the ceremony of pinioning him commenced, he was so weak as to scarcely be able to stand. Everything being ready, the melancholy procession moved forward. Bishop was then conducted to the scaffold, and the moment he made his appearance, the most dreadful yells and hootings were heard among the crowd. The executioner proceeded at once to the performance of his duty, and having put the rope round his neck and affixed it to a chain, placed him under the fatal beam. Williams was then taken out, and the groans and hisses were renewed. The dreadful preparations were soon completed, and in less than 5 minutes, after which the wretched men appeared on the scaffold, the usual signal was given. The drop fell, and they were launched into eternity. Bishop appeared to die very soon, but Williams struggled hard. Thus died the dreadful burkers of 1831. Printed in London for the vendors. End of section 79. Section 80 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Division 4, Part 15. Life, Trial, Confession, and Execution of James Greenacre for the Edgware Road murder. On the 22nd of April, James Greenacre was found guilty of the willful murder of Hannah Brown and Sarah Gale, with being accessory after the fact. A long and connected chain of evidence was produced, which showed that the sack in which the body was found was the property of Mr. Ward, that it was usually deposited in a part of the premises which led to the workshop, and could without observation have been carried away by him, that the said sack contained several fragments of shavings of mahogany such as were made in the course of business by Ward, and that it contained some pieces of linen cloth which had been patched with nankin, that this linen cloth matched exactly with a frock which was found on Greenacre's premises, and which belonged to the female prisoner. Feltham, a police officer, deposed that on the 25th of March he apprehended the prisoners at the lodgings of Greenacre, that on searching the trousers pockets of that person he took therefrom a pawnbroker's duplicate for 2 silk gowns, and from the fingers of the female prisoner 2 rings, and also a similar duplicate for 2 veils, and an old-fashioned silver watch, which she was endeavouring to conceal. It was further proved that these articles were pledged by the prisoners, and that they had been the property of the deceased woman. 2 surgeons were examined, whose evidence was most important, and whose depositions were of the greatest consequence in throwing a clear light on the manner in which the female, Hannah Brown, met her death. Mr. Birtwhistle deposed that he had carefully examined the head, that the right eye had been knocked out by a blow inflicted while the person was living. There was also a cut on the cheek, and the jaw was fractured. These 2 last wounds were, in his opinion, produced after death. There was also a bruise on the head, which had occurred after death, The head had been separated by cutting, and the bones sawed nearly through, and then broken off. There were the marks of a saw, which fitted with the saw which was found in Greenacre's box. Mr. Girdwood, a surgeon, very minutely and skilfully described the appearances presented on the head, and showed incontestably that the head had been severed from the body while the person was yet alive. That this was proved by the retraction or drawing back of the muscles at the parts where they were separated by the knife, and further by the blood vessels being empty, the body was drained of blood. This part of the evidence produced a thrill of horror throughout the court, but Greenacre remained quite unmoved. After a most impressive and impartial summing up by the learned judge, the jury retired, and after the absence of a quarter of an hour, returned into the court and pronounced a verdict of guilty against both the prisoners. The prisoners heard the verdict without evincing the least emotion, or the slightest change of countenance. After an awful silence of a few minutes, the Lord Chief Justice said they might retire, as they would be remanded until the end of the session. They were then conducted from the bar, and on going down the steps, the unfortunate female prisoner kissed Greenacre with every mark of tenderness and affection. The crowd outside the court on this day was even greater than on the other of the preceding, and when the result of the trial was made known in the street, a sudden and general shout succeeded, and continued huzzas were heard for several minutes. The execution. At 7:30, the sheriff arrived in his carriage, and in a short time the press yard was thronged with gentlemen who had been admitted by tickets. The unhappy convict was now led from his cell. When he arrived in the press yard, his whole appearance portrayed the utmost misery and spirit-broken dejection, his countenance haggard, and his whole frame agitated. All that self-possession and fortitude which he displayed in the early part of his imprisonment had utterly forsaken him, and had left him a victim of hopelessness and despair. He requested the executioner to give him as little pain as possible in the process of pinioning his arms and wrists. He uttered not a word in allusion to his crime, neither did he make any dying request, except that his spectacles might be given to Sarah Gale. He exhibited no sign of hope. He showed no symptom of reconciliation with his offended God. When the venerable ordinary preceded him in the solemn procession through the vaulted passage to the fatal drop, he was so overcome and unmanned that he could not support himself without the aid of the assistant executioner. At the moment he ascended the faithless floor, from which he was to be launched into eternity, the most terrific yells, groans, and cheers were vociferated by the immense multitude surrounding the place of execution. Greenacre bowed to the sheriff, and begged he might not be allowed to remain long in the concourse, and almost immediately the fatal blow was withdrawn, and without a struggle he became a lifeless corpse. Thus ended the days of Greenacre, a man endowed with more than ordinary talents, respectably connected, and desirably placed in society, but a want of probity, an absolute dearth of principles, led him on from one crime to another, until at length he perpetrated the sanguinary deed which brought his career to an awful and disgraceful period, and which has enrolled his name among the most notorious of those who have expiated their crime on the gallows. On hearing the death bell toll, Gale became dreadfully agitated, and when she heard the brutal shouts of the crowd of spectators, she fainted, and remained in a state of alternate mental agony and insensibility throughout the whole day. After having been suspended the usual time, his body was cut down and buried in a hole dug in one of the passages of the prison near the spot where Thistlewood and his associates were deposited. T. Catnach, Printer, 2 and 3, Monmouth Court. Trial, Sentence, Confession, and Execution of F. B. Courvoisier for the murder of Lord William Russell. The verdict. Old Bailey, Saturday evening, June 20th, 1840. After the jury had been absent for an hour and 20 minutes, they returned into court, and the prisoner was again placed at the bar. The names of the jury were then called over, and the clerk of the court said, "How say you, gentlemen? Have you agreed on your verdict? Do you find the prisoner guilty or not guilty of the felony of murder with which he stands charged?" The foreman of the jury in a slow voice said, "We find him guilty." The clerk of the court then said, "Francois Benjamin Courvoisier, you have been found guilty of the wilful murder of William Russell, Esquire, commonly called Lord William Russell. What have you to say why the court should not give you sentence to die according to law?" The prisoner made no reply. The usual proclamation of silence was then made. Sentence. The Lord Chief Justice Tyndall, having put on the black cap, said, "Francois Benjamin Courvoisier, you have been found guilty by an intelligent, patient, and impartial jury of the crime of wilful murder. That crime has been established against you, not indeed by the testimony of eyewitnesses as to the fact, but by a chain of circumstances no less unerring, which have left no doubt of your guilt in the minds of the jury, and all those who heard the trial. It is ordained by divine authority that the murderer shall not escape justice, and this ordination has been exemplified in your case. In the course of this trial, by the disclosure of the evidence which was brought to the facts to bear against you in a conclusive manner, the murder, although committed in the dark and silent hour of night, has nevertheless been brought clearly to light by divine interposition. The precise motive which induced you to commit this guilty act can only be known to your own conscience, but it now only remains for me to recommend you most earnestly to employ the short time you have to live in prayer and repentance, and in endeavoring to make your peace with that Almighty Being whose law you have broken, and before whom you must shortly appear." The learned judge then passed sentence on the prisoner in the usual form. The court was very much crowded to the last. Confession of the convict. After the learned judge had passed sentence on the convict, he was removed from the bar and immediately made a full confession of his guilt. The execution. At 8 o'clock this morning, Courvoisier ascended the steps leading to the gallows and advanced without looking round him to the centre of the platform, followed by the executioner and the ordinary of the prisoner, the Reverend Mr. Carver. On his appearance, a few yells of execration escaped from a portion of the crowd, but the general body of the people, great as must have been their abhorrence of his atrocious crime, remained silent spectators of the scene which was passing before their eyes. The prisoner's manner was marked by extraordinary appearance of firmness. His step was steady and collected, and his movements free from the slightest agitation or indecision. His countenance indeed was pale, and bore the trace of much dejection, but it was at the same time calm and unmoved. While the executioner was placing him on the drop, he slightly moved his hands, which were tied in front of him, and strongly clasped one within the other, up and down 2 or 3 times, and this was the only visible symptom of any emotion or mental anguish which the wretched man endured. His face was then covered with the cap, fitting so closely as not to conceal the outlines of his countenance. The noose was then adjusted. During this operation he lifted up his head and raised his hands to his breast, as if in the action of fervent prayer. In a moment the fatal bolt was withdrawn, the drop fell, and in this attitude the murderer perished. He died without any violent struggle. In 2 minutes after he had fallen, his legs were twice slightly convulsed, but no further motion was observable, excepting that his raised arms, gradually losing their vitality, sank down from their own lifeless weight. After hanging 1 hour, the body was cut down and removed within the prison. Affecting copy of verses. Attention give, both old and young, of high and low degree. Think, while this mournful tale is sung, of my sad misery. I've slain a master good and kind, to me has been a friend, for which I must my life resign. My time is near an end. Oh, hark! What means that dreadful sound? It sinks deep in my soul. It is the bell that sounds my knell. How solemn is its toll! See, thousands are assembled around the fatal place, to gaze on my approaching, and witness my disgrace. There, many sympathizing hearts, who feel another's woe, even now appears in sorrow for my sad overthrow. Think of the aged man I slew, then pity's at an end. I robbed him of property and life, and the poor man of a friend. Let pilfering passions not interlude, for to lead you astray from step to step it will delude, and bring you to dismay. Think of the wretched Courvoisier, who thus dies on a tree, a death of shame. I've naught to blame but my own dishonesty. Mercy on earth I'll not implore, to crave it would be vain. My hands are dyed with human gore, none can wash off the stain. But the merits of a Saviour, whose mercy alone I crave, good Christians pray, as thus I die, I may his pardon have. Paul and Company, Printers, 2-3 Monmouth Court, 7 Dials. End of section 80.
Section 81 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Division 4, Part 16. Trial, Sentence, and Execution of Robert Blakesley for the Wilful Murder of James Burden in East Cheap. This morning, soon after 8 o'clock, Robert Blakesley was executed in the Old Bailey for the murder of James Burden, on the 21st of September, by stabbing him on the left side of his belly. The prisoner was tried at the Central Criminal Court before Lord Abinger and Mr. Baron Gurney. Mr. Payne appeared for the prosecution. Mr. C. Phillips and Bodkin conducted the defense. The jury, after an absence of half an hour, returned into court, finding the prisoner guilty. The officer of the court then asked the prisoner if he had anything to say why sentence of death should not be passed upon him. The prisoner: So help me God, I am innocent of all intention to murder James Burden. Proclamation was then made to keep silence in the court. Lord Abinger, having put on the black cap, addressed the prisoner as follows: Robert Blakesley, you stand convicted by a jury of your countrymen of the atrocious and abominable crime of murder. Though you appeal to God to bear witness of your innocence, yet it is by human tribunals that you must be judged. If you are innocent, God will not hear that appeal in vain, but we can judge only by human testimony, and the means we have of investigating guilt. Upon that investigation, no doubt can be entertained that you are guilty of the crime laid to your charge. You intended to commit another murder. The first person whose life you aimed at taking away was your wife. You then aimed at taking away that of the unfortunate man who became the victim of your anger, and his life has been taken by you, who gave it not, and who cannot restore it. You have, to a certain extent, by your remorse, appeared conscious of your offence. It is impossible for me, sitting in this place, to take any other notice of that remorse than to express a hope that it may be genuine, and that you may, in the short time you have to pass in this world, endeavour to make your peace with God, whose laws in this life you have violated by your crime. An attempt has been made to excuse you on the ground of temporary insanity. You have had a merciful and deliberate jury, who have paid the greatest attention to the evidence adduced before them upon that subject, and your own father, who appears to be a person highly respectable, has come forward to endeavour to prove that, as far as he could do so consistently with the truth on your behalf. But, notwithstanding all the inclination which the jury must have felt to yield, if possible, to the anxious wish of your parent, we have all found it impossible to doubt that you committed this act with malice, with deliberation, and with an intention you had no right or authority to feel, much less to execute. You have taken away the life of one of your fellow creatures. Another, that of your own wife, still remains in jeopardy. What can you expect from human tribunals but that the law should be executed with the utmost severity against you? Its sentence, and I pronounce it with pain and sorrow, is, that you be taken to the place whence you came, to be thence removed to the place of execution, then that you be hanged by the neck till you are dead, and that your corpse be buried in the place of your imprisonment, and may the Lord have mercy on your soul. The prisoner, who had preserved the same countenance and demeanour unmoved, was then taken from the dock. The execution. The moment the culprit appeared on the scaffold, there was a yell from the multitude, but he took no notice of it, but muttering a few words in prayer, he was launched into eternity. For the first couple of minutes the wretched man struggled very much, to the great gratification of the crowd, at the pain he was supposed to be suffering. After hanging the usual time, the body was cut down and deposited in a shell, in which he is to be buried tonight within the precincts of the jail. Paul and Company, Printers, 2-3 Monmouth Court, 7 Dials. Verses on Daniel Good, who was executed this morning, May, 42, for the murder of Jane Jones. Of all the wild deeds upon murder's black list, sure none is so barbarous and cruel as this, which in these few lines unto you I'll unfold, the recital's enough to turn your blood cold. In the great town of London, near Manchester Square, Jane Jones kept a mangle in South Street, we hear. A gentleman's coachman oft visiting came. A cold-blooded monster, Dan Good was his name. As a single man under her he made love, and in course of time she pregnant did prove. Then with false pretences he took her from home, to murder his victim and the babe in her womb. To his master's stables in Putney Park Lane they went, but she never returned again. Prepare for your end then, the monster did cry. Your time it is come, for this night you must die. Then with a sharp hatchet her head did cleave. She begged for mercy, but none he would give. Have mercy, dear Daniel, my wretched life spare, for the sake of your own child, which you know I bear. No mercy, he cried, then repeated the blow. Alive from this stable you never shall go. Neither you nor your brat shall e'er trouble me more. Then lifeless his victim he struck to the floor. And when she was dead, this sad deed to hide, the limbs from her body he straight did divide. Her bowels ripped open, and dripping with gore, the child from the womb this black monster he tore. He made a large fire in the harness room, her head, arms, and legs in the fire did consume, but ere his intentions were fulfilled quite, this dark deed by Providence was brought to light. To a pawnshop the coachman he did go one day, a boy said some trousers he did take away, a policeman followed unto Putney Lane, the coachman and trousers to bring back again. When in searching the stable, the body he spied, without head, legs, or arms, and ripped open beside, then a cry of murder he quickly did raise, and the coachman was taken within a few days. And when he was tried, most shocking to state, the evidence proved what I now relate, that Daniel Good murdered his victim Jones, then cut up and burnt her flesh and bones. He soon was found guilty and sentenced to die, the death of a murderer on the gallows high. The blood of the murdered must not cry vain, and we hope that his like we shall ne'er see again. J. Harkness, Printer, Preston. End of Section 81. Section 82 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Division 4, Part 17. The Execution of James Bloomfield Rush, at Norwich Castle, April 23, 1849, for the murder of Isaac Jermy, Esquire, the Recorder of Norwich, and his son, I. Jermy, Esquire, at Stanfield Hall. Between 11 and 12 o'clock the bell of St. Peter's, Mancroft, tolled the death knell of the criminal. When conducted to the turnkey's room to be pinioned, he met Calcraft, whereupon he said to Mr. Pinson, "Is this the man that is to do the business?" The reply was, "Yes." When he was pinioned, he shrugged up his shoulders, saying, "This don't go easy, it's too tight." Within 2 or 3 minutes after 12 o'clock, the mournful cavalcade proceeded from the interior of the castle to the spot on which the gibbet was erected. The chaplain, who headed the procession, read, as he passed along, part of the burial service. When the procession left the castle gate to proceed to the gibbet, Rush presented a most melancholy and dejected appearance. He was dressed in a plain suit of black, wearing no neck-handkerchief. His shirt-collar was turned down. For about 20 yards he walked with a firm, unwavering step, but in a moment afterwards he raised his pinioned hands to his face and trembled violently. He then removed his hands from his face, and turning up his eyes to heaven, assumed the attitude of penitence and prayer. On reaching the gallows, the reverend chaplain offered up a prayer. While this prayer was being read, the condemned convict seemed to be deeply impressed with the awful character of his situation. Immediately on the close of the prayer, he beckoned to Mr. Pinson, the governor of the castle, when the following brief conversation ensued. Rush. Mr. Pinson, I have a last request to make to you. It is that the bolt may be withdrawn while the chaplain is reading the benediction. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Ghost be with us all evermore. Mr. Pinson. I will communicate your wish to the chaplain, and I have no doubt it will be attended to. The hangman then placed the unhappy convict under the beam on which he was to hang, and affixed the fatal rope round his neck. Rush said, "For God's sake, give me rope enough. Don't be in a hurry, take your time." Then moving his head about, he said, "Put the knot a little higher up. Don't hurry." The reverend chaplain proceeded with the prayers, and arriving at the words, "The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ," etc., Calcraft withdrew the bolt, the platform went down, and all was over. His death was greeted with loud applause by an immense crowd who had assembled to witness the execution. Good people, listen unto my song, and girls to whom honest hearts belong, pay great attention to what I say, and by the wicked be not led astray. Poor Emily Sandford was learned well, yet mark what to her fatal lot befell. The serpent's tongue caused the tears to gush, for she was betrayed by James Bloomfield Rush. She begged most pleadingly to be his wife, and lived with him a most unhappy life, and though the hot tears down her cheeks did flow, the monster heeded not Miss Sandford's woe. But seeing that she now was ruined quite, she stood upon her feet in female might, and with her pale hand stretched towards his face, said, "God will curse thee for my deep disgrace." Foreboding were the words Miss Sandford said, for murderous thoughts were in the wretch's head. He set to work, and speedily did plan the death of servants, husband, wife, and son. A 5-barreled pistol he soon did buy, and then a mask upon his face did try, put on his hat and cloak, and pistols drew, within its fold a bloody deed to do. For Stanfield Hall he quick did start, and old Squire Jeremy he shot through the heart, and while the grey-haired man lay bleeding there, he shot his son and lovely wife so fair. Eliza Chestney to her mistress ran, saying, "Dearest mistress, who is this man?" And while she pressed her mistress to her heart, a bullet pierced in a dangerous part. James Bloomfield Rush was then to prison sent, Miss Sandford against him a witness went, she was well avenged, for on the gallows high, the base seducer was condemned to die. The judge soon told him that his race was run, that he must die for murderous deeds he'd done, to use the time that yet on earth was given, in making peace with his God in heaven. O had you witnessed the parting hour of this wretched man and his 9 children dear, your hearts would break to think they might see their father hung on a gallows tree. J. Harkness, Printer, Preston. The execution of John Gleeson Wilson, at Kirkdale Jail, on Saturday, September 15th, 1849, the murderer of Mrs. Hinrichsen, her 2 children, and a female servant. One of the most appalling murders which has for years startled and disgusted society took place on the morning of Wednesday, March 28th, 1849, at No. 20 Levison Street, Liverpool, at midday. A miscreant in the most brutal manner murdered 2 unprotected women and 2 helpless children. In due course Wilson was committed for trial, which took place before Mr. Justice Pattison and a respectable jury, who in less than 5 minutes returned a verdict of guilty. On Saturday morning, a few minutes before 12 o'clock, the iron gate leading to the drop was opened, and the prisoner appeared between 2 priests, the Reverend Mr. Duggan and the Reverend Mr. Marshall. A general feeling of horror seemed to pervade all present, which found expression in the most distant part of the assemblage by bursts of execration. Calcraft, the London executioner, was unable to be present from illness, and the office was performed by Howard from York, who was especially brought to Liverpool by the under-sheriff. The priests read in English the service of the Catholic Church for a departing soul, until the bolt was drawn, and the wretched culprit was launched into eternity. Thus terminated the life of one of the greatest criminals that ever disgraced the human family. Upwards of 100,000 persons were present, the railway company running cheap trains from all available parts. The Liverpool Tragedies. Come all you feeling Christians and listen unto me. The like was not recorded in British history. It's of 3 dreadful murders committed, I am told, by one John Gleeson Wilson, for the sake of cursed gold. On Wednesday the 28th consternation did prevail, in Levison Street in Liverpool, where thousands did bewail the fate of this poor family, who we're left to deplore, snatched from a father's fond embraces, who ne'er will see them more. This monster in human shape did go there to dwell, and that he went for plunder, to all it is known full well. And when this callous villain saw their defenceless state, he did resolve them all to kill, and rob them of the plate. His bloody work he did commence all in the open day, by striking at the children while their mother was away. The servant girl did interfere, said, should not do so. Then with a poker in his hand, he gave her a severe blow. Numberless times he did her strike, till she could no longer stand. The blood did flow profusely from her wounds, and did him brand. Then the eldest boy of 5 years old in supplication said, "O master, spare our precious lives, don't serve us like the maid." This darling child of 5 years old he brutally did kill, regardless of its tender cries, its precious blood did spill. The youngest child to the kitchen ran, to shun the awful knife. This villain followed after, and took its precious life. The surgeon thus describes the scene presented to his view. A more appalling case than this he says he never knew. 4 human beings on the floor, all weltering in their gore. The sight was sickening to behold on entering the door. the mother's wounds 3 inches deep upon her head and face, and pools of blood as thick as mud from all of them could trace, none could identify the boy, his head was like a jelly. This tragedy is worse by far than Greenacre or Kelly. To the hospital in this sad state they quickly were conveyed, the mother with her infant dear, and faithful servant maid. Thousands did besiege the gates their fate for to enquire, but in 3 days from incise wounds both of them did expire. 'Twill cause the captain many a pang to know their awful doom, his loving wife and children sent to an untimely tomb. 'Twill make his hair turn grey with grief, no skill their lives could save, and he did go, borne down with woe, in sorrow to the grave. But now he's taken for this deed, bound down in irons strong. In Kirkdale jail he now does lie, till his trial it comes on. May God above receive the souls of those whom he has slain, and may they all in heavenly bliss for ever with him reign. J. Harkness, Printer, Preston. End of section 82.
Section 83 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Oxenhandler. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various, Division 4, Part 18. The Execution of Fred George Manning and Maria, his wife. At Hornsmonger Lane, November the 13th, 1849, for the murder and robbery of Patrick O'Connor. This morning, the last act in the tragedy of the Mannings was performed on the roof of Horsemonger Lane Gaol in the presence of an immense assemblage. The gardens in front of the houses, opposite the prison and from which the best view could be obtained, commanded high prices and were occupied by persons of apparent respectability, and amongst them were many well-dressed females. A few minutes before the clock struck 9, the bell of the prison chapel was heard to give forth the fatal toll, and those who had collected in the vicinity of the scaffold were observed to uncover, which was taken up by the populace below as a signal to do the same, and to call for silence. Immediately the roar of voices which had previously prevailed became hushed and still, and the mournful cavalcade ascended the steps of the scaffold. Calcraft first, then the chaplain, followed by the wretched man, Manning, who ascended the stairs with a firm step, but appeared pale and emaciated. He was dressed in black, with a long frock coat, the rope having been adjusted and the cap drawn over his face. Mrs. Manning, the female partner in his crime, was brought up. She was dressed in black satin, tightly bound round the waist, with a long white collar fastened round her neck. On advancing up on the drop, and observing her husband at her side, as if acting upon the sudden impulse of the moment, she seized his right hand and shook it for several minutes. The hangman then hurriedly completed his deadly preparations. The next minute the slam of the drop was heard, and the dread sentence of the law had been accomplished. Manning gave a few convulsive jerks, and all was over, but his wife had a long struggle with death, and it was some moments before the immortal spirit had quitted her body for ever. The Bermondsey Tragedy by J. Clarke. Come all you good people of every degree, I pray you give attention and listen to me. 'Twas in the country of Somersetshire where I was bred and born, and my wife she is a foreigner, with her must die in scorn. For the murder of O'Connor we are condemned to die. My wife, she said, I'm innocent of that sad tragedy, but 'twas she who shot O'Connor, and swore she would shoot me unless I would assist her to bury his body. 4 months before his murder his doom was ready sealed, his grave made ready underground his body to receive. He little thought his death so near, when to the house he came, but his death was planned all by our hands, his money to obtain. For murder and plunder they both were fully bent. They shot him with a pistol, and to his lodgings went. They got his cash and jewels, and quickly did repair, to hide the guilt for the blood they'd spilt. Oh, what a wretched pair! At the Old Bailey, London, the trial it came on. They were arraigned before the judge and English jurymen. The counsel for the prisoners they nobly did defend, and tried to prove their innocence. This point they did contend. After the trial, Mrs. Manning said, "I do protest I'm innocent, and been unfairly tried, though you have pronounced me guilty, and doomed me to be hung, more like a dog than Christian to a being thus undone." With rage and desperation the keepers by them stood, and to their gloomy prison they quickly were removed. The coolness and courage which they before displayed had now forsook them for a time, and they looked quite dismayed. This wicked woman taken was unto Horsemonger Gaol. Her husband followed after, and very soon did feel contrition for his guilty deeds, and to his wife he wrote, begging of her to think how soon she was to meet her fate. The end of poor O'Connor will long in memory reign, and show the vice and folly which followed in its train. Oh, may it thus a warning prove to shun bad company, never like the Mannings commit such a tragedy. Now in their gloomy prisons bound, down in irons strong, awaiting for the fatal morn when they will meet their doom. For the murder of O'Connor, oh, what a horrid crime! Now they are both cut off in the height of their prime. Stewart, Printer, Butchergate, Carlisle.
The Esher Tragedy. 6 children murdered by their mother. You feeling Christians, give attention. Young and old of each degree, a tale of sorrow I will mention. Join and sympathize with me. It is of a sad and dreadful murder. I shall quickly let you hear, which was committed by a mother on her 6 young children dear. The perpetrator of this murder, Mary Ann Brow it's her name, and formerly, as you may see, she nursed the blooming Prince of Wales. But now her days of happiness are vanished like the evening sun. Good people all, both great and small, reflect upon the deed she's done. One night she could not rest in slumber, so her own confession says, her little children, 6 in number, thus she took their lives away. 'Twas with a sharp and fatal razor she committed this foul deed, and one by one she cut their throats, which causes each kind heart to bleed. The first and eldest whom she murdered, sad and dreadful to unfold, was a sweet and blooming girl, something more than 10 years old. And in her wrath and indignation thus she slew them one by one, causing death and desolation. What on earth could urge it on? One little pretty boy amongst them, of the name of Henry, he cried aloud with eyes of pity, "Mother dear, don't murder me." She heeded not his prattling tongue, but like a demon fierce and wild, "My dear," she said, "it must be done," and thus she slew her other child. From bed to bed, and to each chamber, this wretched woman she did go, while all around her own dear children streams of crimson blood did flow. The dreadful sight was most surprising, to behold these children dear, how their cruel-hearted mother cut their throats from ear to ear. Oh, what must be the woman's motive? Did she think she'd done amiss? Or did she think of death and judgment to perpetrate a deed like this? But now the wretch she is committed to a prison's gloomy cell, where midnight dreams to her will whisper, and her deeds of blood will tell. Within the prison's massive walls, what anguish will torment her breast, when phantoms of her 6 dear children will disturb her of her rest. Such a sad and dreadful murder, on record there is no worse, committed by a cruel mother, once the Prince of Wales' nurse. Confession of the Murderess. The following confession was made by the murderess to Mr. Bittercombe, Chief Superintendent of the Surrey Constabulary, on Friday last. "I was bad all day. I wanted to see Mr. Izod and waited all day. I wanted him to give me some medicine. In the evening I walked about and afterwards put the children to bed and wanted to go to sleep in a chair. About 9 o'clock, Georgie, meaning Georgiana, kept calling me to bed. I came up to bed and they kept calling me to bring them some barley water, and they kept calling me till nearly 12 o'clock. I had one candle lit on the chair. I went and got another, but could not see. There was something like a cloud, and I thought I would go down and get a knife and cut my throat, but could not see. I groped about in master's room for a razor. I could not find one. At last I found his keys, and then found his razor. I went up to Georgie and cut her first. I did not look at her. I then came to Carrie and cut her, then to Harry. He said, "Don't, mother." I said, "I must," and did cut him. Then I went to Bill. He was fast asleep. I turned him over. He never awoke, and I severed him the same. I nearly tumbled into this room. The 2 children here, Harriet and George, were awake. They made no resistance at all. I then lay down myself. This statement was signed by the miserable woman. J. Harkness, printer, 121 Church Street, Preston. End of section 83.
Section 84 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason in Panama. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Division 4, Part 19, Execution of William Cogan. Execution at Newgate of William Cogan for the barbarous and cruel murder of his own wife. The execution of William Cogan for the murder of his wife took place this Monday morning at Newgate. The circumstances under which the crime was committed will be fresh in the recollection of the public. The prisoner and his wife were in the habit of getting drunk, and while in that state quarrels took place between them. They had been to a funeral on the day the occurrence took place, and they both drank freely, and when they got home they quarrelled. About 2 o'clock in the morning he rushed into the street with his throat cut. The prisoner endeavoured to make it appear that his wife had first cut his throat and then destroyed herself. Ever since his condemnation the culprit has continued to assert his innocence, and on Friday last, when he parted for the last time with his father and his sisters, he again positively declared he was innocent. The condemned man slept soundly his last night. On the fatal morning the executioner Calcraft was admitted into the cell a few minutes before 8 o'clock, and the culprit, the moment he entered, appeared to recognize him, and rose from his seat and submitted to the operation of being pinioned with the utmost composure, and just as the clock of St. Sepulchre's Church chimed the hour, the mournful procession moved towards the scaffold. The culprit was then placed under the fatal beam, and the rope was adjusted, and after the executioner had retired he prayed most earnestly with the ordinary for a short time, and almost the last words he uttered were a prayer to God to forgive him. The drop fell almost at the same moment, and the wretched man, after 1 or 2 convulsive struggles, ceased to exist. After hanging an hour, according to the terms of the sentence, the body was cut down and placed in a shell and removed to the interior of the prison. The crowd that was assembled to witness the execution was very great. During the whole of Sunday afternoon the Old Bailey was thronged, and crowds of persons had assembled so late as 12 o'clock at night, some of whom remained until the period of the execution. The officials of the prison stated that it was one of the noisiest and most disorderly crowds they ever remembered to have seen upon a similar occasion. The moment the wretched man made his appearance on the scaffold there was a general cry of "Hats off!" and the upturned faces of the thousands of spectators presented a most extraordinary spectacle. The culprit was 26 years old, and he was apparently a strong, muscular man. A copy of verses. Come, all you feeling Christians, give ear, I pray, to me. It's of a dreadful tragedy, explain it may be. In London town it happened, as I can truly say, William Cogan, the barbarous murderer, with a razor his wife did slay. Chorus. Kind friends, now a warning take, poor William's life is now at stake. O drink, thou cursed beverage, what acts thou prompts us to do, to make me kill my loved wife, just as a fiend would do. I once had love as other men, but on my heart a brand, entangled with loose company, committed now I stand. Heart-rending 'tis to know it, my orphans left behind, that had a fondling mother, who unto them was kind. But now she's dead and buried, gone to that rest above, where all is joy and happiness, blessed with that sacred love. O cold and stormy was that night, and fast the snow did drop, when Mary Ann was forced to fly, all from her father's cot. Though thinly clad, with her chemise on, her shawl upon her swung, my God, she thus did cry, as thus her hands she wrung. Exposed to wind and weather, in a passage there she stood, her limbs were shivering with the cold, and freezing was her blood. But then she dare not enter where her demon father lay, fearful lest, as her mother, she might become his prey. So now, kind friends, take warning, a lesson let this be unto those drunken fathers who think of naught but spree, and pray my God have mercy, and show it to him soon, and prepare this wicked person to meet his awful doom. Taylor, Printer, London. The execution of the Warwickshire murderer George Gardner for shooting his sweetheart, Sarah Kirby. The condemned criminal George Gardner, a ploughman, on Monday suffered the last penalty of the law at Warwick. The execution took place at 10 o'clock before the county jail, and was performed by Smith of Dudley. The murder was a most unprovoked and cold-blooded one, by which Sarah Kirby, his fellow servant, was shot dead while she was standing at her washing tub on the 23rd of April last. Both she and the man Gardner were employed at a roadside farm on the confines of the county, and she was a very good-looking, well-conducted, pious girl. He was a very great blackguard and a sot. Soon after he went to the farm where the murder took place, she complained to Miss Edge, the housekeeper, that he annoyed her very much by his attentions and his attempts to kiss her. Mr. Edge, her master, hearing of this, called them both into the parlour, and told him he must not repeat his conduct to her, whereupon Gardner said, "Well, if I can't have her, no one else shall." No further complaints were made after this, though there is reason to believe he continued his suit. He amused himself by looking at her as she undressed at night through a chink in the wall which separated their bedrooms. The only complaint he had against her was that she would not draw him the proper quantity of beer, but the truth was that he wanted more than his fair share. On the morning of the murder he was at work in the plough field, his master being absent at a cattle fair, and he made remarks to the other labourers which showed him to be contemplating some act of violence, saying he wished he had some one before him. He would kill them, and so on. But he appears to have left his work and returned to the house without causing any suspicion to arise in their minds that he was about to commit the crime of murder. Having reached the house, he asked this poor girl to fetch him his master's double-barreled gun for shooting rooks. He had been in the habit of using it for this purpose before, and no surprise was felt by the girl or by Miss Edge, the housekeeper, who saw her hand the loaded gun to him. Miss Edge remarking, "Mind, it is loaded, George." He said, "Yes, ma'am, I know it is," and tried it by taking off the cap and letting the hammer down. Finding it all right, he followed Kirby to the wash-house, and shot her in the back of the neck. He afterwards threatened Miss Edge, and there is no doubt that if she had not concealed herself, he would have shot her. He then escaped with the gun, and was taken by the police on his way to Oxford. Some delay took place in the execution, and from the bad adjustment of the rope or some other cause, the criminal died very hard, struggling much, until at last he hung motionless in the air. The crowd contained a large proportion of women, but was orderly in the extreme, and began to disperse as soon as the drop fell. Gardner died penitent, confessing his crime. The following confession was made by Gardner before his execution. "I did not want to pay my addresses to Sarah Kirby, but she would never draw me the proper quantity of beer, and that vexed me. I did not know the master was away on the 23rd of April, and the witness who said I asked him where he was will have to suffer for his perjury. I tried my luck in the field by throwing up the spud of the plough, which came down with the point in the earth. If it had fallen flat, I should not have killed her, but as it came down point foremost, I left the field with the determination to do it. I should have killed Miss Edge if I had got near her, and it's a good job no one stopped me before I sold the gun. Verses on the execution of George Gardner for shooting Sarah Kirby. Harkness, Printer, 121 Church Street, Preston. The solemn knell does most awful sound. O God, in pity on me look down. Forgive my sins and compassion take, and grant me fortitude to meet my fate. Oh, what numbers approach to see a wretched man upon the tree! My time is come, and I must be soon a prey to worms in the silent tomb. When I was scarce 18 years of age, as ploughman to Mr. Edge I did engage. He unto me was both good and kind, but murder entered my wicked mind. She would give me beer enough for weeks, when to take her life I a plan did seek. I pointed the gun one fatal day, and with the same took her life away. When from my labour I did return, to do her harm my heart did burn. I took the gun right speedily, but little thinking she was to die. Though fellow servants I did not her like, that was the reason I took her life. That was the reason I did her kill. Maidens never marry against their will. My bosom heaves, and borne down with woe, the grave lies opened, and I must go to sleep with death till the judgment day, when God will pardon me, I firmly pray. It was cursed Satan led me astray, it was Satan tempted me one day, it was Satan prompted my guilty mind, so slay Sarah Kirby, both good and kind. Young men and maidens, ere 'tis too late, O take a warning by my fate, trust in your Saviour who reigns above, and never kill whom you cannot love. It was well for me, had I never been born, to die a death of public scorn. In youth and bloom on the fatal tree, O God, in mercy look down on me. Petitions have in my favour been sent from Warwick town to my gracious Queen, but alas no mercy is there for me, and I must die on the fatal tree. 3 weeks I have lain in a gloomy cell, where my dreadful sufferings no one can tell. To gain me pardon my friends have tried, but oh, alas, it has been denied. End of section 84. Section 85 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason in Panama. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Division 4, Part 20. Execution of William G. Youngman. Life, Trial, and Execution of William G. Youngman, the Walworth Murderer. On Thursday, August 16th, William Godfrey Youngman was placed at the bar of the Central Criminal Court to take his trial for the murder of his mother, 2 brothers, and his sweetheart. Shortly after 10 o'clock, the learned judge, Mr. Justice Wilhams, took his seat on the bench. The prisoner, who was described as a tailor and 25 years of age, was then placed at the bar. He exhibited perfect coolness and self-possession, and did not seem in the slightest degree affected at his awful position. The indictment that was proceeded with was the one charging him with the wilful murder of his sweetheart, Mary Wells Streeter. Mr. James Bevan said, I reside at 16 Manor Place, Walworth. The prisoner's father occupied the top floor of the house. On the 31st of July his family consisted of his wife, 2 little boys, the prisoner, and the deceased. I understand the prisoner had come to see his father on a holiday, and he would sleep there. About 10 minutes to 6 in the morning I was in bed, and heard a noise and a heavy fall on the top floor of the house. I got up to see what was the matter, and before I could get to the door Mr. Beard knocked at it and said, For God's sake come here! Here is murder! I went upstairs directly, and when I got to the top of the stairs I saw the elder boy lying dead upon the landing. I did not see anything more then, but went down and dressed myself, and then I saw the prisoner standing in his nightshirt on the staircase. He said to me, My mother has done all this, She murdered my 2 brothers and my sweetheart, and I, in self-defense, believe I have murdered her. I went out and fetched the police. Susanna Beard said, "Me and my husband occupied the back room as a sleeping room. About 1 o'clock in the morning of the 31st of July, I heard a noise overhead like something very heavy falling on the boards of the bedroom above ours. My husband went out to see what was the matter, and he called out 'Murder!' and came downstairs. He afterwards went up again with the landlord. I went to the door of our room and saw the prisoner standing on the staircase. He said, 'Mrs. Beard, my mother has done all this. She has murdered my sweetheart and my 2 little brothers, and I believe, in self-defense, I have murdered her.' Philip Beard, the husband of the last witness, said, 'I had seen the prisoner in our house a few days. I remember being awoke by my wife, and I heard a rambling on the landing. The noise was like that of children running about. I went out of my room, and I heard a slight scream. When I got to the outside of my room I saw some blood on the stairs, and on the top of the staircase I saw the little boy lying on the landing. His throat was cut and he was dead. I then saw the body of the deceased lying a little beyond that of the boy. I did not observe any other bodies at the time, as I was very much alarmed, and I went down and called the landlord, and we went upstairs together, and I went to dress. I then fetched a policeman and a surgeon. I saw the prisoner upon the stairs, and he told me that his mother had done it all, and that he had murdered her in self-defense." After the further examination of a number of witnesses who corroborated the evidence already given, Mr. Best, in a powerful and touching speech, addressed the jury for the prisoner. The jury retired, and in about 25 minutes returned into court, and amid breathless suspense gave a verdict of guilty. The judge then put on the black cap and delivered the following sentence: "Prisoner at the bar, you have been convicted of the crime of murder, and one of the most heinous ever committed, but it is no part of my office to dwell on the enormity of your guilt. It is my only duty to pass upon the sentence of the law, and that sentence is, that you be taken to the prison from whence you came, and then to the place of execution, and there be hanged by the neck until you are dead. May the Lord have mercy on your miserable soul." Execution. Tuesday, September 4th, was the day appointed for the execution of Youngman, the perpetrator of 4 murders at Walworth. At an early hour people of the lowest order began to assemble in the neighbourhood of the prison, and by 5 o'clock every available space was occupied. At 7 o'clock the chaplain entered the condemned cell to administer religious consolation to the criminal, and remained with him until the time of his execution. In reply to exhortations addressed to him by the chaplain, he repeated substantially the story he had always told as to his share in the crime. The chaplain urged him not to leave the world with a lie in his mouth. Well, if I wanted to tell a lie, it would be to say that I did it. He, nevertheless, conducted himself towards the chaplain with respect, listened to him with attention, and joined in prayer, but, beyond those mechanical observances, he showed no evidence whatever of feeling. The minutes which remained to him to live might now be numbered. He was then conducted to a gateway in which a corridor he had to traverse terminated, and there, a few minutes before 9, he was pinioned. The procession then formed, the gates were opened, the chaplain commenced reading the burial service, and, so escorted, the convict proceeded to the beam. On arriving at the drop and confronting the mass of human beings he looked wild and startled, but, recovering his composure, he allowed himself to be placed on the drop, and, with evident fervency and an audible voice, he followed the chaplain in a prayer, clasping his hands in unmistakable devotion. For a moment he paused to request the executioner, who was adjusting the noose, to pinion his legs, which was done, and his parting words addressed to the chaplain were, "Thank you, Mr. Jessup, for your great kindness. See my brother, and take my love to him and all at home." The drop fell, and he died in a few minutes. H. Disley, Printer, 57 High Street, New Oxford Street. The Wigan Murder. Examination and Confession of John Healey. John Healey, who stands charged on his confession with having been concerned with 4 others in the murder of James Barton, at the Button or Bockhouse Pit, Hay, near Wigan, on the morning of the 3rd of January 1863, was re-examined at Wigan yesterday. The confession having been read over, Mr. Lamb asked the prisoner if it was correct. He said, "It is not all correct, sir. I own to it that I had liquor with the men, but then I do not recollect where I went." Mr. Lamb: But that portion about the murder? Healey: I can then recollect the men and then getting drunk, but I do not know what occurred after. Mr. Lamb: Well, then, how was it that you made that statement? A man may be in drink and not know what he is doing. Mr. Lamb: You were not in drink when you made the statement. The prisoner: No. Mr. Lamb: Then how was it you made it? The prisoner made no reply. Evidence was then tendered as to the discovery of the few remains of Barton, but nothing fresh was elicited. The only evidence bearing upon the confession of Healey was that of Jane Little, a collier girl. She deposed that on the morning of the murder she was assisting to load a boat with coal at the bridge or pigeon pit, situated on the canal bank between the Bauckhouse Colliery and Wigan. The towering path was on the opposite side of the canal to the colliery, and the path was lighted by a light on the pit bank. About 2:15 she was in the boat, and a man, named Jordan, was above lowering the coals. He was approaching with a full tub when she saw 4 men come in the direction of Hay. Jordan was just lowering a tub as they came near, and when the men saw him they stopped suddenly by a heap of ashes. Whilst he was fetching another tub, they walked sharply past and over the bridge, where they waited till Jordan had gone away again. The men had caps on. Having been charged in the usual way, the prisoner said he had nothing to say, and he was committed for trial at the next Liverpool assizes. The evidence of Little is, so far as it goes, corroborative of Healey's confession, and as it was never made public till yesterday, there is no probability that the story of the prisoner with regard to the 4 men can have been manufactured from the newspapers or from hearsay. Come all you wild and wicked youth, listen to me, I will tell the truth, for that sad and dreadful deed has caused my very heart to bleed. I could not sleep or take my rest, I compelled was to confess. Chorus: Though justice strictly searched about, they could not find the murderer out. 2 long years have gone and passed, and I, John Healey, have confessed. At last, to my grief and sad downfall, I was taken to Wigan Town Hall, where I had to face Justice Lamb, to answer was I the guilty man. John Healey is my name, it was strong whiskey did my head inflame, with 4 companions at their desire, at Button Pit near Wigan to thrust poor James Barton in the furnace flames of fire. Though justice strictly searched about, they could not find the murderer out. A warning take, young men, I pray, for fear like me you should be led astray, for night's rambling is my downfall, and strong drink is the ruin of it all. I have taken father, the mother left orphans to deplore. May the Lord have mercy on his soul, they will never see him more. Alas, in Kirkdale jail I lay, awaiting for the trial day. Harkness, Printer, Preston. End of section 85.
Section 86 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a Liverbox recording. All Liverbox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit liverbox.org. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Division 4, Part 21. Execution of Priscilla Bigadike at Lincoln for the wilful murder of her husband. Priscilla Bigadike, who was sentenced to death at the recent Lincoln Assizes for the wilful murder of her husband by poisoning at Toeknee, a village near Boston in Lincolnshire, was executed on Monday morning at 9 o'clock. The unfortunate woman was appeared to pay considerable attention to the ministrations of the chaplain, but she declined to make any confession of her guilt. On Saturday, she was visited by a brother and 3 sisters, who remained with her upwards of 3 hours, and strongly urged her to confess, but still she refused, and at length became passionate at their repeated entreaties. George Ironmonger, one of the persons who lodged at her house, also applied for permission to see her on Saturday, but was refused. On Sunday she attended divine service in the prison. She slept well during the night, and was visited at 7 o'clock yesterday morning by the Reverend W. Richter, the chaplain, who again, without avail, implored her to confess her guilt. At 8:45 she was pinioned by Askern the executioner, and although she fainted under the operation, she immediately recovered. 5 minutes afterwards, the sad procession left the prison for the scaffold, which was erected within the castle walls on the east side of the Crown Court, a distance of nearly 200 yards from the prison door. The unfortunate woman, who was supported by 2 of the warders, moaned piteously and appeared to take little heed of the chaplain while reading the solemn service of the dead. On her way to the place of execution, she said to the warders, "I hope my troubles are ended," and then asked, "Shall we be much longer?" To which a warder gave a negative reply. The service was brought to a close at the foot of a drop, and the chaplain, turning to the prisoner, asked her whether she still persisted in the declaration of her innocence, whether she had anything to do with the crime, in thought, in word or deed. In a firm voice she replied, "I had not, sir." She was then accommodated with a chair, and the chaplain addressed her as follows: "I have spent half an hour with you this morning, in endeavouring to impress upon you a proper sense of your condition, for you are about to pass from this world into another, and to stand before God, to whom the secrets of all hearts are known. I implore you not to pass away without confessing all your sins, not only generally, but specially this particular one, for which you are about to suffer. I had hoped that you will have made that confession, and thus have enabled me, as a minister of Christ, to have pronounced the forgiveness on your sins, under the promise that Christ came into the world to save sinners. It has grieved me much to find that still persist in the declaration that you are not accountable for your husband's death, that you still say that you did not administer the poison yourself, that you did not see any other person administer it, and that you are entirely free from the crime. Do you say so now?" The prisoner, still in a firm voice, said yes. The chaplain: "There is only one left, that you have endeavoured to confess your sins to God, though you will not to you fellow creatures. All I can say now is, that I leave you in the hands of God, and may He have mercy on your soul. What a satisfaction it will be to your children, to your friends, to your relations, to know that you had passed from death into life, in the full persuasion that your sins were forgiven you, and that you were admitted into the blessed kingdom of God. I fear that I can hold out no further consolation to you. The matter rests between you and the Almighty. Had you made a declaration of your sins, I should have done what, as a minister of Christ, I am entitled to do. I should have told you that your sins, though many, were forgiven. I am sorry I cannot exercise that authority at the present moment. I must leave you to God." The condemned woman was then assisted up the steps to the platform and placed on the trapdoor. When the fatal rope was being affixed, she stood firm without assistance. The cap was then drawn over her face, and she then exclaimed, All my troubles are over. Then suddenly, shame! You are not going to hang me. Surely my troubles are over. The bell of the cathedral here tolled forth the hour of 9. At that instant the bolt was drawn, and the wretched woman was launched into eternity. W. Smith, Printer, Lincoln. Execution of Frederick Baker. This morning the wretched criminal, Frederick Baker, suffered the extreme penalty of the law at the Winchester jail for the atrocious murder of Fanny Adams at Alton on the 24th of August last. It is satisfactory to state that since his condemnation, the conduct of the unhappy man underwent a total change for the better, and he began to realize the awful condition in which he was placed, and his callous demeanor was changed into one of deep dejection. The prisoner has been assiduously attended by the chaplain of the prison, and to such a state of religion feeling had he been brought that he fully acknowledged the justice of his sentence. The sheriffs arrived at an early hour. When the operation of pinioning had been performed, the wretched man thanked the chaplain, the governor, and the other officials for their kindness. The procession was then formed, and slowly took its way towards the scene of execution. The cap and rope was adjusted, the bolt drawn, and the prisoner was launched into eternity. You tender mothers, pray give attention to these few lines which I will relate. From a dreary cell, now to you I'll mention, a wicked murderer has now met his fate. This villain's name is Frederick Baker. His trial is over, and his time was come. On the gallows high he has met his Maker, to answer for that cruel deed he'd done. Prepare for death, wicked Frederick Baker, for on the scaffold you will shortly die. Your victim waits for you to meet your Maker. She dwells with angels and her God on high. On the Saturday, little Fanny Adams, near the Hope Garden with her sister played. With hearts so light they were filled with gladness, when that monster Baker towards them strayed. In that heart of stone not a spark of pity, when he those halfpence to the children gave, but now in jail in Winchester city, he soon must die and fill the murderer's grave. He told those children to go and leave him. With little Fanny at the garden gate he said, "Come with me," and she believing, in his arms he lifted her as I now state. "Oh, do not take me, my mother wants me. I must go home again, good sir," she cried. But on this earth she never saw thee. In that Hope Garden there, poor child, she died. When the deed was done, and that little darling, her soul to God her Maker it had flown, she cannot return at her mother's calling. He mutilated her, it is well known. Her heart-broken parents in anguish weeping, for vengeance on her murderer cried. Her mother wrings her hands in sorrow grieving. O would for you, dear Fanny, I had died. The jury soon found this monster guilty. The judge on him the awful sentence passed, saying, "Prepare yourself for the cruel murder, for in this world now you die is cast. And from your cell you will mount the scaffold, and many thousands will you behind. You must die the death of a malefactor. May the Lord have mercy on your guilty soul." What visions now must haunt his pillow, as in his cell he lays now almost wild. She points at him and cries, "O tremble, murderer! 'Tis I, your victim here, that little child." The hangman comes, hark, the bell is tolling. Your time has come, nothing can save you. He mounts the scaffold, the drop is falling, and Frederick Baker fills a murderer's grave. End of section 86.
Section 87 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Division 4, Part 22. Double execution at Durham. Trial and execution of McConville and Dolan for the murder of Philip Trainer of Darlington and Hugh John Ward of Sunderland in the county prison at Durham on the 22nd instant. Yesterday, the two murderers, Dolan and McConville, were executed within the precincts of the jail at Durham. McConville, who was 23 years of age, worked as a furnace man at Darlington, and was convicted of the murder of Philip Trainer on the 30th of January last. Dolan murdered a man named Hugh John Ward at Sunderland on the 8th of last December. The two convicts left the condemned cell shortly after 8 o'clock, each supported by a couple of warders, and attended by the Reverend Canon Consett and Reverend G. Waterton, Roman Catholic priests. A procession, headed by the under-sheriff, moved to the west wing of the prison, where the scaffold was erected. The warders conducted the men chained from their cells, and they were taken through the corridors to the pinioning room, where Calcraft commenced his duties. Both men submitted quietly, and prayed unceasingly with the priests. Canon Consett ministered to McConville, and the Reverend Waterton to Dolan. At 6 minutes to 8 the prison bell began to toll. An hour had scarcely struck before the outer door of the pinioning room opened, and the procession issued into the inner court of the prison. It passed along a narrow passage between two wards, and abruptly turning to the left, came into the open workyard, where the low gallows was erected. In passing across the yard, neither criminal seemed to notice the slight swelling among the cinders and gravel close to their path, which indicated the spot where their graves already dug were lightly covered until the tenants for them were ready. Close to the gallows, Calcraft stepped forward and conducted McConville under the beam. The criminal was deadly pale, but with upright bearing and steady steps advanced without faltering. Calcraft completed his work in full view of Dolan, who shuddered perceptibly, but never ceased joining in the prayers and responses with the Reverend Waterton. At length Calcraft finished with McConville, and then conducted Dolan under the beam. In a few seconds this convict was made fast to the beam, the clergy and Calcraft crept off the drop, and while petitions for mercy were spoken aloud by both the victims, the bolt was drawn. Dolan died almost instantaneously, but McConville struggled for several seconds. After hanging an hour, the bodies were cut down, and an inquest was held at 11. Copy of verses. A double murder we have to tell, most dreadful to relate, Dolan and McConville named, who met an awful fate. Philip Trainer of Darlington was by McConville slain, and Hugh Ward of Sunderland Dolan murdered in the lane. 2 Roman priests attended them in prayer the night before, who begged for mercy from on high, and their sad crime deplore. At 8 o'clock precisely the prison bell did toll, each being led and supported under the warder's control. Where the gallows was erected and loosened from their chains, their graves too was constructed to receive their sad remains. Within the prison they met their fate, now according to the law, and Calcraft performed his duty for crimes mankind abhor. A black flag was hoisted on the prison walls, denoting all was over, the death that men appalls. May the Lord have mercy on their souls for their most dreadful crime, and a warning let it be all to the end of time. W. Smith, Printer, Lincoln. Confession and Execution of Samuel Wright for the Murder of Maria Green. At an early hour on Monday evening, the people began to congregate in front of the jail and in the public houses in the vicinity of Horsemonger Lane Jail, but as the night wore on, they gradually dispersed, until towards 3 o'clock there were only a few stragglers to be seen. About this time the last of the barricades was erected, and every precaution was taken to prevent any disturbance. It had been reported to the prison authorities and the police that an attempt would be made to rescue Wright, and in consequence 500 of the reserves from the A, C, H, K, L, M, and P divisions were on the spot, keeping the ground round the prison clear. The arrangements made by Mr. Superintendent Bradford were well carried out by his colleagues, Superintendents White, Bray, Payne, and Gibbs, and Inspectors Silverton, Fife, and Turpin. As the hour for the execution approached, the crowd began to increase, but all maintained the utmost decorum. At times men were seen pervading the place with a flag, on which was printed in large letters, "Man's Cry," and several religious extracts, while some of them read aloud from the Scriptures. After them followed a number of young men singing psalms, the tunes of which were taken up by the populace. As the hour of 7 o'clock approached, the public houses on each side of the jail were cleared of their customers, and the doors and windows entirely closed, and at Mrs. Wrangham's, the Mason's Arms, a number of policemen took their station on the leads at the back and front of the house. When daylight began to break, the morning was chilly, damp, and foggy, but as the sun rose, it became more cheerful, and it was then observed that nearly every private house opposite the jail had all the blinds down, as close as if a person lay dead within. Very few of the windows were occupied, and they seemed to be the inhabitants of the houses. The gardens were kept clear by the police. Great surprise was felt as the hour of execution arrived, at finding that there were so few persons to witness the awful tragedy. Many had refused to stay, saying they would have no hand in the murder of John Wright, and all felt that he was undergoing a penalty that ought to have been remitted. There were not on the whole more than 4,000 or 5,000 persons present, and being scattered round the avenues leading to the place of execution, there was no difficulty in walking about freely. The unfortunate man slept soundly during the night, and rose about 6 o'clock. He was visited by the chaplain, who remained with him to the last. Shortly before 9 o'clock, the governor of the jail, Mr. Keene, the sheriffs, Calcraft, and other authorities, entered the cell and pinioned the culprit. They proceeded to the gallows, Wright walking under the drop with a firm step, followed by Calcraft, a warder, and the chaplain. He bowed to the crowd, while the cap was put over his head and the rope adjusted round his neck. There were then loud shouts of "Shame!" "Murder!" "Disgraceful!" "Townley!" and other manifestations of displeasure on the part of the populace. Wright understood the feeling of sympathy in his favor, and several times bowed his acknowledgments, raising his hands spasmodically. The fatal hour at length arrived, but there was some little delay before the doomed man ascended the scaffold. Since his condemnation he has behaved throughout with great decorum, and has seen the members of his family several times. The Reverend Mr. Jessup, the chaplain, has been unremitting in his attention to the unhappy man, and his ministrations have been received with the most happy results. Wright, it appears, was brought up a Roman Catholic at a place called Cossey in Norfolk, and since he has been in prison he has received a letter from the Roman Catholic priest of that place, asking him not to desert the faith in which he was educated. Mr. Jessup asked him if he would like to see the Reverend Mr. Doyle, a Catholic priest, but he was perfectly satisfied with the instruction he was receiving from the chaplain. He took the sacrament on Monday at his own request. At length the fatal bolt was withdrawn, and in a few moments the unhappy man was launched into eternity. Wright saw his family and friends a few days ago, and took an affecting leave of them. He has also written 2 letters, of which the following are copies. January 10, 1864, Horsemonger Lane Jail. Dear Mother, I feel it my duty to write a few lines to you before I leave this world, although it is under such painful circumstances. Although I have not written to you before, you know how I am situated. I never thought that I should add to your sorrow. Dear Mother, I call you by that name, for you have been to me as one, and I may say, I to you as a son. I received a kind and welcome letter from Mr. Hazembeth, and am glad to hear that my Cossey friends showed so much sympathy towards me. It is a great crime that I have committed, and I feel that Almighty God will forgive me, and then I hope to join them that's gone before me. Dear Mother, it grieves me very much to think that my dear children will be left fatherless and motherless, but there's one above that has promised to be a father to the fatherless. Since I have been here, I have been treated with the greatest kindness, and I am visited daily by the chaplain, from whom I feel great comfort. I have but a few hours longer to live on this earth, and they will be taken up with reading and prayer. Dear Polly is quite well, and I will leave you to judge my parents' care. I have seen them several times, but my dear mother does not know that I am condemned to die. I have had a great number of friends who have tried to save me from this end, and have failed. But thank God, I feel quite prepared to meet it. Dear Mother, I conclude with my kindest love to you and my dear daughter. May the blessing of God Almighty be upon you now and forever. No more from your unfortunate son. Goodbye. Samuel Wright. January 11, 1864. Dear Mother, I feel that I must write a few lines before I leave this world, as Almighty God has given me strength so to do. Dear Mother, although I am present here under a heavy crime, I feel as if the Almighty God had freely forgiven me after all my sins. And what a blessing that is to think that your dear son feels so glorified, that he dies in peace with God, where I hope to meet them that are dear to us. I leave one with you, my dear child, in remembrance of me, and may the Almighty God give you health and strength to bring her up in the ways of the Lord. Dear Mother, I feel as if I cannot last but a few days longer, and now I again take a farewell of father, mother, sisters, and brother, and wishing the blessing of God Almighty may be upon you, now and forever. Amen. Father's blessing and a kiss for his child. Samuel Wright. He made a free confession of the whole of the shocking transaction. He said he could not exactly say how the murder originated, but it was something in this way: that he was asleep in bed, and that the woman came and took him by the waistcoat, and said he should not lay sleeping there. Some words ensued, and she threatened to leave him and go with some other man with whom she had previously cohabited. Upon that he jumped out of bed, and as the razor with which he had recently shaved himself was lying on the table, he took it up and cut her throat. It was all the work of a moment. The father, the brother, and the brother's wife saw him for about an hour on Monday, and he has also seen his daughter, a little girl about 4 years old. He was aware of the efforts that were being made out of doors to save his life, and appeared to feel very grateful to those who took so kind an interest in him. Mr. S. Gurney, M.P., and Mr. J. Phillips, one of the visiting justices, waited upon Mr. Justice Blackburn on Monday, and had an interview of about half an hour with him, urging everything they could in Wright's favor, but he refused to accede to their request, and said the law must take its course. Mr. Ebsworth, a surgeon of Newington, took a petition to Her Majesty at Frogmore Lodge. While he was presenting the petition to Colonel Knollys, Her Majesty passed up the stairs, and he saw Colonel Knollys deliver it into the Queen's hands, but the answer he received to it was that the Queen could not undertake to advise her advisers. Taylor, Printer, Brick Lane, London. The execution of James Clitheroe, of St. Helens, for the murder of Mary Woods this day. James Clitheroe, the culprit in this remarkable case, suffered death on Saturday in front of the Kirkdale Jail near Liverpool, though efforts had been made to secure a reprieve. The circumstances in connection are of a somewhat peculiar description. Clitheroe was a married man with a family, but his affections appear to have been divided between his wife and Mary Woods, a poor paralytic woman, who earned a living by keeping a school and selling small beer. The prisoner was in the habit of sharing the murdered woman's bed, and as his neighbors knew of this, he was twitted by them, in the intensely acrimonious manner peculiar to vulgar and uneducated people, as to the poor cripple Mary Woods being enceinte by him. This seems to have annoyed Clitheroe very much, and his mortification and chagrin acting upon a morbid temperament, prompted him to murder. On the night of the 28th of December last, he visited Mary Woods's house, and went to bed with her as was his wont, but early the next morning he cut her throat and his own too, though the wound was only fatal in the case of the woman. Later in the morning the school children were unable to gain admission to the house as usual, and as no one answered the door after repeated knocks, an entrance was effected at the rear of the premises, and an investigation took place. In an upstairs room the police found Mary Woods and the prisoner in bed together, the woman quite dead, and with her throat cut, and the man in an exhausted condition, with his throat cut also. The blood upon the woman's throat was dry, and she had evidently been dead for several hours, whereas the blood upon Clitheroe was fresh, and his wound must have been recently inflicted, because the blood was flowing freely from the arteries of the neck when the police first entered. The prisoner, when asked what he had been doing, stated that he and Mary Woods had agreed to cut their throats, saying, "We made it up to cut our throats. She told me that the razor was in the drawer under the looking-glass. I fetched the razor, got into bed, and first cut my own throat." The prisoner never deviated from this account of the transaction, either before or after the trial, but it must have been untrue in point of fact, because the strong and irresistible probability is, that the woman's throat was cut at 5 o'clock in the morning, and that she was dead several hours before the prisoner made an attempt upon his own life. When the prisoner was on his trial, Mr. Justice Willis directed the jury that if the prisoner counselled, assisted, or directed the woman to destroy herself, he was guilty of murder. The execution. The culprit, who was pinioned by Calcraft in the usual way, struggled hard. To the last he persisted in the story of suicide. The crowd was not so great as had been expected. After hanging the usual time, the body was cut down, and the crowd soon after dispersed. J. Harkness, Printer, Preston. End of section 87.
Section 88 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by guest, San Diego, California, USA. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various, Division 4, Part 23. Horrid Murder of a Gentleman in a Railway Carriage. Another base and dreadful murder now again, alas, has been. One of the most atrocious murders it is, as ever yet was seen. Poor Thomas Briggs, how sad to mention, was in a first-class railway carriage slain, between Old Ford and Hackney Wick, which caused excitement, care, and pain. Oh, listen to this railway murder. Poor Briggs received the fatal wound between Old Ford Bridge and Hackney Wick, and very near great London town. They found a hat in the railway carriage, made in Crawford Street, St. Marylebone, in which poor Thomas Briggs was riding on his journey to his home. Alas, poor man, he little thought that he would be deprived of life in the railway carriage by a villain at 10 o'clock that fatal night. Oh, little did he think they'd kill him. He had no thought he was to die upon that fatal Saturday evening, on the 9th day of July. The villains in the carriage slew him. For plunder Thomas Briggs was killed. In a first-class carriage they did rob him, and all around his blood was spilled. Thomas Briggs was a faithful servant to Robarts, Lubbock, and Company. 300 pounds rewards is offered. Soon may the murderer taken be, and brought to justice for the dreadful deed he done, as we may hear, and glad we are there is before us a clue to the wicked murderer. They have traced his watch-chain in the city. The very key, as we are told, stole from poor Briggs that fatal evening. Albert curve with swivel seal in gold. Robbed of nearly all he possessed, he was upon that fatal night, between Old Ford and Hackney Wick, in the railway carriage, in daylight. This sad affair has caused excitement far and near for miles around, and thousands to the spot are going from all around great London town, and on the spot they look with horror where poor Thomas Briggs was killed. They view with grief, with pain and sorrow, where his crimson blood was spilled. O God above, look down from heaven, point the murdering villain out, let stern justice close pursue them, never let them roam about. On him, or them, we all are certain, has on the brow the mark of Cain. Thus ends the brutal, horrid murder, of which has caused such grief and pain. On that fatal Saturday evening, they left him in his crimson gore, July the 9th, in a railway carriage, 1864. Murder in the railway train. Listen to my song, and I will not detain you long, and then I will tell you of what I've heard, of a murder that's been done by some wicked one, and the place where it all occurred. Between Stepney and Bow they struck the fatal blow. To resist he tried, all in vain. Murdered by some prigs was poor Mr. Briggs, whilst riding in a railway train. Mueller is accused. At present we cannot refuse to believe that he is the very one. But all his actions, you see, have been so very free ever since the murder it was done. From his home he never went, but such a happy time he spent. He never looked troubled on the brain. If he'd been the guilty man, he would have hid all he can from the murder in the railway train. Mueller he did state that he was going to emigrate long before this dreadful tragedy. He used to talk about traveling to New York in the Victoria that was going to sea. Mr. Death, the jeweler, said he was very much afraid he might not know the same man again. When he heard of the reward, he started out abroad about the murder in the railway train. If it's Mueller, we can't deny, on the cabman keep your eye. Remember what he said the other day, that Mueller a ticket sold for money, which seems so very funny when he had no expenses for to pay. They say his money he took, and his name entered on the book, Long before this tragedy he came. Like Muller's, the cabman had a hat, and it may be his, perhaps, that was found in the railway train. Would a murderer have forgot to have destroyed the jeweller's box, or burned up the sleeve of his coat? Would he the chain ticket have sold, and himself exposed so bold, and to all his friends a letter wrote? Before Muller went away, why did not the cabman say, and not give him so much start on the main? If the cabman knew, it's very wrong to keep the secret up so long about the murder in the railway train. When Muller does arrive, we shall not be much surprised to hear that that's him on the trial. Give him time to repent, though he is not innocent. To hear the evidence, give no denial. Muller's got the watch, you see, so it proves that he is guilty. But like Townley, don't prove that he's insane. For it should be him. On the gallows let him swing, for the murder on the railway train. Now Muller's caught at last, though he spins so very fast, and on him they found the watch and hat. Though cross the ocean he did roam, he had better stayed at home, and hid himself in some little crack. Though he pleads his innocence, but that is all nonsense, for they'll hang him as sure as he's a man. For he got up to his rigs, and murdered Mr. Briggs, while riding in a railway train. London, printed for the vendors. End of section 88. Recording by guest, San Diego, California, USA.
Section 89 of The Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Roohi Huck. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Section 89. Division 4, Part 24. The Chase, Capture and Execution of Franz Muller. The clue to the murderer of Mr. Briggs was obtained as follows. A little girl, the daughter of a cabman, was playing with a small card box, such as jewellers put small trinkets in, and upon exhibiting it to her father, he remembered the name of the jeweller with whom the chain of the late Mr. Briggs had been exchanged, and upon questioning the girl, she said that Franz Muller had given it her 4 days ago. Muller, who is a German, a tailor's cutter, had previously lived at the house of the cabman. The police was immediately communicated with. On the box being shown to Mr. Death, he at once identified it. Mr. Death then accompanied the cabman and the police to a cottage at Bow, where Muller had lived, and upon seeing a photograph Muller had given the child, he at once recognized the features of the man who changed the chain. The cabman identified the hat found in the railway carriage as the one he had purchased for Muller about 4 months ago. Inquiries were made, and it was ascertained that the suspected murderer had sailed for New York on board the Victoria. Inspector Tanner and other officers immediately started for New York to await the arrival of Victoria. The Victoria, after a passage of 40 days, arrived on the 24th of August, when Muller was arrested, and the missing property found in his possession. After certain forms were gone through, Muller started for England, September 3rd, on board the Etna, and arrived at Queenstown on the 15th. On Friday evening, September 16th, Muller arrived at Liverpool. Upon landing, he was taken to the Central Police Station, Liverpool, and there remained till 7 o'clock on Saturday morning. To avoid the crowd, Inspector Tanner took the prisoner to Edgehill Station. He was taken to a private room till the arrival of the 9 a.m. train from Lime Street, when he walked between Inspector Tanner and Superintendent White to the carriage. When the train moved off, attempts were made at groaning, but cries of "Goodbye, Muller" prevailed. At 25 minutes past 3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, the Liverpool express train drew up to the ticket platform at the London and North Western Railway near Camden Town. Muller was taken to Bow Street Police Station, and the charge formally entered against him by Inspector Tanner. What a consternation there has been, and time has swiftly gone by. What great excitement has been seen since the 9th of last July. In 1864, when Thomas Briggs was slain and found weltering in his crimson gore upon the railway train. When Muller did the dreadful deed, he flew across the main, but justice followed him with speed and brought him back again. It was to New York in America the wretched man did sail, and justice for one moment to find him did not fail. They followed the Victoria ship unto Columbia's land, determined, if 'twas possible, to take that wicked man. While the ship was on the ocean, the stormy winds did blow, she could not get a headway, a murderer was below. The passengers did oft remark, we all must rest assured, there must something dreadful have been done, a murderer is on board. On the 24th of August, the Victoria was espied, and the officers of justice on board her quickly hied. All things were planned so cleverly, just as it ought to be, that Muller had not the least chance from justice for to flee. They soon had him in custody, all on the raging main, and found upon the murderer poor Briggs' watch, 'tis plain. Although the crime he did deny, when the property was found, the murderer was landed upon America's ground. In New York he was examined, then in the Etna or the Main, they brought the wretched murderer to England again. News flew like wind the country round, Franz Muller had arrived. They ran from every quarter, to behold him they did strive. Conversations on the murder has by thousands taken place, though the circumstances are as clear as the nose upon his face. His flying to America across the ocean wide, they found on him poor Briggs' hat and the gold watch besides. Franz Muller now is landed once more on England's ground. A verdict of wilful murder against him has been found. He has caused great consternation, great agony and pain, and he must answer for the deed he done, all on the railway train. H. Disley, Printer, 57 High Street, St. Giles, London. The Execution and Confession of Franz Muller for the murder of Mr. Briggs, November 14, 1864. At 2 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, Sir George Grey returned an answer to the memorial presented to him, praying for a respite of the convict Muller by the German Legal Protection Society. Previous to the delivery of his decision, he had a long conversation with the Lord Chief Baron Pollock and Mr. Baron Martin, which terminated in his arriving at the conclusion that the memorial did not warrant his interfering with the verdict of the jury. Immediately on the receipt of the letter, Mr. Beard, with Alderman Wilson, proceeded to communicate to Muller the result of the efforts that had been made on his behalf. They were received by Mr. Jonas, the governor of Newgate, who conducted them to the condemned cell. They found the prisoner engaged in writing. He immediately rose and extended his hand to Mr. Beard, who asked him how he was. The convict said, "I am very well." Mr. Jonas then informed the prisoner of the efforts that had been made to save his life, and that Mr. Beard had just received a reply from the Secretary of State, which he read to him. At the conclusion, the convict said in a low voice, "I did not expect anything else." Mr. Beard then said to the prisoner, "Did you know that any efforts had been made on your behalf?" The prisoner replied, "Yes, I did think so." Mr. Beard then said, "Have you any statement that you wish to make?" The prisoner, "No, nothing, because," continued Mr. Beard, "now that all has been done that can be done for you, and there is no hope in this world, if you have anything to acknowledge, you had better do so." In reply to this, Muller said, I should be a very bad fellow if I had done it. I have no other statement to make than that which I have already made. Mr. Beard then asked him if he had made his peace with God. The prisoner said yes, and in every respect appeared resigned to his fate. Mr. Beard then shook hands with him and said, "Goodbye, Mullah. God bless you." The prisoner returned the pressure of his hand and was left to himself. The prisoner on Sunday attended divine service in the chapel, both in the morning and the afternoon, and listened apparently with deep attention to the discourse delivered by the Reverend Miss Davies, the ordinary. He was visited in the evening by Dr. Walbaum and Dr. Chappell. Preparations for the execution. Up to Sunday night, Muller preserved the same quiet, firm demeanour, and although he occupied some of his time in writing, he did not lie down till considerably after his usual time, and slept but little. He rose at 5 o'clock on Monday in good spirits, and was soon afterwards joined by the Reverend Mr. Davis, the chaplain of the jail, and the Reverend Mr. Walbaum. He in every respect appeared calm and resigned to meet his fate. He joined devoutly in prayer with the reverend gentleman, and otherwise conducted himself in a manner becoming his awful position. A little before 7 o'clock he was visited by Mr. Jonas, the governor of the jail, to whom he extended his hand, and feelingly thanked him for the kind attention he had received since his incarceration. Calcraft arrived at 6, but was not recognized by the mob, and thus escaped the usual hooting. Although the fixing of the scaffold was completed by 4 o'clock, still the clang of hammers and putting up barriers continued till day had dawned. At 5 o'clock a heavy drenching rain set in, which had the effect of driving the majority of those who during the night had taken up positions from their strongholds, and to hastily beat a retreat to the now open public houses and coffee shops, as well as to other places offering anything like shelter. At this time there could not have been more than 500 people actually upon the scene, but at 6 o'clock the rain abated, and from this time the crowd was recruited by an increasing flow of newcomers. At 6 o'clock the main body of police, under Mr. Inspector Duddy, was stationed at the approaches to and in the Old Bailey, and preserved throughout the morning in the strictest order. Soon after 7 o'clock, Mr. Alderman and Sheriff Besley, Mr. Alderman and Sheriff Dakin, and the under-sheriffs, Messrs. Davidson and De Jersey, arrived at the Sessions House, where they remained until summoned to the prison by the governor. About 20 minutes to 8 they were informed that the condemned man would soon leave his cell. Upon receiving this intimation, these officials left the Sessions House. A few minutes after this, the procession reached the door which opens into the chapel yard. Here they awaited the arrival of the culprit. The execution. While the officials were on their way from the Sessions House to this spot, Mr. Jonas had gone to the cell of the prisoner and informed him that it was time for him to leave. The prisoner, who was deadly pale, trembled with emotion, but sought to bear the awful announcement with all the fortitude possible. He rose up, shook hands with the jailers, who had been principally with him since his incarceration, and with a firm and rather quick step left his cell, accompanied by Mr. Jonas, followed by 2 or 3 other officials. As soon as they left the cell, the shouts and cries of, they are coming, hats off." At this moment the most intense excitement and confusion prevailed, in the midst of which terrible din reverberated the echoes of the solemn knell, which, from its increased rapid tolling, indicated that the mournful procession had gained the steps of the hideous cloth-draped gibbet. A moment towards Calcraft, the hangman, made his appearance on the scaffold, and then withdrew to see that all was right. He had no sooner disappeared than Muller, accompanied by the Reverend J. Davies, chaplain, and Dr. Chappell, followed by other officials, made his appearance. This was a signal for the renewed excitement and clamour of the swerving multitude, who had largely, as it were imperceptibly, increased, and whose upturned anxious faces met the gaze at all points. The culprit ascended the scaffold with a firm step, and placed himself under the drop. He cast his eyes once up toward the beam, and his lips quivered with emotion, but this he evidently sought to check. After the cap had been drawn over his head and the rope put round his neck, Dr. Chappell took hold of his hand and again prayed with him. This he did for some minutes, and concluded by addressing the following words to the now fast dying man. In a few moments you will be before your God. I ask you, for the last time, are you innocent or guilty? Muller: I am innocent. Dr. Campbell: you are innocent? Muller: God Almighty knows what I have done. Dr. Campbell: does God know that you have done this deed? Muller was silent. Dr. Campbell: I ask you now solemnly and for the last time, have you committed this crime? Yes, I have done it. Almost at the same instant, and while the words were upon the lips of the wretched man, the drop fell, and Muller died without a struggle. Dr. Campbell nearly fainted. Immediately after the execution, the sheriffs dispatched a communication to Sir George Grey, informing him that the culprit had confessed. A similar communication was made to Sir R. Mayne at Scotland Yard. The following dispatch was immediately after the execution forwarded to the Home Secretary. Jail of Newgate, 14th day of November, 1864. To the Right Honourable Sir George Grey, Bart. Sir, by direction of the sheriffs, I have the honour to acquaint you that the prisoner Muller has at the last moment, just before the drop fell, confessed to the German Minister of Religion attending him that he was guilty of the deed for which he suffered. I have the honour and company. Septimus Davidson, one of the under sheriffs. London, printed for the vendors. End of section 89. Section 90 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Roohi Huck. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Division 4, Part 25. Lamentation and Execution of James Longhurst and Miles Weatherhill. At Horsemonger Lane Jail on Tuesday, April 16th, for the wilful murder of Jane Sachs, a little girl 7 years old, at Sheer, in Surrey. Terrible scene in the prison with the culprit. James Longhurst was executed this morning, April 16, on the top of the Horsemonger Lane Jail. Since his condemnation, he has expressed contrition for his crime and hoped that God would forgive him. Notwithstanding, the prisoner appearing to be in a state of mind becoming his awful position, when he was taken down from the condemned cell to the yard to be pinioned, a frightful scene ensued. The moment the culprit saw Calcraft, the executioner, approach him with the straps to pinion his arms, he started back with an aspect of terror depicted on his countenance, and began to struggle violently with the turnkeys. The chaplain spoke to him and endeavoured to calm him, and this for a moment appeared to have the effect, but upon the executioner requesting that the culprit might be taken outside, as he could not see to fasten the straps properly, another fearful struggle ensued, and it required 5 warders to hold him on the ground while he was being pinioned, and 1 or 2 of the turnkeys were very much hurt by the kicks they received. The prisoner's conduct seemed to be actuated by an uncontrollable horror of the executioner and the apparatus of death. After he had been secured, he walked quietly by the side of the chaplain until he arrived at the steps leading to the scaffold, and immediately he caught sight of the gibbet, his horror appeared to return. He again struggled violently as well as he was able, and was forcibly dragged up to the steps and held under the beam by several turnkeys while the rope was adjusted round his neck, and as speedily as possible the bolt was drawn, and after a few struggles the wretched youth ceased to exist. Good people, all I pray, draw near, and my sad history to you soon shall hear, and when the same I do relate, I trust you will a warning take. At Horsemonger Lane on the scaffold high, for a cruel murder I was doomed to die. James Longhurst, it is my name, I brought myself to grief and shame, through the dreadful deed that I had done at Churchill Field, near Guildford town. It was in last June, the 28th, I did this deed as I now state, an innocent child I there did slay, and with a knife took her life away. Poor Jane Sachs on that fatal day, a child scarce 7 years of age, in Churchill Field I her did meet, and shamefully did her ill treat. Then coward-like I drew my knife to rob this helpless child of life. I stabbed her in the throat, her blood did pour, then left her weltering in her gore. Then I was taken for this cruel deed, and sent for trial, as you may read. At Kingston Assizes tried and cast. Oh, would I could recall the past. She cried for help, did poor little Jane. David and sore to her assistance came, whilst I, a guilty wretch, did stand, and licked her blood from off my hand. The judge said, James Longhurst, you are guilty found. You will go from here to London town, and there you'll die a death of shame, and meet your fate at Horsemonger Lane. While I lay in my prison cell, my state of mind no tongue can tell. I could not rest by day or night, poor Jane was always in my sight. My tender parents came to visit me, my heart was breaking their grief to see. Tears from their eyes did in torrents fall, while for mercy to my God did call. I hope that none will them upbraid, while I am in my silenced grave. Farewell to all, the bell does toll. Have mercy, God, on my sinful soul. H. Disley, Printer, 57 High Street, St. Giles, London. Miles Weatherhill, the young weaver, and his sweetheart, Sarah Bell. The prisoner Weatherhill was executed at Manchester on Saturday, April the 4th, for the murder of Jane Smith at Todmorden, a fellow servant of Sarah Bell. Oh, give attention, you pretty maidens, a tale of love I will here unfold, and you will say, when the same is mentioned, 'tis as sad a story as ever yet was told. Miles Weatherhill was a brisk young weaver, and at Todmorden did happy dwell. He fell in love with a pretty maiden, the parson's servant named Sarah Bell. It was at Todmorden where these true lovers at the parson's house tales of love did tell, and none on earth could be more constant than Miles the weaver and young Sarah Bell. Deep in each heart was true love engrafted, they had sworn for ever to happy be. No power on earth could those lovers sever, they met in joy and felicity. But they was parted and broken-hearted, separated was those true lovers far. Those constant lovers adorned each other, and love will penetrate through iron bars. Miles Weatherhill was but 23, his mind was noble, he good did mean, and Sarah Bell was fair and virtuous, young blooming, aged 17. They would have married, but tales were carried which caused displeasure, as you shall hear. Miles was refused to meet his lover, and she left Todmorden in Lancashire. She left her true love quite broken-hearted, and to her mother at York did go, and when such a distance from each other parted, caused them sorrow, grief, pain, and woe. In a fit of sadness, overcome with madness, he made a deep and solemn vow. If separated from his own true lover, he would be revenged on Parson Plough. With 4 loaded pistols in a fit of frenzy, Miles to the vicarage did haste forthwith, and with a weapon wounded the master, and shot the maiden named Jane Smith. To the lady's bedchamber in rage and anger, bent on destruction with intent to kill, he did ill-treat her, with a poker beat her, and her crimson blood on the floor did spill. O God, in mercy guide evil passions, thou seest all things from heaven above. 3 innocent lives has been sacrificed, and 1 serious injured, all through true love. If they'd not been parted, made broken-hearted, those in the grave would be living now, and Miles would not have died on the gallows for slaying the maiden and Parson Plough. Young men and maidens, you constant lovers, if true and honourable you make a vow, be just and upright, and oh remember Todmorden Vicarage and Parson Plough. And all good people, oh pray consider, where true love is planted, there let it dwell, and recollect the Todmorden murder, young Miles the weaver, and Sarah Bell. Miles and the true love by death is parted, in health and bloom he the world did leave, and his true love quite broken-hearted, for Miles the weaver in pain do grieve. At the early age of 23, in the shades below with the worms do dwell, on the fatal drop he cried broken-hearted, may we meet in heaven, my sweet Sarah Bell. H. Disley Printer, 57 High Street, St. Giles, London, W.C. End of section 90. Section 91 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Roohi Huck. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Section 91. Trial and Sentence of Constance Kent. On Friday, July 21st, Miss Constance E. Kent was placed at the bar of the Salisbury Assize Court, charged with the murder of her brother, Francis Saville Kent. The clerk of the Assize, addressing the prisoner, said, "How say you? Are you guilty or not guilty?" The prisoner, in a voice scarcely audible, said, "Guilty." A profound silence then ensued in court, which was broken by Mr. Coleridge, the prisoner's counsel, standing up and saying, "I desire to say 3 things before your lordship pronounces sentence. First, solemnly before Almighty God, she wishes me to say that the guilt is her own alone, and that her father and others, who have so long suffered most unjust and cruel suspicions, are wholly and absolutely innocent. And secondly, that she was not driven to this act by unkind treatment at home, as she met with nothing there but tender and forbearing love. And I may add that it gives me a melancholy pleasure to be the organ of these statements for her, because on my honour I believe them to be true." The judge, with much emotion, then said, "Constance Kent, it is my duty to receive the plea which you have deliberately put forward. I can entertain no doubt that the murder was committed under great deliberation and cruelty. You appear to have allowed your feelings and anger to have worked in your breast, until at last they assumed over you the influence and power of the evil one. It remains for me to pass the sentence which the law adjudges." The learned judge then passed upon her the usual sentence of death. During the passing of the sentence, prisoner burst into a violent flood of tears, sobbing aloud. "Oh, give attention, you maidens dear, my dying moments are drawing near, when I am sentenced, alas, to die, upon a gallows gloomy and high. Oh, what a sight it will be to see a maiden die on the fatal tree. I am a maiden in youth and bloom, I a wretched murderer to die am doomed, and in the city of Salisbury my days must end on a dismal tree. My little brother, a darling sweet, that fatal morning did soundly sleep. I was perplexed, I invented strife, fully determined to take his life. To the dirty closet I did him take, the deed I done caused my heart to ache. Into the soil I did him thrust down, where asleep in death he was quickly found. My own dear father they did suspect, that he would suffer they did expect. I was apprehended, but I got clear, though I was the murderess of my brother dear. Long, long I pined in deep distress, at length the murder I did confess. The wild road murder, as you may see, committed was no one but me. Farewell, my father dear, I know for me you will shed a tear. Yes, your wicked daughter in shame must die, for that cruel murder on a gallows high. How many maidens will flock to see a female die upon Salisbury's tree? Constance Emily Kent is my dreadful name, who in youth and beauty dies a death of shame. I must go to my silent grave. Father, is there no one your child to save? Oh, the awful moments are drawing near. Father, forgive your daughter dear. O God in heaven, look down on me as I stand on the dreadful tree. Forgive the crime I, alas, have done. Wash me with the blood of thy blessed Son. I must not live, I am bound to go. I must be hurried to the shadows below. My guilty heart long did quake with fear. Why did I kill my little brother dear? I see the hangman before me stand, ready to seize me by the law's command. When my life is ended on the fatal tree, then will be cleared up all mystery. Disley Printer, High Street, St. Giles, London. Life, trial, character, confession and execution of Stephen Forward for the horrid murder of 3 children near Holborn, also of his wife and child at Ramsgate. Murder of 3 children by poison near Holborn. On Wednesday, August 9th, 1865, the neighbourhood of Red Lion Square was thrown into a state of excitement owing to a report that 3 brothers had been murdered at the Star Coffee House, Red Lion Street. It appears that on the Saturday a man called at the above hotel and inquired if 3 children could be accommodated with a bed for a few nights. Having been informed that there was one room unoccupied, he said the children were aged respectively 6, 8, and 10 years, and that accommodation would be suitable. He called again on the Monday evening with the 3 children and saw them to bed. 8:30, when one of the chambermaids entered the first room in which the 2 younger children were in bed, and to her extreme horror found they were dead. She immediately raised an alarm when the proprietor and others entered the room in which the eldest child had been placed, and there found that he also was in the sleep of death. Medical assistance and the police were instantly summoned, and the surgeon firstly arriving, and upon his examination of the bodies, pronounced life to have been extinct for some hours, the limbs being frigid and cold. From information gained by the police, it appears that the person who left the children at the coffee house went by the name of Sadi. Murder of mother and daughter at Ramsgate by the person who committed the other murders. On Thursday morning, August 10th, Ramsgate was thrown into a state of intense excitement by a report that a man named Stephen Forward had committed a double murder in a dyer's house in King Street. It appears that Forward, who was formerly a baker in the town, left Ramsgate some 8 years ago, leaving his wife and a little girl behind him in a state of almost total destitution. On Wednesday evening, Forward suddenly appeared in Ramsgate and made his arrival known to his wife. On Thursday morning, about 20 minutes past 8, Forward went to Mr. Ellis's house. His wife was there, having some breakfast with Mr. Ellis and his daughter. He was asked if he would take any breakfast, but he declined. He sat down and commenced talking. Shortly before 9, Ellis went into his workshop, and while there his daughter told Forward and his wife if they had anything to say in private they might go upstairs. They both went upstairs and had not been there many minutes before the daughter of Forward went up with them. She had hardly got there when Mr. Ellis and his daughter were startled by 2 rapid reports of a pistol, and on the latter rushing upstairs, she arrived at the landing just in time to see Forward's daughter fall down dead, she having been shot by her father. Miss Ellis then called out to her father, who came in, and he saw Forward standing at the top of the stairs. He said, "What have you done, Forward?" And seeing that he had a pistol in his hand, he called on him to give it to him, which he did. Forward at this time had a black moustache and dark whiskers on. Ellis then saw the feet of Forward's wife, and on looking over the table he saw her head, and that blood was oozing therefrom. He told Forward to sit down, and he then perceived that he had neither moustache nor whiskers on. He asked Forward where they were, and he replied that they were under the grate. He looked there, but could not find them, and Forward gave them to him. He then called out for the police and a surgeon. Forward added, "Yes, send for a policeman." He was then given into custody. At 12 o'clock at noon, Forward was brought before the magistrates, charged with the murder of his wife and child. Previous to the calling of any witnesses, the prisoner, addressing the magistrates, said, "I have here a paper to Sir Richard Mayne, which I hope you will permit me to read to you. I have a reason for it. If you will grant me a favour, I think you will see that my reason justifies me in asking it. Immediately I was brought to the station house, I asked for some paper, a pen, and some ink, that I might draw up this statement, but it is not finished. I also made a statement to the inspector in charge. I inquired whether he had heard of the murder of 3 children in London. My reason for asking this question was, that previous to my being charged with this crime, I was guilty of the murder of the 3 children in London. I hope this may be taken as a communication to Sir Richard Mayne, and also that it is made quite voluntarily. The evidence having been gone through, he was fully committed to take his trial at the next assizes for wilful murder, when he was found guilty of the murders, and was executed this morning, and died without a struggle." Copy of verses. Of all the crimes we ever heard, of all the crimes we read, sure none on earth did ever know a more sad dreadful deed. 5 murders were committed, he with Satan did connive. It was in the month of August 1865. The murderer's name is Forward, he led a wicked life, living with a married woman whose husband's name was White. She had 4 little children, 3 of which he while did slay in Red Lion Street in Holborn, then he did from London stray. The cruel murderer Forward at Ramsgate had a wife, she had a youthful daughter, but the murderer lived with White, who of his cruel usage had cause oft to complain. Not long ago she left him, and sailed o'er the briny main. When he had killed the little boys, from London he went down, where dwelt his wife and daughter in peace in Ramsgate town. He shot his wife and daughter dear, it cruel was and sad, and wanted to make it appear the villain he was mad. 5 innocents he did destroy, how dreadful to unfold. Mrs. White's 3 little boys, his wife and child were told. The boys he killed in London, which caused great excitement round, and his wife and lovely daughter he killed in Ramsgate town. When Mrs. White's dear children he did in London slay, he with a dreadful weapon to Ramsgate went straight away. His own wedded wife and daughter so maliciously he shot, and thousands flocked from far around to view the dreadful spot. For those 5 cruel murders may the villain punished be, and die a malefactor upon the fatal tree. More cruel dreadful murders we very seldom hear, and wonderful excitement it has caused both far and near. H. Drisley, Printer, 57 High Street, St. Giles, London. End of section 91. Section 92 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Roohi Huck. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Division 4, Part 27. The Execution of 5 Pirates. The execution of 5 pirates for murder, which took place on Monday, February 22nd at the Old Bailey. This morning, Monday, February 22nd, 1864, will long be remembered by the inhabitants of the City of London as one of the most remarkable in the annals of hanging, by the execution of 5 foreign sailors, viz. John Lyons, Francisco Bianco, Mauricio Durana, Marcus Water, Miguel Lopez, alias Joseph Chances, alias the Catalan, for the wilful murder of George Smith upon the high seas. The attendance of persons to witness the execution was enormous, being greater than was ever remembered by the oldest inhabitant in the city, and was much of the same class as usually attend these exhibitions, with the addition of a fair sprinkling of seafaring men. The prisoners have been very assiduously attended by the worthy priests of the Catholic persuasion, to which creed the prisoners belong, and they had been brought to a full knowledge of the enormity of the crimes which they had committed, and to such a state of religious feeling they had been brought, that they all fully acknowledged the share each one took in a horrible crime, and recognized the justice of their punishment. The sheriffs, with their usual attendants, arrived at a very early hour at the prison, and immediately visited the various criminals in their cells. The worthy priests who had been attending the criminals since their condemnation was in the prison the whole night, and were early in their attendance on the unhappy criminals. After the usual formalities had been gone through of demanding the bodies of the prisoners into their custody, the executioner with his assistants commenced pinioning the prisoners, which operation was quickly performed considering the number of prisoners. The arrangements having been completed, the mournful procession began to move towards the scaffold, the worthy priests praying fervently with the wretched prisoners, who appeared to have been fully brought to a thorough state of penitence. The prisoners ascended the scaffold in an orderly manner, and directly they appeared on the drop, the immense multitude gave a deep and loud groan, which seemed to make some of the wretched men tremble. The executioner, having adjusted the fatal ropes and drawn the caps over their eyes, left the platform, and the priests administered the last parting words of scriptural consolation to them. The signal was then given, the bolts were withdrawn, and the wretched murderers were launched into eternity. Is there not one spark of pity for 5 poor unhappy men, doomed alas in London city on a tree their lives to end? The dreadful crime which they committed on the raging stormy sea, by every one must be admitted, they each deserved to punished be. 5 poor unhappy sailors on the drop did trembling stand, and their lives did pay a forfeit for their deeds on board the flowery land. Sometimes at sea there's cruel usage, and men to frenzy oft are drove. They're always wrong by men in power, and that there's many a sailor knows. But those unhappy 7 sailors did commit a dreadful deed, killed and slaughtered sad to mention, on aboard the flowery land, we read. Great excitement through the nation this most sad affair has caused, sent through the briny ocean to be tied by English laws. 7 tried and there convicted, and sentenced each to hanged be, for the dreadful murders they committed when sailing on the raging sea. For two of them they did petition, alas, there nothing could them save. Sad indeed was their condition, to lie side by side in a murderer's grave. Far away from friends and kindred, they umptied on the drop did stand. Sad was the deed that they committed on board the fatal Lowry land. Thousands flocked from every quarter, 7 unhappy men to see, sailors from distant foreign nations suspended on a dreadful tree. The fatal signal soon was given, the awful drop at length did fall, it caused a groan, it caused a shudder, may God receive their guilty souls. May this to sailors be a warning, the dreadful sight the world did see, in London that fatal morning, the 7 died on Newgate's tree. Was there not a tear of pity, while trembling they in death did stand, to die for crimes in London city, committed on the Lowry land? Their victims they did show no mercy, no time for to prepare they'd give. They killed them in a barbarous manner, and though they were not fit to live, we pity to them on the gallows, Englishmen could not deny. Now alas their days are ended, they died on Newgate's gallows high. H. Disley, Printer, 57 High Street, St. Giles. Condemnation and execution of Leigh for the murder at Brighton. On Thursday, March 22nd, J.W. Leigh was indicted at the Lewis's Assizes for the wilful murder of Mrs. Hutton at Brighton on the 1st of February, 1866. The first witness, Charles Hastings, deposed on Thursday night, February 1st. I was in the bar parlour of the Jolly Fisherman Tavern with another person named Manuel, and Mrs. Hutton, the landlady. She was sitting near the fire, the furthest from the door. Prisoner came into the bar with a revolver in his hand, and as soon as Mrs. Hutton saw him, she ran to witness for protection. While coming towards witness, prisoner fired the pistol at her and shot her, the ball grazing the forehead of witness. Mrs. Hutton fell on the shoulder of witness and asked him to save her. Prisoner followed her and, placing the revolver within 2 feet of the woman's back, fired again. Mrs. Hutton then left the bar and ran down into the cellar. Witness went for a doctor. Stephen Loveday, a dyer, deposed he was in the bar, outside the bar parlour, and saw the prisoner come. Prisoner fired at Mrs. Hutton, who ran down the cellar steps. Witness followed her and found her lying halfway down the stairs, groaning. He got her up the stairs into the back room, where he left her. Sergeant I. Barnden said, "From information I received, I went to the Jolly Fisherman Tavern about 11 o'clock on the night of February 1st. I saw Mrs. Hutton there wounded and in a fainting state. I went out and saw the prisoner standing in the street, leaning against a house near the King's Road end of the Market Street. Someone told me not to go near the prisoner, or he would shoot me. I went towards the prisoner and said, 'What's all this about?' He said, 'Stand off or I'll shoot you,' at the same time bringing the pistol from his breast pocket. I said, 'Will you?' At that moment the pistol went off, and I closed with him. I must have touched his arm at the precise instant, for the ball went through my overcoat trousers, so that it just missed me. I threw him down, and several people assisted me to take him to the town hall. After the examination of several other witnesses, the prisoner's counsel addressed the jury for the defence, and the judge having summed up, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. The judge passed the usual sentence of death upon the prisoner, and he was executed this day in front of Lewis's jail, before an immense crowd of spectators, who came for many miles round. On the 1st of February, in Brighton we see, there did appear a murderer, by name John William Leigh. He led a dissipated life, to wickedness give way. That fatal night he left his wife, and he did her sister slay. For this cruel murder he must die, and end his days on the gallows high. With a 6-barrelled revolver he went on Thursday night to the Jolly Fisherman in Market Street, to take away the life of the landlady Mrs. Hutton. He was by Satan led, where her husband Mr. Hutton had been 10 months ill in bed. He fired the fatal weapon, twice he fired the shot. His victim soon lay bleeding upon that fatal spot. Her husband ill ran trembling, and there beheld his wife, by the hand of a wicked murderer, deprived of her life. John William Leigh, the murderer, in Brighton town did dwell, a very wicked troublesome man, and many knew him well. He mad with desperation, if he could but had his way. The police and all around him the murderer would slay. In the American service, a Confederate he had been, though aged only 28, much villainy had seen. There is nothing now can save him for that atrocious deed. Of such an audacious scoundrel we scarcely ever read. Leigh left his wife and entered. The jolly fisherman, he looked just like a demon. With the revolver in his hand, he killed his own wife's sister. Alas, she soon lay dead, and her poor afflicted husband lay consumptive in his bed. He had no consideration, no pity in his breast. His wicked desperation caused horror and distress. Confined in Lewes dungeon for a short time he must be. Then for the Brighton murder they will hang the prisoner Leigh. Leigh, a native, was of Brighton, to the family a disgrace, by every one detested, who knew him in the place. She was his own wife's sister, who perceived the fatal wound, which has caused much consternation many miles round Brighton town. C. Phillips, Printer, Market Street, Brighton. Barbarous murder of a child by a schoolmistress. A child murder has been committed at Park Horner in the parish of Hampreston under circumstances of the most shocking barbarity. At the coroner's inquest, it was given in evidence that the child had been beaten on the head by a heavy flint stone, and its tongue cut completely out at the root. It was found wrapped up in another part of a drawer where the body was discovered. The inquiry lasted 4 hours and a half and resulted in the first instance in a verdict that the child was born alive and murdered by someone. The coroner pointed out that the evidence was conclusive against Emma Pitt, the national schoolmistress, who was the mother of the child, and he expressed his surprise that such a verdict should have been returned. The jury, after reconsidering their previous finding, returned a verdict of wilful murder against Emma Pitt. We have read of sad and dreadful deeds of mothers cruel and unkind, but in the annals of history such as this we seldom find. In the parish of Hampreston, this deed was done, we hear, near to the town of Wimborne in the country of Dorsetshire. This Emma Pitt was a schoolmistress, her child she killed, we see. O mothers, did you ever hear of such barbarity? With a large flint stone she beat its head, when such cruelty she'd done. From the tender roof of the infant's mouth she cut away its tongue. Sad and wicked, cruel wretch, hard was her flinty heart. The infant's tongue from the body was wrapped in another part. The murderess placed in a drawer, and it there alas was found. The news of this dreadful murder soon spread for miles around. The first upon the inquest she expected to get free, although she was the author of this dreadful tragedy. A schoolmistress too, how sad to tell, well known for miles around, who had many children under care, in and near to Wimborne town. Oh, what a sad example to children she did set! There was never such a cruel wretch as the barbarous Emma Pitt. She committed is for murder, soon her trial will take place, and if she is found guilty, how sad will be her case. If she has a woman's feeling, she surely will go wild. She in such a barbarous manner killed her tender infant child. The hour is approaching, the moment's near at hand, well before a judge and jury this monster soon must stand. And if she's found guilty, she her deserts will get, and mothers miles round Wimborne will remember Emma Pitt. H. Disley, Printer, 57 High Street, St. Giles. End of section 92. Section 93 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Division 4, Part 28. Farewell to the World of Richard Bishop, who now lies under sentence of death in Maidstone jail for the murder of Alfred Cartwright. In Maidstone jail I am lamenting, I am borne down with grief and pain. I for my deeds am now repenting, I shall Sydenham never see again. I have been tried for wilful murder, no power on earth can me now save. I am doomed to die, my time's approaching, and I must lie in a silent grave. Now I, alas, must die for murder. Oh, how awful is my doom! Richard Bishop, 21, in youth and vigour, health and bloom. Alfred Cartwright was my neighbour, we both at Forest Hill did dwell. Alfred, servant, was at the Swiss cottage, where he was respected dwell. I went with others to annoy him, it was upon that fatal night, ere he returned from his day's labour unto his home and loving wife. I never did intend to kill him, why should I my neighbour slay? He never gave me any reason to take his youthful life away. I was given in charge, and in a passion I drew the awful deadly knife, and plunged it in poor Alfred's body, and there deprived him of his life. The solemn funeral of my victim caused consternation miles around. Thousands flocked from every quarter, the funeral dirge did mournful sound. Poor Alfred to his grave respected, preceded by a solemn band, and I must die upon the gallows, a wicked and degraded man. Farewell, vain world, I now must leave you. Farewell, my friends and neighbours all. Around Forest Hill no more you'll see me. The hangman's voice on me does call, saying, Richard Bishop, now be ready to die upon the fatal tree. O aged only 21, what a dreadful sight to see. Poor Alfred's friends, will you forgive me? His father and mother, tender wife, I him did kill, his blood did spill, and I pay a forfeit with my life. And God, look down upon heaven upon me, forgive the crime that I have done. I see grim death standing before me, saying Richard Bishop's glass is run. O pray, young men, by me take warning, remember me and what I done. Ponder, yes, oh, and consider, let passion you not overcome. I did the deed in the height of passion, I had no animosity. Little thought my tender parents I should die upon a gallows tree. When the judge did pass the awful sentence, saying, Richard Bishop, you must die, for the murder of young Alfred Cartwright on Maidstone's tree so awful high. Oh, think, dear friends, what was my feelings, sad and wretched and forlorn, doomed at the age of 21 to die a dreadful death of scorn. H. Disney, Printer, 57 High Street, St. Giles, London. Lamentation of J. Mapp, who now lies under sentence of death in Shrewsbury jail for the murder of Catherine Lewis. On Monday, March 23rd, at the Shrewsbury Assizes, John Mapp, a labourer, was placed at the bar, charged with the wilful murder of Catherine Lewis on the 22nd of December, 1867, at the parish of Longden. Jane Richards deposed that after leaving chapel, she accompanied deceased and John Mapp as far as Wood Farm, where she left them together going down Long Lane. Edward Lewis, the father of the deceased, deposed to Mrs. Hutchins, bringing him his daughter's hat covered with blood. I at once started and searched through several fields till I saw a hovel. There were marks at the door as if something had been dragged along, and on entering saw the body of my child in a little bin, covered with straw and loose litter. Mr. Harris, surgeon, I made a post-mortem examination of deceased. I found a shawl tied round her neck and about 8 inches shoved tightly into her mouth. There were 5 incisions on the right side of the throat, finishing in one deep wound on the left. The windpipe was cut through. I attribute her death to loss of blood and suffocation. Edward Jones, police constable, produced a brooch belonging to deceased, which was found on the prisoner when he took him into custody. John Aston, a waggoner, deposed to finding the hat of the deceased in a holly bush. Mrs. Davies, I reside at Longden. I knew the deceased. The brooch produced is the one she wore. The counsel for the prisoner then proceeded to address the jury for the defence, and the counsel for the prosecution having replied, the judge then summed up, and the jury, without retiring from the box, returned a verdict of guilty. The usual sentence of death was then pronounced upon the prisoner. John Mapp in Shrewsbury does now bewail, doomed to die for murder in a dreary jail. Such a dreadful murder as you may see, which we may compare to the Alton's tragedy. In Shrewsbury jail now in grief to lie, John Mapp the murderer condemned to die. The cruel monster was not afraid to kill a youthful and innocent maid, little Kathleen Lewis, on a Sunday night. Map, without a reason, deprived of life. Returning home from chapel, he embraced her fast. 'Twas the 22nd of December last. He cut and mangled her, took her from the road, and her murdered body in the hovel throwed. Oh, how could any one so vile engage to kill a child but 9 years of age? Her clothes he scattered over ditch and field, for which he now finds his fate is sealed. The child was missed, news spread far and wide. John Mapp was questioned, he the deed denied. He prevaricated, untruths did state, and he must meet his untimely fate. Little Kitty's brooch that was found on Mapp, and he took a ribbon from her Sunday hat. He had a heart harder far from than steel. He was quite composed working in the field. Mapp was apprehended and sent to jail, and in a dudgeon does now bewail. On the tree a forfeit he must pay. His life, his murdered victim haunts him day and night. Now Mapp is cast and condemned to die, although the murder he does now deny. The jury found him guilty, the case was clear, and his last moments are drawing near. How sad and dreadful it is to state the horrid murders that have been of late, in every quarter both far and near. Such atrocious deeds before this no one did hear. Little Kathleen Lewis, as I unfold, was but a little more than 9 years old. Innocent and charming, pious and kind, sweet disposition and amiable mind. What motive could the horrid murderer have to send the child to an early grave? It was not for lucre, he could nothing gain, to cause such horror, such grief and pain. When he appears on the fatal tree, not a spark of pity will there be for he. He must die a murderer, nothing can him save. Aged 35, lie in a murderer's grave. H. Disney Printer, 57 High Street, St. Giles, London. Lamentation of H. Lingley. Within a dungeon in Norwich jail, one Hubbard Lingley in grief bewails. His own kind uncle he did kill and slay on a Friday morning in the month of May. For that cruel murder he's doomed to die on Norwich fatal sad gallows high. He's doomed to suffer as I relate, on the very tree Rush met his fate. In health and vigour, in youth and bloom, the murderer Lingley must meet his doom. In the morning early at 4 o'clock, he fired a sad and dreadful shot, which caused his uncle's fatal death wound, where he fell bleeding upon the ground. A kind good uncle, as may be seen, to his wicked nephew he had been. Reared him tenderly and used him well, and in his cottage with him to dwell. But he resolved he his blood would spill, his uncle Benjamin he wished to kill. On Friday morn, the 17th of May, the nephew did his kind uncle slay. Early in the morning at 4 o'clock, to attract his uncle he fired a shot, and by that spot received the fatal wound. The murderer flew and fell him, and left him on the ground. Some labouring men who were passers-by saw the murdered in his blood to lie. Suspicion did on his nephew fall, and innocent blood did for vengeance call. Many excuses did Lingley make, not having courage to meet his fate. He before a injury for the deed was tried, and condemned to suffer on the gallows high. Hubbard Lingley thought when his uncle died, his place to him would not be denied. So he was determined to kill and slay his uncle dear the 17th day of May. He is doomed to die, nothing can him save, by the side of Rush in a murderer's grave. His bones will moulder till the judgment day. How could he take his uncle's life away? At Norwich Castle he was tried and cast, and his last moments approaching fast. The hangman anxious does now await, to terminate Hubbard Lingley's fate. Oh, all young men a warning take, think and consider ere it is too late. How could he dare lift his murderous hand? Base, vile, ungrateful, and cruel man. H. Disley Printer, 57 High Street, St. Giles. End of section 93.
Section 94 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark S. Logan, Jr. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Division 4, Part 29. The trial, character, confession, behavior, and execution of Alice Holt in front of Chester Gaol this day for the wicked murder of her own mother. This day the extreme sentence of the law was carried into effect on Alice Holt, at Chester Gaol, for the murder of her mother by poison. The evidence at the trial showed that prisoner, her mother, and a man named Holt, with whom she cohabited, lived together at Stockport. In February last, the deceased, Mary Bailey, was taken ill, and the prisoner insured her life for £26, at a premium of 6 pennies per week. She induced a woman named Betty Wood to personate her mother before the doctor, telling her that the agent said anyone would do. The proposal was accepted by the Wesleyan Assurance Society, and from that time the mother became worse. Prisoner called in the parish surgeon and the infirmary visiting officer, both of whom were ignorant of the other's visits, and complained of their medicine not being given. On the night of the 25th and 26th, the prisoner bought some arsenic, a quarter of a pound each time, which she put in a jug with some boiling water, and sprinkled about the room where her mother lay to kill vermin. The night of the 26th, deceased had some brandy and water, and complained of grounds being at the bottom. Prisoner said, "You ought to have drunk grounds and all." Mary Bailey died in the morning with all the symptoms of arsenical poison, and was buried. The personation came to the ears of the office, and the body was disinterred when it was found perfectly fresh, but saturated with arsenic, of which no less than 160 grains were found in the stomach and adjacent parts. The unfortunate woman was not tried at the summer assize in consequence of her being in the family way. The child has since been adopted by Holt's uncle, the only person who has since visited her since during her imprisonment. She has been sullen and strongly protested her innocence. Confession. On Sunday, the prisoner made the following statement. On the Monday before Mother died, I brought the insurance paper home, insuring my mother's life for £26 and mine for £28. He then proposed I should give her some charcoal and put it under Mother's bed alight when she was asleep, and she would never wake more. On Wednesday night, Holt and I never went to bed. He said it would be a great releasement if she was in her grave, and he would buy me some strychnine if I gave it to her. I said, "Thou'lt be found out." He said, "They cannot find it out by that." I said, "Thou hast brought me to destruction, and now thou wantst to bring me to the gallows." He then beat me. In the beer of which I spoke, I saw, after my mother had drank it, a quantity of blue arsenic grounds. I said, "Thou hast given my mother arsenic." He said, "If thou tell aught, I will have thee up for defrauding the insurance," and said, "Nobody will believe but what thou hast done it thyself." This was the only arsenic mother ever had. Another statement was afterwards made by the prisoner. The execution took place this morning. When near the drop, her courage failed her, and she was half dragged, half carried to the scaffold. On the platform she fell on her knees, and moaned piteously, "The Lord have mercy upon me," which she continued to do whilst Calcraft pulled the bolt. The drop fell, and the culprit was launched into eternity before a great many people, particularly women folks. Copy of verses. A dreadful case of murder, such as we seldom hear, committed was at Stockport, in the county of Cheshire, where a mother named Mary Bailey, they did so cruelly slaughter, by poison administered all in her beer, by her own daughter. The daughter insured the life of the mother, for £26 at her death. Then she and the man that she lived with determined to take away her breath. And when Betty Wood represented the mother, she didn't act with propriety, for the poor mother lost her life, and they all swindled the society. Now that the old gal's life insured, Holt to the daughter did say, "Better in the grave she were immured, and the money will make us so gay. Now that you have got me in the family way, and from me my virtue you've wrung, you'll never be a happy day, till the gallows I'm hung." She laid a plan to murder her, as we now see so clear, to put a quantity of arsenic into her poor mother's beer. To see her lay in agony upon that dreadful night, with a dreadful dose of arsenic, oh, it was a dreadful sight. She lived but just 6 hours, then the poor woman did die, and this base murdering wretch the dreadful deed did deny. On the man Holt she laid the blame, vowed he did her mother slay, Hold on her did the same, saying she took the mother's life away. The father of her unborn infant, whom she vowed to love most dear, and when confined in prison, she was overcome with fear. She made a rambling statement about the arsenic in the beer, laid all the blame on Holt and Betty Wood, expecting for to get clear. But there's no doubt the base wretch did her poor mother slay, for which on Chester's scaffold her life did forfeit pay. So all young women a warning take, by this poor wretch you see, a hanging for the mother's sake on Chester's fatal tree. W. Smith, Printer, Chester. Cruel and inhuman murder of a little boy by his father. Committal of the prisoner. On Monday morning, a cruel and inhuman murder was committed by the father on a child aged 6 years in Neal's Passage, 7 Dials. The father has been separated from his wife for some time, and the boy has been brought up by its maternal grandmother, a poor old woman. The child, being an unusually intelligent and nice-looking boy, was a great favorite with the grandmother and an aunt who lived in the same room. It appears the mother had been living with another man as his wife, and the father also had formed an illicit connection with another woman. The poor boy had consequently become a source of trouble to both of them, although the merest trifle was required for its maintenance. On Sunday evening, the father, Jeffrey, called at the grandmother's for the boy. She asked him what he wanted with the child, but he became very violent, ordered the child to dress himself, and swore that he would do for her and the child too, if she did not mind. Jeffrey then went to his sister, in White Lion Street, taking the child with him, and asked for a bed. He was accommodated with one, and went to the bed with the boy, but 2 o'clock in the morning he rose and took the child away. He could not have walked many yards away, for Neal's Passage, where the body of the deceased was found, is close at hand. The child was found suspending from projecting beam or bracket in the cellar to which all the residents had access for water, etc. Horrible as it seems, it is apparent from the condition of the body that the cruel father tied its hand behind and literally enacted part of the executioner of his own child, holding its legs and forcing down its body to complete the strangulation of the poor boy. The child remained in this position till about 6:30 o'clock, when it was seen by a girl who had occasion to go to the cellar, and who gave the alarm. Dr. Harvey, the parish surgeon, attended directly, and pronounced the child to have been dead about 3 or 4 hours. Dr. Lancaster, the coroner, held an adjourned inquest on Wednesday, and there being no further evidence, the jury returned a verdict of wilful murder by hanging and suffocation of Richard A. Jeffrey by his father, John R. Jeffrey. The prisoner was examined at Bow Street yesterday and committed to Newgate. You kindest fathers, tender mothers, to this sad tale, list a while. Hark you, sisters too, and brothers, to a murder on the 7 Dials. Such a crime indeed! No, never! Its baseness I can scarce reveal. In Neal's Passage, Earl Street, 7 Dials, in St. Giles in the Fields. In all your troubles and your trials, you never knew, as I reveal, such a murder on the 7 Dials, in St. Giles in the Fields. In Earl Street lived a wretch named Jeffryes, who a tailor was by trade we find. A sad, a base and cruel villain, wickedness ran in his mind. A child, the villain ought to cherish, his offspring which he should adore. 17 weeks ago he left him at his old grandmother's door. His little boy, named Richard Arthur, by the wretched father, we are told, was cruelly and basely murdered. The child was only 7 years old. The villain took him to a cellar, resolved his offspring to destroy, tied his little hands behind him, and hanged the pretty smiling boy. Vengeance against the boy he threatened, determined for to take his life, and to commit the dreadful action he often did produce a knife. 'Twas his only child, he had no other, a rogue in grain, devoid of fear. He'd been separated from the mother of the little boy for 3 long years. The grandmother, his mother's mother, her little grandchild long did keep, receiving nothing from the father for the space of 17 long weeks. And then the villain did demand him. He clandestinely took him away. That fatal evening, he determined, was his little boy to slay. Then he to the cellar took him. His heart was harder far than steel. The wicked base, inhuman monster, his actions no one can reveal. His only child, to hold beside him, with rope he bound his little hands. When behind his back he placed them, he in the cellar did him hang. He flew, but justice close pursued him, and taken he has been, we see. When tried, no doubt, they'll find him guilty, and he'll be hanged on Newgate's tree. Hanging is too good for such a villain, he who would his flesh and blood destroy. The child, we are told, was 6 years old, a pretty little prattling boy. We all have got our cares and trials, and unto fate compelled to yield. This deed was done on the 7 Dials, in St. Giles in the Fields. H. Disley, Printer, 57 High Street, St. Giles, London. End of section 94. Recording by Mark S. Logan, Jr.
Section 95 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Division 4, Part 30. Lamentation and Confession of J.R. Jeffrey, who now lies under sentence of death for the wilful murder of his little boy. Within a dreary cell I lie, a wretched murderer, condemned to die, for the murder of my darling boy, whose precious life I did destroy. I was doomed to die, my glass is run, for the murder of my darling son. John Richard Jeffrey, it is my name. Why did I do that deed of shame? I confess my crime, but do declare, no ill feeling to my child did bear. From my wife I long had parted been, which disturbed my mind, as may be seen, and Satan's doubts they filled my mind, which led me to this dreadful crime. I could not bear the child to see, it seemed to increase my misery, while thinking of my absent wife, I formed a plan to take his life. At his grandmother's he found a home, and with fiendish thoughts I'm shamed to own, quick dress that child, to her did say, for I was determined the boy to slay. Poor little boy, it seemed filled with fear, and cried, "Don't dress me, granny dear, don't let father take me away, with you, dear granny, I'd rather stay." But to his wishes I paid no heed, but left with the child, as you may read, then proceeded in the dead of night to a lonely spot to take his life. To a dismal cellar I took the helpless child, the thoughts of which now drives me wild. Poor boy, he fainted with affright, and in that state I took his life. With a handkerchief I bound his hands, and to the cistern I did him hang. Poor innocent, unconscious quite, knew not his father had took his life. When this fearful act the hand had done, from the fearful scene away did run, with stricken conscience, like the murderer Cain, but peace of mind could not obtain. I strove to forget it for a time, but my murdered boy so haunted my mind, I gave myself up, as you may read, to make some atonement for the deed. I soon upon the drop must stand, a guilty and heart-broken man. My darling boy I shall no more behold. Have mercy, God, on my guilty soul. H. Disley, Printer, 57 High Street, St. Giles. Murder of a wife at Ashburnham, near Hastings. A shocking murder of a wife was committed on Sunday at Ashburnham, a village near Hastings. Near the village is a quantity of land called Gardener's Farm, which is farmed by an old man named Stubberfield and his son Jeremiah. The son, who is married, has a separate residence about 60 yards from that of his parent. There were living in the same house with the son, his wife Matilda, their son, Mary D. Prose, a companion to Mrs. Stubberfield, and several farm laborers and servants. The boy, 8 years old, who occupied the same room with his parents, states that early on Sunday morning he saw his father kneeling upon his mother and squeezing her throat. Hearing his mother say, "Oh," feebly as in pain, he said to his father, "You're hurting mother." "You hold your tongue," replied the father. I'm only tickling her." The boy again made a similar remark, upon which the father said that if he didn't hold his tongue he would "see to him." Stubberfield then dressed himself, and having kissed his wife and child, went downstairs. The boy immediately aroused the other inmates of the house, who were soon in the bedroom of the murdered woman. The police were sent for, and in a short time some 200 persons were scouring the neighborhood in search of Stubberfield, and it was not till the afternoon that he was discovered, and then he was making his way towards home. He had secreted himself in a pit, and tried to drown himself, but could not do so, for he always floated on top of the water. A dreadful deed, as you may read, I am going to unfold, a base and cruel murder, that will make your blood run cold, at a village called Ashburnham, a few miles from Hastingstown, where the family of the Stubberfields was known for miles round. Jeremiah Stubberfield killed his wife at Ashburnham, we see, which caused many a tear both far and near, the Sussex tragedy. There lived old Farmer Stubberfield, an aged, wealthy sire, at Gardner's farm, and near him lived his son named Jeremiah, who had a wife, Matilda, virtuous, good, and kind, who had a son and her companion, labourers and servants too, we find. On Sunday morn, the 23rd of May, the little boy, but 8 years old, saw his father squeeze his mother's throat, most awful to unfold. He called unto his father, while trembling with fear, saying, "O cruel father, you are killing mother dear." The murderer kissed his wife and child, after that he did slay, then placed his coat upon his arm, and from the farm did stray. The servants and the labourers went to the fatal bed, and there beheld Matilda, quite cold, and lying dead. They did pursue the murderer, they in numbers went along, searched the hedges and the ditches, dragged the rivers and the ponds. But late on Sunday afternoon, as they in numbers on did stray, they saw him wandering to his home, where his murdered wife did lay. He says he dearly loved her, a kind, good, and tender wife. Oh, whatever could possess him to take away her life? It has caused great excitement, far round the country. A farmer's son the murder done, the Sussex tragedy. To end this awful tale of woe, confined within a jail, lies Jeremiah Stubberfield, in anguish to bewail. He loved his wife far more than life, he her corpse sweet kisses gave. He has brought his aged parents in sorrow to the grave. H. Disley, Printer, 57 High Street, St. Giles, London. Lamentation and Farewell to the World of John Fletcher and Anne Lawrence, who now lies under sentence of death at Maidstone Jail. A poor unhappy man and woman does in agony bewail, sentenced to die, alas for murder, in separate cells in Maidstone Jail. Anne Lawrence aged 28, for the wilful murder of her child, and John Fletcher only 20, for the dreadful murder of James Boyle. In agony now lies lamenting John Fletcher, who is frenzy wild, in Chatham prison killed the warder, and Anne Lawrence her own darling child. Anne Lawrence is a married woman, who with a man named Hygums did dwell. He also had a wife still living. Hygums and Lawrence lived in Tunbridge Wells. They lived unhappily, often quarrelled, faults on both sides we may see, and Lawrence in a fit of frenzy overpowered with jealousy. Determined was to kill her offspring, revengeful, shocking to unfold, to aggravate her own paramour, her little boy but 4 years old. At Tunbridge Wells she basely murdered, wickedness ran in her mind. When her child she'd slain, said with disdain, the innocent child was killed by Hyams. The little boy named Jeremiah looked in his mother's face with tears, when her little boy she did destroy, aged only 4 years. Her counsel for her pleaded clever, to free her every way he tried. When the judge the sentence passed upon her, the dreadful murder she denied. John Fletcher, who must die beside her, a convict was for 7 years. He in Chatham prison killed the warder. To give the blow he was prepared. He says the warder did ill use him, and tantalized him day by day, and in a fit of desperation he with a hammer did him slay. At Maidstone they were tried and sentenced to die a murderer's death of scorn. In youth and health they are lamenting, in grief and agony forlorn. The awful moments are approaching, and there is nothing can them save. They soon must leave this world of sorrow, and sleep within a murderer's grave. O male and female, curb your passions, think and consider ere too late. Passion, jealousy, and vengeance has caused those wretched persons' fate. Let their fate be an example. O pray be guided, one and all. Think of John Fletcher and Anne Lawrence. Remember what caused their downfall. Passion, jealousy, and vengeance was the cause, we plainly see, of bringing John Fletcher and Anne Lawrence to die on Maidstone's dismal tree. Disley, Printer, High Street, St. Giles, London. End of section 95. Section 96 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Division 4, Part 31. Execution of Michael Barrett, who was executed this morning at the Old Bailey for the wilful murder of Sarah Ann Hodgkinson, one of the sufferers at the Clerkenwell explosion. This morning the unfortunate Fenian convict, Michael Barrett, suffered the extreme penalty of the law at the Old Bailey. The prisoner has been attended by the Reverend Mr. Hussey, a Roman Catholic priest, who has remained with him a considerable time every day. He was very taciturn, and although he was no doubt aware of the efforts that were being made to obtain a reprieve, it was a noticeable fact that he never attempted to declare his innocence. Down to recently he used to attend the service in the prison regularly, but after Mr. Hussey had been with him he entirely refrained from doing so. He has not been visited by anyone since his conviction. All his relations appear to reside in Ireland, and he does not seem to have had any connections or friends in this country. The sheriffs of the prison arrived at an early hour, and immediately proceeded to the condemned cell, where they found the prisoner in devotional exercises with the Reverend Mr. Hussey. He declared himself ready to die, and seemed to consider himself a martyr. The time having arrived, Calcraft, the executioner, was introduced to the prisoner, who immediately commenced pinioning him, which operation having been gone through, the prisoner thanked the governor and other officials of the prison for their kindness towards him. The procession was then formed, and slowly took its way towards the scene of execution. The prisoner ascended the scaffold with a firm step. Everything having been prepared, the cap was drawn over his eyes and the rope adjusted, the bolt was drawn, and he appeared to struggle but slightly before life was extinct. Copy of verses. Adieu, vain world, I now must leave you, here I cannot longer dwell. I have been tried, and I am sentenced to die for the deed in Clerkenwell. Oh, that dreadful sad explosion, which did so much destruction cause, brought me to the tree at Newgate, my sufferings sure no one knows. I must leave this world of sorrow, on earth I must no longer dwell, sentenced to be hanged for murder, for the sad affair in Clerkenwell. Alas, my name is Michael Barrett, born and brought up in Erin's Isle. I did adore my native country, whereon I oft did sweetly smile. Oh, yes, my own dear native Erin, behold me on the fatal tree, a miserable malefactor, in a murderer's grave I soon shall be. A traitor did swear hard against me, a wretch, Mullany known by name, worse by far than any other, and many persons know the same. Only one amongst the prisoners, and that poor one, alas, was me, poor unhappy Michael Barrett, condemned to die upon a tree. I twice have been respited, I did not expect to die, but I must go in grief and woe on Newgate's tree so high. That I should gain my liberty, some thousands did believe, But oh, alas, all hope is past, and I have been deceived. Farewell, my friends, I'm doomed to leave you. With you I can no longer stay. Let not my departure grieve you. I die upon the 26th of May. On the fatal tree at Newgate, for the affair at Clerkenwell, called a Fenian, Michael Barrett, friends and kindred, farewell. I see a hangman now before me, standing on the fatal drop. In the prime of life and vigour, hard is Michael Barrett's lot. Only one of all the number, all the rest, alas, but me, acquitted was, but Michael Barrett dies on Newgate's fatal tree. A last adieu, vain world I leave you, I am going to the silent bourne. Lovely Erin, I grieve for you, but I never shall return. Approaching is the Tuesday morning, I am summoned far away. Erin, remember Michael Barrett, who died upon the 26th of May. Execution of Allen, Gould, and Larkin, at the New Bailey Prison, Manchester, on Saturday, November 23rd, charged with the wilful murder of Sergeant Brett at Manchester, on September 18th, 1867. This morning, Saturday, November 23rd, the three unfortunate convicts, Gould, Allen, and Larkin, suffered the extreme penalty of the law at the New Bailey Prison, Manchester. Since their condemnation, the culprits have behaved in a most exemplary manner, and have paid great attention to the reverend gentlemen who attended them. They continued to declare their innocence to the last, and appeared to think themselves martyrs to a grand cause, and appeared quite ready for the event. The mob was very great, but not so large as it might have been but for the precautions taken by the authorities, who had erected barricades about every 30 yards, and so prevented the great pressure that would have been. The prisoners were astir at an early hour, and partook of the Holy Communion, and at the appointed time. Calcraft, the executioner, was introduced, when the whole operation of pinioning was gone through. The prisoners the meanwhile showed wonderful confidence, and appeared to be the least concerned. They all shook hands together, and affectionately embraced one another, and declared themselves ready. The mournful procession was then formed, and at once proceeded towards the scaffold, where on their appearance there was a slight manifestation of applause. Everything having been prepared, the ropes adjusted, the signal was given, and the unhappy men were launched into eternity. The prisoners appeared to die very easy. You true friends of liberty, and sons of the Emerald Isle, attend with an ear of sympathy to what I now relate, and to my sad story I'd have you to list awhile. It's of those poor unhappy men who now have met their fate. It's Allen, Larkin, and Gould, I mean, who of treason have convicted been, coupled with the crime of murder, for which we all deplore, to the scaffold were condemned, we see, through struggling for liberty, of that poor unhappy country, the poor old Shamrock shore. Now it's well known that Irishmen have oft upon the battle-field nobly fought our battles against old England's foes, and with the hearts of lions have forced her enemies to yield, but to friends they are warm-hearted, as all the world well knows. It's but for their rights they crave, old Ireland's honour for to save, that has led to this calamity, for which we all deplore, but by treachery they were betrayed, and these poor men have the forfeit paid, and Allen, Gould, and Larkin, alas, are now no more. It was at Manchester, as I now state, they sought their comrades to liberate, and where is the man in such a state would not have done the same? These poor men they were taken, for whom many hearts are aching, for there is no one in reason their conduct can well blame. It was in the midst of that strife that poor Brett he lost his life, that has caused the sons of Ireland most deeply to deplore. And through that sad unhappy day there's many a pitying heart will say, poor Allen, Gould, and Larkin, alas, are now no more. These men they were convicted, and by the judge were sentenced, and for the murder and treason they were condemned to die, and left to meet their fate to the gaze of all spectators, though that their lives would be spared, it was the country's cry. To God I recommend them, in his mercy to defend them. May their souls shine in glory upon that blessed shore. Safe within his keeping, where there will be no weeping. Now Allen, Gould, and Larkin, alas, are now no more. H. Disley, Printer, 57 High Street, St. Giles, London. The Last Moments and Confession of William Seward. On Tuesday, April 20th, the last dread sentence of the law was carried out in the case of William Seward, convicted at the last Norwich Assizes for the murder of his wife. The culprit died without any very painful struggles. He showed a considerable amount of nerve, although he trembled a good deal at the drop, to which he had to be carried on account of his rheumatism. In the prisoner's confession he stated that he killed his wife in June, 1851, and that he afterwards mutilated the body. He placed the head in a saucepan and put it on the fire to keep the stench away. He then broke it up and distributed it about Thorpe. He then put the hands and feet in the same saucepan, in hopes they might boil away. Carried portions of the body away in a pail and threw them in different parts of the city. The long hair on my return from Thorpe he cut with a pair of scissors in small pieces, and they blew away as he walked. The blankets, where there was any blood, he cut in small pieces, and distributed them about the city, and made off with anything that had the appearance of blood about them. The prisoner also stated that he never saw or knew his present wife until June 21, 1852, 12 months after the occurrence. The confession was taken in the presence of a magistrate and the governor and chaplain. I am a sad and wretched man, borne down in care and woe. I am doomed to die for a murder done, near 18 years ago. A dreadful deed, as you may read, I long kept in my breast. I had no comfort day or night, until I did confess. With the dreadful knife I slew my wife, and her body round did throw. Now I must die for a murder done, near 18 years ago. I her body into pieces cut, and scattered it around. Here and there, I scarce knew where, I placed it on the ground. I now must die for that foul deed, and in a murderer's grave lie low. I did her kill, her blood I spilled, near 18 years ago. I boiled her head, now sad to tell, I was mad without a doubt. I threw it in the different parts, I placed it round about. Kept the secret 18 years within my guilty breast, and till the same I did divulge, I day nor night could rest. For 18 years, in grief and tears, I passed many a dreary night. I had not one moment's happiness, since I killed my own dear wife. At length I did confess the deed, for which I now must die, for a murder 18 years ago, the which I don't deny. There was letters sent from different parts to say my wife did live, to save me from the gallows, but none would they believe. I could not from justice flee, I do deserve my fate. No pen can write, nor tongue can tell, my sad and wretched fate. My moments they do swiftly pass, I soon shall sleep below. I done that dreadful awful deed, near 18 years ago. I cut and mangled that poor soul, my heart was flinty steel, her limbs and body strewed about in hedges, lanes, and fields. H. Disley, Printer, 57 High Street, St. Giles, London, W.C. End of section 96. Section 97 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Division 4, Part 32. The execution of John Devine, in front of Newgate, for the murder of Joseph Duck at Marylebone. The execution. On Monday morning, at 8 o'clock, John Devine suffered the extreme penalty of the law in front of Newgate. Not so much excitement was created as we have noticed on similar occasions, although a very large concourse of persons had assembled to witness the shocking spectacle. In fact, we might say every available spot was occupied by both male and female, all of whom were anxious to get a "good place," to see the wretched culprit on the drop. Precisely at the appointed time, the sheriffs, with their usual attendants, arrived at the prison, and, after the necessary ceremonies had been observed, of demanding the body of the prisoner to be delivered into their custody, they were conducted to the waiting room. The executioner then commenced pinioning the arms, which operation he quickly dispatched. During the awful preparations, the unhappy prisoner appeared to feel his sad position deeply. At length, the arrangements having been completed, the bell of the prison commenced tolling, and the chaplain read in a distinct tone the burial service for the dead. When the bell commenced tolling, a movement was heard from without, and the words "Hats off" and "Silence" were distinctly heard, from which time no sound, excepting the sighs of the unhappy prisoner, interrupted the chaplain as the procession moved along the subterranean passage. The prisoner, on arriving at the scaffold, hastily glanced around at the immense concourse of persons assembled. After which he was placed in the proper position for Calcraft to adjust the ropes. The executioner having drawn the cap over his face, retired from the scaffold, and the signal having been given, the bolt was withdrawn, and the unhappy criminal was launched into eternity. Confession of the culprit. On Thursday the unhappy criminal was visited by the worthy chaplain, to whom he made a confession, and fully admitted the justice of his sentence. Copy of verses. Young Devine was a graceless youth, and bold in every sin. In early years with petty thefts his life he did begin. But God, whose vengeance never sleeps, though he delays the blow, can in a single moment lay the prosperous villain low. One night was in the King's Head, Joseph Duck he did meet, whom he then robbed of all he had, and cruelly did him beat. Suspicion fell on young Devine, so well they knew his face, imprisoned, tried, condemned to die, so he now has run his race. Of gambling and theft pray beware, let me beseech you in time, lest you like me should be cut off whilst you are in your prime. It was these that caused me to run from virtuous paths astray. Deaf to advice and every good, I sought destruction's way. The 10th May of March last I went to the King's Head, and there I met an aged man, Joseph Duck he was named. I cruelly did him use, and on the ground him cast. He cried for help, but no one came, so now he has breathed his last. Those deeds I mournfully repent, but now it is too late. The day is past, the die is cast, and fixed is my fate. Young men, be taught by this dreadful fate, avoid the paths I have trod, and teach yourselves in early years to love and fear your God. Life, Trial, Confession, and Execution of Martin Brown, for the diabolical murder on Newmarket Hill, near Lewes. The facts of this deliberate and cruel murder must be fresh in the minds of all persons. The deceased was a labourer, in the employ of Mr. Hodson, farmer, at Kensington, near Lewes, and lived in a cottage on Newmarket Hill, about 1.5 miles from the village. Martin Brown worked for the same employer, and lodged with the deceased and his family, and left about 6 weeks before the murder, but continued in the same service, lodging with the farm bailiff, named Wickham. The deceased was paid fortnightly, and on the 9th of October he left home for Kingston to receive the wages of himself and 2 sons, boys, and he was paid £2 11 s. He was also paid 24 shillings by another son at Kingston, and he had 5 shillings 3d in his tobacco box when he left home, at 6:30 o'clock in the evening. He never returned, and early the next morning he was found dead on the hill, about 1/4 mile from his home. His pockets were then empty. It was discovered that he had been shot through the back, 3 small bullets were taken from the body, and that he had been severely beaten about the head with some heavy instrument, but after death had taken place. The trigger of a gun and a small piece of gun stock were found close to the body, and in a copse not far from the spot there was subsequently found a broken gun stock, to which the pieces found close to the body accurately fitted. This gun stock belonged to a gun which the prisoner had purchased 3 weeks before the murder, and which he took out on the night of the murder, stating that he was going to take it to his brother at Brighton, and should not be back till the next day. He returned, however, the same evening, and in less time than it was possible for him to go to Brighton and get back again, and on the following evening, the murder was freely talked of and prisoner was even suspected, he absconded. He was apprehended by Mr. Superintendent Crowhurst at Maidstone, where he had enlisted under the name of Reuben Harvey. He was tried at the Sussex Winter Assizes, found guilty, and sentenced to death. The Execution. The execution took place this morning at 8 o'clock. It was the first execution at Lewes since the passing of the recent Act of Parliament, which is carried out in private within the prison walls. Shortly before 8 o'clock the black flag was hoisted, and the prison bell began to toll. All the arrangements being completed, Calcraft began the process of pinioning the condemned man, who appeared to be quite calm. At 8 o'clock the mournful and melancholy procession began to move towards the gallows. The culprit walked slowly, but firm, and having arrived at the foot of the gallows, he mounted the steps on to the top of the platform, and placed himself on the trapdoor under the fatal beam. Calcraft then put over his head the cap, and placing the rope round his neck, he then shook hands with him, and instantly the bolt was withdrawn, and the unhappy man was launched into eternity. After a few short struggles, life was extinct. After hanging an hour, the body was cut down, and buried within the precincts of the prison. Copy of verses on the Confession of Martin Brown. I am a wild and wicked youth, and my name is Martin Brown. I was brought up by honest parents, I once did dwell in Brighton town. And for a horrid and cruel murder I am condemned, as you may see. It's for the murder of poor old Baldy, I shall be hanged upon a tree. Poor and honest David Baldy, in a lonely spot his cottage stands, for many years did happy dwell there, has fallen by a murderous hand. Poor Baldy he was much respected, in Kingston and for miles around. They little thought on Hodson's farm of such a villain as Martin Brown. 'Twas a fatal day I did waylay poor old Baldy on Newmarket Hill. I with my gun did shoot him through, his harmless blood I did there spill. And then his pockets soon I rifled, and took from him all his gold. I left him dead where he was found, a sight most shocking to behold. My victim then I from him fled, but the eye of God did on me frown. Oh, what a wretch I must have been, to strike the poor old shepherd down! I for a soldier soon enlisted, when I arrived in Maidstone town, but justice soon did overtake me, in Maidstone barracks I was found. My wicked career now is run, I'm taken and in irons bound, in a dismal cell in Lewes jail, to wait my trial, young Martin Brown. My guilt I strongly did deny, until my strength it did give way, my guilty conscience I must confess, I took poor Baldy's life away. 'Twas at the assizes I took my trial, for 2 long days at the bar did stand. The jury they did find me guilty, for murdering of this poor old man. So sad a crime and so revolting, a judge did say there could not be. The sentence is that you be hanged, young Martin Brown, upon a tree. My parents, when they heard my doom, their eyes with tears did fall like rain. When death has passed on Martin Brown, it filled their hearts with grief and pain. In my dismal cell I am now lamenting, strange visions they do appear to me. My troubled mind, both night and day, my victim's blood I often see. Now to this world I bid adieu, for on the gallows I must die. To meet my God I must prepare, my sentence just I can't deny. And when my history you do read, It will make your very blood to chill, and for ages will not be forgotten the murder on Newmarket Hill. C. Phillips, Cheap and Expeditious Printing Office, Market Street, Brighton. Execution of Alexander Mackay for the wilful murder of Mrs. Grossmith. This morning the unfortunate convict, Alexander Mackay, suffered the extreme penalty of the law at Newgate for the murder of Mrs. Grossmith at Norton Folgate. This is the second execution that has been carried out in private, under the provisions of the recent statute, and it, of course, necessitated the making of a great many alterations with regard to the details. It was at first proposed that the scaffold should be erected in one of the yards adjoining the scaffold, upon the level, but, although the original plan was adhered to, it was decided that the scaffold should not be on a level, and the culprit, as was the case before, had to reach the drop by ascending a ladder. It is due to the prisoner to state that he seems to have conducted himself very well since his condemnation, and as far as outward appearance can be relied upon, he seems to have felt severe remorse for his crime. He was visited last week by his father, his brother-in-law, and 2 sisters, and these interviews, as may be readily imagined, were of a most painful character. The sheriffs of the prison having arrived, immediately proceeded to the condemned cell. The executioner was shortly afterwards introduced to the prisoner, who immediately commenced pinioning him. During this very trying operation, the wretched criminal only once he exclaimed, "May the Lord have mercy on my soul!" Everything having been completed, the prisoner thanked the chaplain and officers of the prison for their kindness towards him. The procession was formed, and slowly took its way towards the scaffold, which the prisoner ascended with a firm step. The rope was then speedily adjusted, the bolt was drawn, and the wretched man after a few struggles ceased to exist. The bell of St. Sepulchre tolled as the prisoner left his cell, and immediately on the drop falling, a black flag was raised, announcing that the last dread sentence of the law had been carried into effect. Copy of verses. My dying moments are approaching, inside of Newgate's jail I die. Nothing now, alas, can save me. I see the hangman standing by. A dreadful murder I committed upon the fatal 8th of May, at number 11 Artillery Passage, my own kind mistress I did slay. Barbarously I did her murder, I cruelly her blood did spill, with a rolling pin and bar of iron, I did Mrs. Grossmith kill. Farewell, my parents, friends, and kindred, adieu, a last and fond adieu. Your unhappy son that deed has done, don't let it bring disgrace on you. The day I killed my dearest mistress, sudden in anger, spleen, and rage, upon the floor I shed her gore, I die now 18 years of age. My master was away on business, my mistress offended me. I seized the rolling pin and iron, killed Mrs. Grossmith, then did flee. I knew, alas, that I was undone, I knew not where to hide my face. I went away some miles from London, covered with shame and great disgrace. Justice closely did pursue me, in agony I did bewail, in Woolwich I was apprehended, and sent from thence to Maidstone jail. Although I was an unknown murderer, I did not feel the least surprised, when by a photograph description I in the jail was recognized. Then, oh dear, sad was my feelings, what pain and anguish filled my breast, I found that justice overtook me, and I did the deed confess. The dreadful sufferings I endured, I sufficient cannot unto you state. From Maidstone jail I was conveyed to a prison cell in Newgate. I was tried for the dreadful murder, the jury they convicted me. The judge he passed the dreadful sentence, which was to die on the gallows tree. I left the bar in grief and sorrow, went to my cell for to deplore, inside the jail I die tomorrow, where no one ever died before. My dying moments are approaching, the authorities me do surround, the hangman by me is preparing, my limbs by him will soon be bound. No one but those inside a prison a poor unhappy youth can see. Young and old, pray take a warning, and while you live, remember me. Printed by Tallier, Brick Lane, Spitalfields, London. End of section 97.
Section 98 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lillis Brander. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Division 4 and Part 33. Shocking Murder of a Wife and 6 Children. On Monday morning last, a terrible tragedy took place in Hosier Lane, City, in which a man named Duggan, his wife, and 6 children were found poisoned. On Saturday evening, Duggan returned from his work, and he then looked rather sad, and his wife told a female neighbour that her husband had been dismissed his employment, and they had also received notice to leave their lodgings at 12 o'clock on Monday. On Sunday evening, Duggan took his wife and children out for a walk, and on his return went to Wheatsheaf Tavern, Hosier Lane, and asked the landlord for a quart of ale. He then left, and was not seen again until 4:30 o'clock on Monday morning, when a man saw him drop a letter in the hospital pillar letterbox, and then walked towards his home. 2 hours afterwards, the police received a letter signed James Duggan, stating that he had murdered 7 persons, and that he was about to destroy his own life. In it he said the police would be able to obtain further particulars of his brother at Sheffield. Constables were immediately dispatched to 15 Hosier Lane, where they found the writer of the letter lying dead upon a bed in a room by himself. In another room they found lying on a bed a boy aged 4 and a girl aged 3, lying upon the arms of the dead body of the mother. At the foot of the bed was the dead body of a girl aged 12, and on another bed lay the dead body of another child. Attend you feeling parents dear, while I relate a sad affair, which was filled all around with grief and pain. It did occur in Hosier Lane. On Monday, June the 28th, these crimes was done as I now state. How horrible it is to tell, 8 human persons by poison fell. In London City it does appear, Walter James Duggan lived we here, and seemed to live most happily with his dear wife and family. They happy lived until of late he appeared in a sad, desponding state. At something he seemed much annoyed, at his master's, where he is employed. He was discharged, and that we find it preyed upon his anxious mind, lest they should want that fatal day his wife and children he did slay. Last Sunday evening, as we hear, to the Wheatsheaf he did repair, then homewards went as we may read, for to commit this horrid deed. To the police he did a letter send, that he was about his life to end, and that he had poisoned, he did declare, his wife and his 6 children dear. To Hosier Lane in haste they flew, and found it was alas too true. They found him stretched upon the bed, his troubles o'er, was cold and dead. They searched the premises around, and they the deadly poison found, and the shocking sight, as you may hear, caused in many an eye a tear. They found upon another bed the ill-fated mother, she was dead, while 2 pretty children, we are told, in her outstretched arms she did unfold. It is supposed this wretched pair first poisoned their 6 children dear, then took the fatal draught themselves. Their state of mind no tongue can tell. Of such an heart-rending affair I trust we never more may hear. Such deeds they make the blood run cold. May God forgive their sinful souls. This wholesale poisoning has caused much pain. It did take place in Hosier Lane. H. Disley, Printer 57, High Street, St. Giles. Execution. F. Hinson, who suffered the extreme penalty of the law at the Old Bailey, this morning, Monday, December 30th, 1869. for the wilful murder of Maria Death. This morning Frederick Hinson suffered the extreme penalty of the law at the Old Bailey for the murder of Maria Death. The prisoner previous to his trial behaved in a most sullen manner, scarcely heeding anything that was said to him. It is satisfactory to state that since his condemnation the conduct of the unhappy man underwent a total change for the better, and he began to realize the awful condition in which he was placed, and his callous demeanour was changed into one of deep dejection. The prisoner has been assiduously attended by the chaplain of the prison, and to such a state of religious feelings had he been brought, that he fully acknowledged the justice of his sentence. He has frequently alluded to his great affection for the unfortunate woman, and his regret at having sent her before her Maker totally unprepared. Since his condemnation, the prisoner has been visited by his children, and also his father. The final parting from home was of the most affecting character. It will not be forgotten by those who witnessed it. The sheriffs arrived at an early hour, and immediately proceeded to the condemned cell, where they found the prisoner earnestly engaged in his religious duties with the chaplain of the prison. The time had now arrived for the prisoner to be pinioned, the operation of which was quickly performed, and the wretched man, having thanked the chaplain, the governor, and other officials for their kindness towards him, the procession was then formed, and slowly took its way to the scene of execution. The cap and rope having been adjusted, the bolt was drawn, and the wretched man ceased to exist. Simultaneously with the drop falling, a black flag was hoisted at one corner of the prison, announcing that the last dread sentence of the law had been carried into effect. Young men and maidens, pay attention, you married and you single all. List to my sad lamentation, and pity my downfall. For those double wood green murders I alas am doomed to die. How can I meet my heavenly Father, or dare to him for mercy cry? So all young men I pray take warning, your passions curb ere 'tis too late. My dying prayer do not be scorning, think of Frederick Hinson's wretched fate. At Wood Green I was respected, with all around in peace did dwell. Now broken-hearted and dejected, I pine within a gloomy cell. With Maria Death I lived contented, till Boyd he caused her for to stray, and by the tales that he invented, he affection stole from me away. When I found she was false-hearted, jealousy filled my mind, 'tis true. I grieved from her for to be parted, for I loved her, and our offspring too. Poor darling orphans, let none upbraid them. When my soul is gone, I know not where, that God above from harm may save them, shall be my last, my earnest prayer. When at the station on her did gaze there, in company with that treacherous man, one kindly word from her would save her, and stayed alas my murderous hand. But she braved my anger, and in madness recalled the dead I never can. I saw her fall, and gazed in sadness, a guilty and heartbroken man. Now for my crimes I was convicted, and the dreadful sentence on me passed, condemned by some, by many pitied, and in a dreary cell was cast. The judge said on passing sentence, Frederick Hinson, you must prepare, ask God to grant you true repentance, and bend to him in heartfelt prayer. My days are spent in lamentation, my sleepless nights were spent in prayer. My mind was filled with agitation, for Maria's shade was always there. But I trust her soul is now in heaven, but a little time she's gone before. This sinful world I must be living, and so my Satan will deplore. A last farewell, I must be going, to meet with my offended God. My state of mind there is no knowing, my soul's bowed down with deeds of blood. Now once again I pray take warning, for me the fatal bell does toil. My dying prayer do not be scorning, may the Lord have mercy on my soul. H. Disley, Printer, 57, High Street, St. Giles. Execution of J. Rutherford at Bury St. Edmunds for the murder of J. Hyde. This morning at the county prison, Bury St. Edmunds, James Rutherford underwent the last dread sentence of the law for the wilful and deliberate murder of John Hyde, a gamekeeper in the employ of Maharaja Dulip Singh at Eriswell, Suffolk. On the 31st of December last, the prisoner, since his condemnation, has displayed a perfect indifference as to his lawful situation, and when spoken to about the murder, always tried to avoid it. He has been constantly attended by the worthy chaplain, and has paid particular attention to what he said, but in a quiet, sully mood. The prisoner was visited last week by a government inspector for the purpose of examining the neck of the prisoner, the gall surgeon having reported that he had a malformation, which might cause an unusual degree of suffering on death being inflicted by strangulation. The inspector came to the conclusion that there was nothing in the neck of the convict to prevent his being hanged in the usual manner. The sheriffs arrived at an early hour, and immediately proceeded to the condemned cell, where they found the prisoner earnestly engaged in his religious duties with the worthy chaplain of the prison. The time had now arrived for the prisoner to be pinioned, the operation of which was quickly performed, and the wretched man thanked the parson, the governor, and other officials for their kindness towards him. The procession was formed, and slowly took its way to the scene of execution. The cap and rope having been adjusted, the bolt was drawn, and the wretched man soon ceased to exist. Simultaneously with the drop falling, a black flag was hoisted in one corner of the prison, announcing that the last dread sentence of the law had been carried into effect. You Suffolk lads of each degree, and all young men of each degree, and when my mournful tale ye hear, for my sad hand shed a silent tear, upon the dreadful scaffold high, a murderer's death I am doomed to die. James Rutherford, it is my name, I now must end my life in shame. Repentance, alas, it is too late, I must prepare to meet my fate. My parents reared me tenderly, and good advice they gave to me. If to my dear mother I did attend, I should not have met a murderer's end. On the 31st of December last, oh, would I could recall the past. With heifer I went in search of game, which led to that deed I dread to name. When poor John Hyde, on that fatal day, to the plantation came that way, I owed him no spite, I tell you true, it was but his duty he did so. I know you, Rutter, poor John Hyde said, those words filled my mind with dread. To secure my safety I did him kill, and his precious blood on the ground did spill. As Heifer says, I then struck him down, and covered him with deadly wounds. I stopped his mouth, I do declare, for his dying groans I could not bear. And then I dragged him in his gore, his mingled body then covered over. As my maid said, it was a sickening sight, but the eye of God brought my crime to light. Of that deed alone I am to blame. Heifer is innocent, I declare the same. With my dying breath I do him forgive, and trust he a better life may live. Since I have taken poor Hyde's life, I cannot rest by day or night. His form is ever before my eyes, and for vengeance on his murderer cries. That my sentence it is just I own. Farewell to friends, farewell to home. How can I meet my offended God, with my soul bowed down with guilt and blood? This man was to have been hung, but they let him off because they thought it would hurt him, good Christians. MSS. Note attached to our copy of the above by the intended printer and publisher. End of section 98. Recording by Lilith Brander.
Section 99 of Curiosities of Street Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Knight. www.sandraknight.net. Curiosities of Street Literature by Various. Division 4, Part 34. The Heroes of the Guillotine and Gallows, or The Awful Adventures of Askern, Smith, and Calcraft, the three rival hangmen of York Castle, Stafford Jail, and Newgate, and Sanson, the executioner of Paris, with his cabinet of murderers' curiosities, full of astonishing disclosures concerning their private and public lives and startling incidents before and after the performance of their dreadful office. London, Frederick Farah, 282 Strand, W.C., and all booksellers. Price, 1 penny. The Heroes of the Gallows and Guillotine. One murder makes a villain, a million a hero. The above words of our illustrious bard may well be reapplied to the professional manipulators of the gallows and the guillotine in England and France. In both countries, said to be the head of European civilization, the executioner seems to be a beloved and venerated object, and regarded as a hero worthy of the support of majesty and power, while smaller and less pretending kingdoms around are one by one abolishing his hideous and useless office. It is a most striking and instructive anomaly, and worthy of the statesman, the philanthropist, the Christian, and all who wish for the moral progress of society, to consider and seriously examine the seeds of evil it is sowing broadcast among the human family. France is a huge nation of contradictions, never to be thoroughly understood, and England is now, in a threefold sense, her sister. Ever since their first sanguinary revolution, some classes of the French people have fondly hugged the guillotine as a national toy of great worth and petted 3 generations of Sansons as their most excellent scientific headsmen. They have also, at every execution, followed the criminal sitting in a cart, bound and bare naked, on his coffin, beside his confessor, and gloated with open mouths and staring eyeballs upon the descending blade and the head rolling into the basket of sawdust, and have dipped their handkerchiefs in the blood splashes that appeared to fall beyond the bounds of the gibbet. Other classes, of which judges and juries are made, have tried murderers of the most demonic nature, and to the amazement of the whole horde, by the fiction of extenuating circumstances appended to their verdicts, have saved them from capital punishment and consigned them to the galleys in violation of their own consciences and oaths and the law, which sustains the guillotine as an engine of terror and example. In our own country, within the last few months, we have witnessed the passing of a law abolishing public executions on account of the demoralization that always attended their exhibition in the public highway, and which was complained of for many years by the virtuous and good of every class, who could discern the evils they generated and their inefficiency for either terror or example. But oh, most singular inconsistency with the passing of that law and the substitution of private strangling within the prison yard, the last tatters of the old worn-out argument in favor of executions as a terror to evildoers and an example to embryo offenders, are completely torn away, and yet England at this time nurses 3 rival hangmen in her official lap for performing her secret hanging business. The 3 worthies are Askern of York Castle, Smith of Stafford Jail, and Calcraft of Newgate, in London. 3 heroes of the gallows, 3 professional stranglers, yes, 3 servants of the law, England can now boast of against France's single hero of the guillotine to hang up their fellow sinners for a terror and an example. Let us now inquire of the advocates of death punishments, how secret executions can terrify or afford an example in the eyes of those they are intended to influence, when they are permitted no longer to witness them. It needs not a waste of words to prove clearly that what was before a barbarous and demoralizing exhibition and an inefficient preventative of crime is now a useless operation and a ghastly tragedy for sickening and torturing all those whom the law compels or the authorities permit to be personal spectators. As the daily and weekly papers published since Calcraft's and Smith's joint essays with the first private strangling machine at Maidstone have proved, murders and other sanguinary offences tending to the same end do not in the least decrease, but on contrary the graphic accounts of the first private execution and the form and action of the new method that were afterwards given in every morning and evening journal serve only to entertain and amuse the lovers of horrors, and were followed by a repetition of capital crimes in several places, as if no punishment awaited the perpetrators of them. and so will it be after the second trial of the new system on the boy Mackay at Newgate for the Norton Foregate murder, until society to its lowest depths is more moralized and humanized, and a more exacting retribution is enforced against the hardened classes, whom no law of capital punishment will now terrify into submission. As the Star's special reporter's description is worth preserving in its entirety, both for what it says and for what it does not say, in favor of our argument at its conclusion, we shall transcribe it into this part of our book. The first execution within the prison walls and in presence only of a limited number of spectators, in accordance with the new Act of Parliament for the better regulation of capital punishment, took place on Tuesday morning, August 13th, at Maidstone Gaol. The culprit who suffered sentence was Thomas Wells, late a porter in the employ of the London, Chatham, and Dover Railway Company, who was left for death after the last assizes for the murder of Mr. Walsh, the station master at Dover. In the course of his duties, Mr. Walsh had occasion to find fault with Wells, who took reproof in very ill part, and revenged himself on the first available opportunity on the unfortunate station master by shooting him dead as he sat alone at his work in his office. The alarm was raised, and Wells was found hiding close at hand. The proofs of his crime were so positive that he scarcely attempted to deny it, and on his trial he was at once found guilty and condemned to death. The reports, which from time to time have appeared in the public prints since his condemnation, have described the young man. He was little more than 18 years of age, as sincerely penitent, and these reports are borne out by the prison officers, who seem to have been much impressed by his quiet and decorous conduct. The curious in such matters will note as an odd coincidence the fact that Maidstone, a town so notorious for its anti-capital punishment feeling that lawyers will tell you it is most difficult to get a jury to return an adverse verdict against a prisoner on trial for his life, should have been the first place in which the arrangements of the death sentence under the new law should have been carried out. Whether in pursuance of this feeling the inhabitants wilfully ignored the tragedy which was about to be enacted in the immediate outskirts of their town, or whether they were indifferent to it, or whether the exact period of the execution has been hidden from them, it is impossible to say, but it is certain that, amongst the people freely scattered about the broad and handsome streets on Wednesday evening, there was not the slightest indication that anything unusual was to take place among them the following day. A travelling menagerie, which had pitched its tent close by the borders of the canal, was thronged with delighted gazers, among whom the private soldier element was strongly represented. The local volunteers, headed by their band, were attended in their march by many of the youthful population, and a still larger gathering followed the band of the militia regiment and grouped round them as they played in front of their headquarters, the Mitre Hotel. But in none of the crowds, composed as they were of townspeople, old and young, male and female, did one hear the best allusion, either in earnestness or ribaldry, to the criminal who was spending his last hours within a few hundred yards of the place where this gaiety was being carried on, and to whose ears, deafen them how he might, abstract his senses how he would, the clangour of the drums must have been painfully audible. Nor was there any remarkable difference yesterday morning. It had been expected that a large majority of the shops would remain closed until after the execution, which was fixed to take place at 10:30, but the shutters were taken down at the usual hour, men proceeded to their usual avocations, and there was not the smallest sign, not even that most ordinary sign of men and women conversing in knots and groups, of anything unusual being about to happen, until one reached the immediate neighbourhood of the jail, and there, on the far side of the broad road running round by the court-house, was a thin fringe of humanity, some 50 persons in all, in one long line, looking towards the great gate of the jail and talking among themselves. Emphatically a bad lot this, tramps out on hopping excursions, beggars, a female gypsy or two, men and women too, the lowest scum of the population, and a dozen eager-eyed, wolfish, cunning-looking, blackguard boys. They gape and stare, though there is nothing for them to look at as yet. The jail gate is closed, and there is no one in the immediate neighborhood, so they take stock of the flagstaff, on which, in accordance with official injunctions, the black flag is to be run up at the moment of the execution, and find matter for comment in the exit from the jail of certain stonemasons who have been at work inside the prison walls. At 9:30 exactly, a four-wheeled cab drives rapidly up the street and pulls up at the door of the New Inn, immediately opposite the courthouse. The cab door and the inn door open simultaneously. From the former descends a man who enters the inn, the door of which is again immediately closed upon him while the cab drives off. In 2 minutes this man emerges from the inn and makes for the jail. He is an elderly man with white hair and white beard, broad and thick-set, and dressed in black, with a peculiar tall hat, and carries a small carpet-bag in his hand. This is Calcraft, the hangman. As it were intuitively, the little crowd becomes aware of this. A whisper runs round among it that the bag contains his tackle of pinioning straps, etc., and the blackguard boys, excited beyond bearing, spring to their feet and start in pursuit. The man, taking no notice and looking doggedly before him, crosses the road, and getting close to the jail railings, half slinks, half shambles along till he reaches the gate, which opens at his approach and closes behind him. 5 minutes afterwards another man issues from the inn and makes for the jail. A tall, thin, wiry man with a keen eye, with his cheeks and part of his forehead closely shaved, dressed in a velveteen shooting coat, loose trousers and billycock hat, and looking like an acrobat who had donned his private clothes over his professional costume. The little crowd does not know this man, though he is almost as notorious as the other. He is Smith of Dudley, the hangman of the Birmingham district, who hanged Palmer, and who occasionally assists Calcraft on great occasions. At 10 o'clock the representatives of the press, who have been provided by the authorities with proper credentials, are admitted into the prison, and are first ushered into the roundhouse, a building in the debtors' division, where the turnkeys on duty pass the night. It is fitted with a desk and benches, is glazed on all sides, and overlooks the front court and several of the exercise yards. Several of the warders are here, and from them one learns that the prisoner passed a quiet night, sleeping from 10:30 till 4:30, but that the extraordinary equanimity which he had hitherto displayed is failing him now, and that he is beginning to break down. This conversation is carried on in a low whisper. The silence of the place is singularly oppressive, and this, combined with a knowledge of what one is about immediately to witness, renders this period one of the most painful suspense. There are 500 prisoners within the jail, but one might as well be in the city of the dead, for all one hears of them, the only sound the jingling of the warder's keys grating on the ear. A little excitement is caused by the hurried entrance of a warder from the direction in which the prisoner is known to be, and his equally hurried disappearance bearing some brandy in a tumbler, but the silence sets in afresh, and one is reduced to watching two little knots in the forecourt. One of these consists of the under-sheriff, who is deeply affected, the medical officer, and a nonchalant person in a wide-awake hat, who is said to be the governor, but who takes no part in the proceedings, and who is poking up the ground with his walking-stick in a very dégagé manner. The other knot is formed of Calcraft, his assistant, and two of the warders who are chatting together. At 10:25 the party, consisting of 4 reporters of the London journals, 6 from various local papers, a carpenter who is in attendance lest his service should be required in connection with the arrangements of the drop, and a warder in plain clothes who has been sitting up all night with the prisoner, is summoned from the roundhouse and ushered into a narrow vaulted anteroom, whence, after 5 minutes' delay, they are led through a narrow passage into the presence of the gallows. There it stands, erected under a shed at the further end of a small yard some 30 feet square, the old square gallows formed of 2 uprights and 1 crossbeam, and whose form has been familiar to us from woodcuts and description for years, only in this instance it is painted buff instead of the ordinary dead black. The uprights across have iron supports fixed into the wall, and in the crossbeam there is a hook, immediate under which stands Thomas Wells, with the rope around his neck. There is no built scaffold. The drop on which the prisoner stands is flush with the ground, and the public, if the little representative party can be so called, is placed behind a barrier breast high, yet so close to the prisoner that they can see every movement of his face, and hear every word he utters. He looks a mere youth, short, yet strongly built. He is dressed in his railway porter's uniform of velveteen, with the company's initials in red on the collar, and in his waistcoat, just above his pinioned hand, wears a small flower. He evidently knows little of anything of what is going on around him. He is absorbed in prayer. His face, of a livid hue, is upturned, and his eyes are looking upwards. Standing by him, the chaplain, the Reverend W.C.F. Sugden Fraser, reads in a voice broken with emotion the burial service. Suddenly the prisoner begins, in a low, thick, trembling voice, to sing a hymn, one, as we afterwards learn, which he has been recently repeating in his cell, and continues to sing it after Calcraft has pulled the cap over his face and the chaplain has shaken hands with him, is singing it when, at a signal from his superior, Smith pulls the bolt, and then, with a sickening rattle, the drop falls, Calcraft standing behind and, as it were, guiding the falling figure. In our belief, life was not wholly extinct for 3 or 4 minutes after the falling of the drop. It is usual on these occasions to speak of the movements of the limbs as being merely muscular. In this instance there was scarcely any muscular contortion, but there were undoubtedly deep respirations and other undeniable evidence that asphyxia did not immediately happen. Such is the history of the first private execution in England, anticipated with just horror by those who were compelled to be present. It was carried out with every decency and all decorum, in a manner calculated to give the least pain to those whose duty it was to witness it. The presence of the representatives of the press at a private execution is a guarantee to the public, whose delegates they are, that the sentence of the law which has been passed upon a certain criminal is duly carried out. But there is no occasion to inflict upon them, as was the case at Newgate, the horror of witnessing the pinioning, the procession, and all the awful details of the scaffold. These thanks to the visiting justices and to the under-sheriff of Kent, Mr. Furley, of Ashford, were spared at Maidstone, and will, it is to be hoped, be spared in future. Meanwhile, so far as this one instance affords means of judging, is the execution under the new law more impressive than under the old? We answer decidedly in the affirmative. The applause or censure of the mob, the desire to die game before his friends had, it is acknowledged, the worst influence on the prisoner, and the solemn stillness of the little yard with its handful of spectators must have been impressive in the most awful degree, while a peaceful provincial town is left to its usual avocations, entirely free from the influx of pestilent blackguardism, drunkenness, and obscenity which always attended a public hanging. For the moral purpose of our theme, there are but 3 items worth noticing in the above account. They are, first, the black flag, hoisted as a terror and example to the bad lot of tramps out on hopping excursion, beggars, a female gypsy or 2, men and women, the lowest scum of the population, and a dozen eager-eyed, wolfish, cunning-looking boys. Second, the officials and representatives of the press who anticipated with just horror the coming scene at which they were compelled to be present, and then, when it is enacted as the primary national play for the time being, staring at the prisoner in his railway porter's uniform of velveteen, roped to the fatal beam with a faded flower in his waistcoat just above his pinioned hands, absorbed in prayer, his face of a livid hue, upturned, and his eyes looking upwards, at the same time singing a hymn in a low, thick, trembling voice, after Calcraft has pulled the cap over his face, and the chaplain, who had been reading, in a voice broken with emotion, the burial service, has shaken hands with him. and then listening to the sickening rattle in the criminal's throat mixed with the whirring sound of the collapsing machinery as Smith pulls the bolt and the drop falls while Calcraft is standing behind and, as it were, guiding the falling figure into the newly dug pit below. And third, the summing up question and answer of the reporter after making one of a group at this disgusting performance. Is the execution under the new law more impressive than under the old? We answer decidedly in the affirmative. The applause or censure of the mob, the desire to die game before his friends, had, it is acknowledged, the worst influence on the prisoner, and the solemn stillness of the little yard, with its handful of spectators, must have been impressive in the most awful degree. Impressive upon whom, let us here ask? Not upon the bad lot contemplating the black flag, the very class who needed some wholesome impression of fear and who never realized it at public hangings, were shut out and left to indulge their idle fantasies and curious promptings, a kind of pleasure to them. If it were impressive upon the gentlemen of England and the representatives of the press, while looking upon a drama so horrible, we should imagine that it was in a sense different from that for which capital punishments were enacted, unless we were to believe that, notwithstanding their high refinement, they were susceptible of murderous emotions. Then there remains only what the conclusion of the report seems to point at, that it was impressive upon the dying criminal, thus leaving only one poor miserable pretense for sustaining the existence of the gallows as a moral preventative and a wholesome example. Of what use to society is the transitory impression of an agonized wretch about to die unobserved by the world? None whatever, and therefore the advocates of death punishments must soon give way to those of our opinion, that the gallows is an effete institution unfit for its purpose, and that solitary confinement and hard labor for life would not only be a greater and more deterring punishment, but a security against prematurely hurrying into eternity, as in days of old, innocent persons, wrongly convicted through some vile perjury of the wicked, mistaken identity, or imperfectly unravelled circumstances. Amongst the earliest converts, we expect soon to number the reporter of the above-quoted narrative, and most of his literary brethren. For promoting the cause of abolition, we have issued this pamphlet, and although we notice the awful adventures of the heroes of the gallows and guillotine in our progress, we have no wish to pander to the taste of the illiterate and depraved, but to point a moral that shall leave a trace of some good impression behind. As we have placed Askern foremost in our list of modern living British hangmen, the most unknown and least experienced, we shall first give a short biographical notice of his life and professional career. Except in the performance of their dreadful office and the associations it brings them into before and after every execution, there is nothing in their private antecedents and habits above the common run of men of their class. No extraordinary genius has ever been manifested by either of our gallows heroes, beyond the horrible calling which fate has marked out for them. But under the irresistible spell of an evil destiny, they are compelled by fate to perform deeds which all other men shudder at, although they know their legal necessity, and in their endeavors to become proficient in their strangling art, so as to earn the praise of their official superiors and the admiration of the multitude, they stand out from the rest of society with more than ordinary prominence, and in that respect are regarded as the chief of remarkable public characters. From the most reliable information current amongst the old friends and associates of Askern about York and adjacent districts, also from officials of the castle, which is now used as a jail, a career of abject poverty, want of employment, ill luck in almost every one of his undertakings, and a too fast life whenever his checkered destiny placed money in small sums at a time within his power, led him into temptation, and from that temptation came the commission of a deed which consigned him a prisoner to York Castle, from the sombre scenes of which he never emerged, except as a convict, whom evil fate had long marked for her own. In charity we throw a veil over his particular offence, as our object is only to here show cause and effect, and warn the yet pure and innocent from evil courses. It was while a convicted prisoner, and when an execution was pending, without any hangman to do the job, after an unsuccessful application to Calcraft of London, who was then fully engaged, that an offer of pardon was made to him on condition that he perform the office on the doomed man. Moved by the love of liberty, which, like life, is said to be sweet to everyone, and promises of remuneration and perquisites, Askern accepted without much hesitation the office of public executioner, and to qualify himself in his new and ominous business, he diligently employed his time, as all others in the same line have done before him, in tying and knotting several lengths of rope after the hangman's fashion, and testing their tightening effects upon an effigy suspended to a rope stretched across the private room where he lodged. To acquire speed and precision in the tying of a hangman's noose, also in the turning off and cutting down, without the least blundering and rousing the execrations of the depraved mobs which generally assemble to view such ghastly sights, many trials he had to make upon the suspended figure to fit him for the work of the scaffold. At length the fatal morning came for his first practical essay on the neck of a human being over the top of the castle wall, and in the presence of a vast hideous-looking concourse of people, who hissed at the culprit when he appeared, and, strange inconsistency, also hooted the man who was employed to execute the bidding of justice on the object of their detestation. Askern, at a scene so horrible and new to him, trembled, and would have rushed at once from the scaffold the very moment he had stepped upon it, if he had possessed the power and freedom to do so. But alas, for him, there was no chance. His apprenticeship to the strangling trade must be fulfilled according to the prescribed conditions previously mentioned. Therefore, nerveless as he felt, and ready to sink into the death trap beneath, amongst the machinery of the drop, he had to summon up all the courage and fortitude which draughts of intoxicating liquor then plentifully supplied to him could instil into his drooping frame. At one bound he approached the pinioned wretch, roughly seized him, placed him under the crossbeam of the gallows quickly, with blanched features and trembling hands, hurriedly pulled the white cap down over his livid face, placed the rope over his neck, and drew the noose most scientifically, as he thought, in the true Calcraft style, and as his preceding lessons had taught him. But lo and behold, a turnkey had no sooner hastened down and drawn the bolt that lets fall the flooring on which the murderer stands, and sets him swinging in the air, than the culprit's awful convulsions and desperate struggles to clutch the rope and free himself from the tortures he was suffering showed the ghastly fact that his first attempt did not succeed, and that the yelling multitude around and below, all horror-stricken at the sickening spectacle, were clamoring against the unfortunate servant of the law. Speedily he had to release the quivering, half-strangled wretch, and do his work of hanging over again ere death terminated the writhings of the doomed man, and at the same time quieted the unearthly cries of the heaving and seething crowds of men and women who had come from various distances, near and far, to behold the great national show. Subsequent experience got his hand in, as the saying is, and made him more adroit at strangling, but except among a very few relatives and old acquaintances, he was a man shunned and despised, and often liable to insults and desperate encounters in public company, when once the whisper went round that he was the hangman of York Castle. Another unhappy being, fated to follow the same horrible vocation, is Smith of Dudley. On the outskirts of the town there used to be seen the old half-tumbled-down cottage, surrounded by a marshy piece of ground, where Dudley Smith, as he is often called, resided at the time he took it in his head to become a second rival to London's famous hangman. The news of Askern's exploits gave Smith courage, but made Calcraft only laugh and wonder how many more fools, ambitious of black notoriety, were going to compete with him. Events soon followed to settle the question and afford Smith the opportunity he sought. Red-handed guilt, the child of woe, then made rapid progress and cast a gloom over many a household in Staffordshire and throughout the adjacent Black Country. The difference of a few guineas settled the matter in the minds of the authorities of Stafford jail, and struck the balance against the pecuniary demands of the skilful Calcraft, and in favor of the lesser price of the inexperienced Smith, who, however, supplemented the want of experience with that species of brazen impudence and animal confidence which men of his class possess. Mentally and physically he was a rougher mould than either of the two former gallows heroes. Nurtured from birth among miners, the companion of the most illiterate pottery hands, and with bulldog tastes and habits, he was well fitted for the office of public executioner. A man being wanted for the coming job, he applied, sent in the lowest tender, and was accepted. Visions by day and night now haunted his mind. Asleep or awake, the gallows and all its appurtenances dwelt strongly upon his imagination, and flitted before his eyes in his drunken moments. Coils of rope here, there, and everywhere rose up before him, and sometimes twined about his own neck in his midnight dreams like fiery serpents. Time was getting brief, and he must prepare to perform his task neatly and expeditiously, and in dexterity equal the renowned William Calcraft. So accordingly, after being shown the sort of rope he must use, he set himself to the work of experimenting and forming slip knots round logs of wood, knobs of furniture and fixtures, the tops of his garden rails, and sometimes round his own neck, close under the ear and sufficiently tight to satisfy himself that it would answer at the proper time. He practiced also the pinioning process on his young woman in secret, who, not at all enamored at his intended profession, at first stoutly resisted, but his importunities and determination made her submit to his strange proceedings. Without overburdening our confined space with an enumeration of the criminals he afterwards executed at Stafford and elsewhere, suffice it to say that after a few blunders and the usual violent outcries of the brutal multitudes, he became tolerably expert and was considered a fit assistant to Calcraft, when a change of the law and private executions were determined upon. As we have been informed in the before quoted narrative of the first private execution, on account of Calcraft's great age, and in obedience to the overtures of the authorities, Smith performed the subordinate part of moving the bolt that supported the platform on which the criminal stood, preliminary, it is supposed, to taking Calcraft's place, if death or inability should ere long necessitate a change. Such a change may be nearer than people suppose, for Calcraft is expected to be a successful applicant for a retiring pension on account of his infirmities, now too plainly visible, in which event Smith might have for a competitor the notorious Long Tom Coffin, a costermonger of Old Clare Market, lately pulled down, and a quaint character about town who addressed an epistle in the following form to the authorities of Newgate, which we give in its original orthography, and with all its blushing honours and beauties thick upon it. Wild Street, March 1st, 1868. To the Jail Committee of Newgate. Gentlemen, as I've heard Calcraft, your old hangman, is going to leave his place, I've just taken the liberty to ask you to choose me, as I am willing to do the jobs on murders for the same pay, and will be ever punctual at it, whenever you want to hang 'em at the gallows. I've no objection to execute any one you please without fear or favour to any relation or acquaintance, but will do my duty impartial, for which I can get a good character. I am, gentlemen, your humble servant, Thomas Coffin. P.S. Nephew by my grandmother's side to the late Dr. Coffin. The secret execution of Wells, the railway porter, at Maidstone on August 13, 1868, marks in the criminal calendar William Calcraft's disappearance from public life. He will henceforth be surrounded by the mystery becoming his terrible office, and the rising generation of criminals who take an interest in the matter will have to ask their seniors what kind of man he was, and to trust to their imaginations for the picture of him. To no man probably will this mystery be more welcome than to Calcraft himself. He has shown on more than one occasion that his dread of facing the crowd was equal to his victim's dread of facing the gallows. At the execution of the Manchester Fenians and of Barrett in London, he was seen to manifest more fear and nervous weakness than any of the men whom he was to put to death. On both occasions he received violent threatening letters from the Fenian friends of the culprits. He therefore shuffled about the prison yard and seemed afraid to mount the gallows steps, while the sweat fell from his face and stood in large drops upon his brow. It is a great relief to him for his few remaining years, and a moral gain in every sense to society, to have lost sight of him. For after all, he constituted perhaps the most revolting part of a public execution. The strong prejudice and the intense savage hatred of the crowd against him was, no doubt, a most unjustifiable feeling, seeing that, as the mere instrument of justice and of judgment, he was neither to be hated nor to be loved, but it existed in such intensity that there was no prospect of its ever being lessened. The effect was extremely injurious even to the poor kind of morality that public executions were supposed to promote. The passive feeling of awe with which men might be disposed to look on a criminal going to a righteous doom was changed into an active feeling of disgust and horror when they beheld the man by whom he was publicly strangled, and there was too much reason to believe that they left the precincts of the gibbet with more of this unjust feeling uppermost in their minds than that which open-air executions were meant to inculcate. All this is now changed by the private system of hanging, but it also destroys every plea for retaining the use of gallows, as we have before argued in previous pages. In sketching the career of Calcraft, much is necessary to be said respecting his predecessor, Tom Cheshire, to whom he acted for some years as an assistant hangman, and who gave him during that time repeated instructions in the art of putting criminals to death. The commencement of his professional life reaches back far into the reign of George III, when Tom Cheshire first employed him and was in the height of his fame. A very remarkable character was old Cheshire, who used to wear always a snuff-brown coat reaching down to his heels, and on that account was often hooted at wherever he was seen, as the snuffy skull-thatcher. Many of the ancient customs of Newgate he was an eye-witness of, and which will be interesting to mention here. When the last night of some poor condemned wretch had arrived, at midnight, and from hour to hour, till the dawn of the execution morning, a bellman used to parade outside the prison walls under the grating of the condemned cell, and in loud solemn tones accompanied the harsh sounds of his bell with his warning cries to "Prepare for death." With a blush of shame for our forefathers, we are obliged to confess that murder by law on the gallows was then so common for burglary, highway robbery, forgery, horse and sheep stealing, shoplifting to the value of 40 shillings, and other minor offences, that hanging Monday was regularly looked for after every Old Bailey sessions, when a batch of males and females, sometimes amounting to half a dozen, would be hung up like so many dogs and cats on a Monday morning, although only found guilty and sentenced on the preceding Friday. Simple stealing from a house or the person was then oftener punished with death than were murderous offences, and so awfully unscrupulous were the Bow Street runners, as the officers of police were termed, that the innocent used to be planted with stolen property, entrapped, sworn positively against, and put to death for the sake of the £40 blood money then given for every one capitally convicted. Then the horror of the condemned cell and pew and press yard were kept continually going, and the bloodthirsty monsters afterwards held their nightly saturnalias together with spies, informers, bawdy house pimps of both sexes, and the master and deputy hangman amongst them, who revelled and toasted the success of their trade of blood spilling. Then also the press yard witnessed every sessions the torturing of its many youthful victims by the lead-knotted lash, and the press room resounded with the piercing shrieks of a prisoner undergoing the punishment awarded to those who refused to plead. Whenever a prisoner at the bar declined to say whether he was guilty or not guilty, a formality required by the law before he could be tried, he was taken to the press room, laid on the stone floor naked, and with arms and legs extended, chained fast by the wrists and ankles, and a stout board was placed on the front of his body, on which heavy iron weights, one by one, were gradually placed. After every time he was asked if he would plead to the question first put to him, guilty or not guilty. Some poor tortured wretches, after a certain number of ponderous weights, never less than half-hundreds or hundreds, had been heaped upon them, would be terrified into pleading and standing the chance of their trial, but others would be obstinately dumb till such a pile of weights was added that they were, according to the sentence of the law, crushed to death. The murderer's pew in the chapel on the Sabbath day often presented a spectacle that once seen never was forgotten. While the late Reverend Dr. Cotton, then the prison chaplain, was preaching the condemned sermon, one time scowling assassins deep dyed with the blood of many victims would be seen grouped together. At another time youth and innocence wrongly condemned to die a felon's death on the gallows, as history has since proved, through perjury or misconstrued circumstances and uncertain evidence. Amongst these we must not forget the fair and beautiful Eliza Fenning, a virtuous maiden servant of a tradesman's family in Fleet Street, who suffered death on the public gibbet for an offence which she called God to witness that she was totally innocent of. She was convicted on doubtful circumstantial evidence of attempting to poison the whole family by putting arsenic into the flour of some dumplings she made for their dinner. All her solemn asseverations of innocence availed her not, and the best of characters was entirely useless. Sentenced to die she was, and she was ruthlessly hanged by her fair neck before a vast sympathizing multitude of men, women, and children in the Old Bailey, all melted to tears and crying out, "Shame! Shame!" The beauteous, innocent creature appeared on the gallows platform in a new white dress from head to foot, as spotless as her own purity, and we doubt not her soul, the moment it was released by the executioner's vile hands, was caught up by attending angels and carried to the haven of eternal bliss. Long after it was too late to wipe out the stain of her judicial murder, her master's son confessed on his deathbed that he secretly mixed the arsenic in the flour she used during her brief absence from the kitchen as an act of revenge for refusing to submit to his embraces. Tom Cheshire in Newgate has witnessed other ghastly scenes, and his predecessor has had adventures with 16-string Jack, Jerry Abershaw, Jonathan Wild, Jack Sheppard, Betsy the banknote forger and footpad, who was half executed and restored to life. When the condemned used to go in an open cart, sitting on their coffins, from Newgate all through Holborn to a public halfway house in St. Giles, where they were allowed to stop and drink their parting draught with their friends and be presented with their last nosegay, and then resume their procession through Oxford Road, and at the top of it, in the open space facing the gates of Hyde Park, near the turnpike that then existed, to be at once executed on Tyburn's three-cornered gibbet. Passing to later times, Cheshire and his man Calcraft knew something about the noted Dr. Brooks and the dreadful secrets of Old Surgeons' Hall at the back of Newgate. Subjects for dissection being very scarce, body snatchers, sometimes called resurrectionists, used to watch funerals during the daytime in the churchyards of London, mark where the youngest and plumpest subjects were interred, and at night with digging tools take them up and bag them in sacks which they would speedily convey to a hired hackney coach standing conveniently near, and drive off with them to the said hall or to St. Bartholomew's, according to orders. As body snatching did not always supply enough subjects for the numerous doctors and students who required them for lectures and experiments, a viler class of offenders sprang to waylay the friendless and unfortunate, entice them into some lonely out-of-way house surrounded by vacant ground walls, and there poison and smother them. These horrible villains were called burkers, who contrived for a long time to sell the bodies of their victims undetected for large sums, as persons who had died naturally and been buried. At last a poor Italian boy who exhibited white mice in the streets was burked by Bishop, May, and Williams in a lone house in Bethnal Green, and one night was offered at Bartholomew's Hospital. The doctor to whom they took it, feeling certain after a minute examination that the corpse had died a violent death, quietly sent for the officers of justice and gave them into custody. They were tried and found guilty on the clearest evidence of Italians who identified the boy, and were hanged by Calcraft and his master amidst the loudest execrations ever heard in the precincts of Newgate. During the earlier times of that awful-looking jail, the classification and administration were so loose as to render it a perfect hell on earth. Depravity, ribaldry, drunkenness, gambling, and debauchery there reigned unchecked in its dark dungeon, between jailers and the lowest of their male and female prisoners. The latter sex oftentimes exchanged clothes with their keepers when the governor was at night fast asleep, and in their cells they carried on whatever lewd revels they had a fancy for, and made a pandemonium of the prison. At the death of Cheshire, Calcraft became principal executioner. He was previously a private watchman at Reed's Brewery, Liquor Pond Street, and by trade a ladies' shoemaker. He is also celebrated as a first-class rabbit fancier, whose breed has won prizes and unknown has graced the festive board of many London families. At the Tiger Public House, corner of Devizes Street, near the Rosemary Branch, Hoxton, next door to his old residence in his younger days, he used to meet great numbers of his brother snobs, rabbit breeders, and skittle players, and there held jollifications and played skittles with them. On account of the prejudice of the neighbors and the too great freedom of impudent boys in calling out Jack Catch, his habit was to go out very early in the morning and after dark. He is married, and is the parent of a goodly number of sons and daughters, morally brought up and schooled, who have sometimes been unjustly annoyed by ignorant people on account of their unfortunate parentage. To show the full force of this prejudice, we will mention a curious circumstance that happened to one of his daughters. She was accustomed to meet and court a young mechanic at a friend's house. One night a supper was appointed to be held there, and the sweetheart had promise of a good merrymaking with mutual acquaintances of both sexes, not one of whom knew Miss Calcraft by her paternal name. Through some mysterious cause we have never had explained, just as all were comfortably seated around the smoking viands on the table, and were pledging the lovers and each other in preliminary bumpers of beer and gin, strange footsteps were heard on the stairs, followed by a knock at the door, and when it was opened, the whole company, especially Miss Calcraft's lover, were suddenly petrified with horror. No sooner was the fatal name pronounced and a recognition passed between father and daughter than the young man at one bound cleared the table, rushed down the stairs, ran fast away from the house, and was seen no more, thus proving again to the deserted hangman's daughter that the course of true love never runs smooth. A parallel to the iniquities of the old Bow Street runners are to be found in the records of our modern police force of London. Jack Ketch's warren was well supplied by police scoundrels from many quarters of the poverty-stricken districts. One of the most infamous was the Prig's Haunt in Tyndall's Buildings, Gray's Inn Lane, inhabited by low Irish, where King, a policeman in disguise, attended daily when off duty, to teach pocket-picking and all the arts of burglary to poor outcast boys. Between experiments with various instruments and lessons on the way to use them, a coat was swung across a line, and the young ones were shown how to pick the pocket single-handed when a thief was by himself, and when they went together in twos and threes. As fast as they became adepts in the art and went into the streets to obtain their living by it, King, who always knew their walks, watched them in his uniform, and the moment they committed a robbery, pounced upon them and proclaimed their conviction, for which he obtained the praise of his superiors for extraordinary vigilance and rewards, besides court fees at the sessions. At last, this vile thief-trainer became too clever. He was denounced by some boys sharper than himself, and some of his honester brother constables took the clue up, unraveled it to the end, and on the clearest evidence got him sentenced to penal servitude for life. A recent proof, while we are penning this, has come out that perjury is still rife in the Metropolitan Police Force. 3 policemen have been wrongfully procuring the conviction of a drover on the charge of stealing several sheep from a field at Tottenham, and have received their blood money from the county of Middlesex funds. Since their poor victim has been suffering incarceration, The real thief, at the trial of one of his confederates, has confessed to his own guilt and declared the entire innocence of the man formerly sworn to by the said policeman. May justice soon overtake them. Returning to Calcraft and his latter days, we have to congratulate our readers upon his religious conversion and regular Sunday attendance with his wife at a church near Poole Street, Islington. He has long ceased to love his office and make money by sales of the clothes of the numerous culprits and bits of the ropes that hanged them. The ancient ceremony of swearing in the executioner was an awful one. Amidst a collection of ropes, fetters, and handcuffs, with his hand upon the Bible, he was required to solemnly swear that he would execute every criminal condemned to die, without favoring father or mother, or any friend whatsoever, and when he had taken the horrible oath, he was dismissed with the ominous words, "Get thee hence, wretch." The latest performance of Calcraft is reported below, and shows that the first private execution at Newgate was like the one at Maidstone, privately barbarous and publicly useless. At 9 o'clock in the morning of September 8th, the first private execution in London took place in the interior of Newgate Prison. The culprit was Alexander Arthur Mackay, a youth of only 18 years of age, who on the 8th of May last murdered a woman, Emma Grossmith, in whose service he was, at 11 Artillery Passage, Norton Folgate. It only now remains to tell how he expiated his crime upon the scaffold in the presence not of a roaring, surging mob, but in the solitude of a prison, and before a few persons, whose number did not much exceed a score. Inside the jail the scene was solemn to the last degree. The representatives of the morning newspapers, whose duty it was to witness the execution, were admitted to Newgate at 8:30, and after traversing several gloomy corridors found themselves in an enclosed yard near the prison chapel, in front of the scaffold. A few words will enable the reader to picture for himself the scene. The yard is a square one, entered by a wicket gate at the southeast corner, and in the corner to the northwest stands the scaffold. In the southwest corner, near the grating through which prisoners undergoing punishment hold converse with their friends at periods arranged for by the prison rules, is a space railed off for the representatives of the press, and standing at intervals of a few yards apart are men of the city police, occupying the remainder of the yard. Behind the scaffold the prison buildings rear their massive walls, and from the roof peers down upon the solemn scene below a stolid warder stationed there in order that, so soon as the ghastly business is at an end, he may signal the man in whose hands are the ropes to hoist the black flag, as a witness to the outside world that justice is satisfied. On the opposite side of the yard are other prison buildings with grated windows, but no outward sign of the life within, while flanking the yard north and south are walls. The one is topped by a terrible cheval de frise, and over the other hangs suspended a large cloth, the sound of whose rustling, as shaken by the wind, it beat against the prison wall, was as the flapping wing of a huge bird of prey. The silent expectation of the 20 minutes spent in that dreadful yard was the most painful experience of the present writer's life. Absence of sound when a man is alone in the heart of a trackless forest is said by travelers to be fearfully oppressive, but the involuntary silence of 20 men waiting the entrance of the messengers of death and their victim becomes painful to the last degree. Sometimes there is a slight murmur heard from the outside of the prison, with now and again the clanking of a latch or the grating of a bolt within the jail itself, and occasionally a low hum of conversation in the yard. These are the only sounds heard, and they only serve to intensify the oppressiveness of the silent intervals that intervene. What was going on within the prison during this time was not known to the representatives of the press. Under the new Act of Parliament, they are excluded from what was known as the pinioning room, and only see the very last scene of all, an alteration very agreeable to the feelings of gentlemen upon whom is imposed a most painful duty. They learned after the execution that Mackay had since his condemnation conducted himself with great decorum, had frequently expressed his great sorrow for the crime he had committed, and his perfect readiness to die. The poor youth, we were told, lost his own mother when he was about the same age as one of his victim's children, and this deepened in his own mind the intense feelings of poignant regret he seemed to experience between his sentence being pronounced and carried into effect. He was most attentive to the ministrations of the Reverend Mr. Jones, ordinary of Newgate, and took the sacrament at his hands on Sunday. The condemned youth slept soundly until about 6 o'clock in the morning, when he rose and remained in communion with his spiritual adviser until the last. So much for the interior of the prison. Outside, the silence remained unbroken, save by the sounds of which we have spoken, until within a quarter of an hour of 9, when from the neighboring church of St. Sepulchre a passing bell began to toll, and a slightly increased murmur from the outside world reached the ears of those who waited within the prison. At about this time, Mr. Sheriff M. Arthur, with his under-sheriffs, Messrs. Roche and Davidson, Mr. Jonas, the governor, and Mr. Gibson, the surgeon of Newgate, entered the yard, and having satisfied themselves that all the arrangements were complete, retired, leaving the space again to the reporters and policemen, one of the latter body having some few minutes earlier turned sick and left the yard. This almost unbearable suspense lasted until the clocks in the neighborhood were heard to strike the hour, and then the clanking of a latch behind the black screen surrounding the scaffold was followed by the appearance of the Reverend Mr. Jones, who supported the doomed man as he ascended the few steps leading from the ground to the drop. The chaplain, whose voice trembled with emotion, read the litany from the Church of England prayer book, and Mackay joined with a loud, clear voice in the responses, his voice being heard distinctly over the yard, even after he was capped and noosed. Just at this supreme moment the young man's firmness seemed about to forsake him, and he tottered as though to fall, but the hand of the chaplain laid upon his arm sustained him, and in another second the trap on which the unhappy man was standing fell, and he hung suspended. The fall was a very short one, and signs of life were visible for a longer time after the bolt was drawn than we remember to have seen on any similar occasion. As soon as possible, everyone concerned in the ghastly business was glad to make his escape from this last act in a doleful drama. To the spectators, judging from our own experience and the appearance of many persons present, nothing could have been more terrible than this sight of a man, calmly, methodically strangled under shadow of a prison wall, without any of the frothy excitement that has up to within a very short time formed part of an execution ceremony. Few things could be more impressive, so far as the outside spectators were concerned, by reason of its fearful suggestiveness, than the silent running up of a black flag from the jail wall just as the murderer passed down into the valley of the shadow of death, and nothing we should say could have been more awful than the sight of those 4 high, hard, pitiless walls to the wretch brought forth to die. Such is an account of the first execution of a murderer in London that has taken place out of sight of such as chose to brave the horror of an execution crowd in order to see a fellow creature die a shameful death. The body, after hanging an hour, was cut down, and a coroner's inquest, as prescribed by the Act of Parliament, was held in the course of the afternoon, previous to burying it. The last personage we shall record here as a fit companion to all the before mentioned is Sanson, the renowned hero of the guillotine. On the outskirts of Old Paris, in a small, neat cottage overlooking the banks of the Seine, surrounded by palings at the front and thick hawthorn hedges at the sides and back, lives secluded from vulgar gaze a descendant of 3 generations of the Sansons, who from father to son have inherited the office of public executioner. He is a grim-looking old man of strong build, and is complacent to all visitors whose curiosity leads them to see and converse with him, and view his curious cabinet of murderers' relics and criminals' curiosities, and who make their request with becoming civility. He is full of anecdotes about the exploits of his ancestors at chopping off the heads of Louis XVI, Maria Antoinette, Charlotte Corday, the authoress of the famous saying, "O Liberty, what crimes are committed in thy name!" as she was about to put her neck under the guillotine knife. He will exhibit at the same time models of guillotines, instruments of torture, amongst them spokes of the blood-stained breaking wheel of former days, locks of the hair of various nobles and their ladies, rings, brooches, and other trinkets of the victims of the bloody Robespierre, with pieces of the robes and surplices of the bishops and priests who were then brought out of dungeons and guillotined in multitudes early every morning for weeks together, till the ground where the scaffold stood ran with blood. A few skulls and finger bones of remarkable persons he will also show, and tell how he obtained them. We will now spare our readers' feelings and conclude by hoping that the day is not far off when the awful adventures of the heroes of the gallows and guillotine will be numbered among the things of the past. The End. Elliot Printer, The West End News, Office, 475 Oxford Street, W.C. End of Section 99. End of Curiosities of Street Literature by Various.